Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. The chair now lays out Senate Joint Resolution 27, SJR 27, and recognizes its author, Senator Huffman, to explain the measure.
Y'all do it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you very much for allowing me to lay out this bill at this time. Members, the State Commission on Judicial Conduct is the commission created to protect the public, promote public confidence in the integrity, independence, competence, and impartiality of the judiciary, and encourages judges to maintain high standards of conduct. Senate Joint Resolution 27, if approved by the Texas voters, would amend Article 5, Section 1A of our state constitution to adjust the makeup of the committee to increase the public membership. This change would enable Texans to have more input in the oversight of their elected representatives on the bench. The joint resolution would also remove the ability of the State Commission on Judicial Conduct to issue private sanctions. When a public official is sanctioned, it should not be shielded from the individual's constituents. Lastly, the joint resolution adjusts the authority of the Commission and Texas Supreme Court to more effectively sanction judges for judicial misconduct. These constitutional changes would ensure that the Commission maintains appropriate oversight while also increasing transparency. And members, of the committee, I do want you to know that there's still discussion on this bill. I would assume there would be some input from the public and others who have ideas. And I'm going to be listening. I would probably have a slight change on the Senate floor as we continue to refine the language, listening to members and the public. But I would ask that I could move the bill along at this point through the committee, and I'll work with all members to reach a good bill. But it's a good start here. But anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Huffman. Members, any questions of our colleague, Senator Huffman, on the bill?
No, I don't. Unless anyone has a question, there's a resource witness, but not necessary unless there's questions.
Very good. Thank you. Well,
pardon?
should we let your substitute, or is that still being prepared?
No, I'm just going to, may have a floor substitute, but that's
very good.
Maybe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open testimony on Senate Joint Resolution 27, and the chair calls Jennifer Lundy, Jay Dickens, Patrick Tudor, Robert Garza. Is that just 4? All right, welcome. We'll start over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself. When you're on the end, especially get close to the microphone so we can hear you. And go ahead. Welcome.
Right. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Robert Garza. I'm in strong support of SJR 27, which promotes vital reforms to the SCJC. The amendment is not just necessary, it is urgent. It strengthens accountability, restores public trust in our judiciary. The fact that the SCJC sanctions judges in less than 1% of all complaints is deeply troubling, as it undermines public confidence in the judicial accountability and raises serious concerns about transparency and oversight. Such an exceedingly low sanction rate suggests either a systemic failure to take complaints seriously or inherent bias in favor of shielding judges from scrutiny, both which compromise the integrity of the judiciary. In any system that values the rule of law, credible allegations of judicial misconduct must be met with rigorous, impartial investigation and meaningful consequences, not dismissal by default. Under SJR 27, the Commission's new structure includes judges, attorneys, and 7 citizens, ensuring no single group holds undue influence. The balanced composition promotes diversity, independence, and fairness in judicial oversight. The amendment empowers the SCJC to issue public warnings, reprimands, and sanctions without the delay of full tribunal proceedings, while also authorizing the suspension of judges under indictment. These common sense tools that allow misconduct to be addressed swiftly and transparently. This is more than a procedural change. SJR 27 reaffirms our commitment to judicial integrity, transparency, and the public good. It fixes inefficiencies, protects due process, and ensures stability by allowing current members to serve until replaced. It is not a partisan issue. It's a matter of principle. No judge should be beyond accountability when the public sees that we hold judges to the highest ethical standards. Trust in this rule of law is strengthened. By supporting SJR 27, you are standing for fairness, you are standing for justice, and you are standing for the people of Texas. I respectfully urge your support. I'll put this out there right now. I'd like to be one of those citizens.
Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, Jay Dickens, in support of SJR 27. I'm an ex-drug agent, including South American service. When I was chasing drug smugglers, I wish someone had brought me the kind of evidence of the quality that I turned into the SCJC that they took no action on, no action at all. We need an SCJC that believes what I'm going to talk about here is wrong. You guys, I think, will be shocked. Here's some of the stuff SCJC didn't care about. A ward with a 2-year-old mentality had relatives borrowing, without court approval, $1.3 million from the ward's bank accounts. A bond was set at $120,000 with unbonded relatives signing 7-figure checks from the ward's bank accounts. State statute calls for the bond to match the asset. Should have been $20 million. Judge approved a $120,000 bond over and over again, knowingly. 2 judges refused to appoint an ad litem in the same case I was talking about there for years, despite all this wrongdoing. SCJC's fine with all this. Some other cases, I started digging around. I found this case, started digging around. All this is from public records. Ward wrote a letter to the judge requesting restoration of rights in 2017 with no court follow-through. This is in 2021. 4 years, a guy asked to restore his rights, no follow-through. Co-guardians have not visited protected person in 31 years. How many judges had to mess up for 31 years? SCJC, I told them about this, they don't care. Protected person under guardianship since 1994, whose only incapacity was her ability to lift heavy objects. Again, this is from government reports. This is reliable government reports with this info. In one case, I filed a complaint with the SCJC. The information I had at hand did not include the judge's name, so I explained to the SCJC, there's a ward in trouble. I don't have access to the judge's name. Here's the government office you can call to get the judge's name. And the SCJC turned down the complaint and says, you don't have the judge's name in there. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is. I'm dead serious. There's some ridiculous things going on, and the SCJC should care. They don't care. I'm serious.
And thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Ms. Lundy, welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Jennifer Lundy, Executive Director for Texans for Judicial Accountability. I am for SJR 27. November 16, 1992, the Special Court of Review was created unconstitutionally to provide a new review of decisions made by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct in response to complaints from 2 Texas Supreme Court justices that had been censured by the SCJC. That was pulled from an article called An Introduction to Texas' New Special Court of Review by Jim Paulson and someone else. The result of that has created what we have today, an SCJC that has very little, if any, trust. The SCJC should be somewhat feared by the judiciary, much like a health inspector at a restaurant. They should have audio and video access, or at the very least, free access to transcripts. The SCJC should be reviewing judges' actions to determine if there is a pattern of legal error or if a decision was motivated by an improper motive such as bias, revenge, or anger, disregarding procedural requirements, or violating fundamental rights. That is pulled from the Justice System Journal, Volume 28, Number 3. Yet they don't. In fact, they disregard legitimate complaints daily. We would actually like all complaints public, as one commission argues if the charges and hearing portion of a commission matter were open, the public would have a better understanding of the entire disciplinary process. So here we are, asking for multiple bills to be created to address these issues, and this is definitely one of them. A judge evaluating judicial conduct will not result in the full protection of Texas and the rights of Texas citizens. I recently spoke with one of the Supreme Court justices about this. He asked me, how can your average citizen know the law and what a judge should be doing? That's a fair question. I listed 3 of our public members that have served that I thought he would know and asked if they'd done a fair job. He said, yes, of course you need judges on the commission to help with the legal aspect of it, but I will tell you, what we have seen are not legal issues. They are downright crooked people who have improper motives. They are violating fundamental rights, and they are ruining the name of our good judges. The SCJC Commission is blatantly disregarding the fundamental rights of the people by denying them, and we need change.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Patrick Tudor. I'm here in support of SJR 27. I'm a combat veteran. I was a police officer for 8 years. I've seen combat and have awards for chasing bad guys down dark alleys, but nothing is as terrifying as entering a tyrannical court system where you have no rights and judges ignore the law. The foundation of a free country is to be considered innocent until proven guilty. The burden of proof never leaves the state's table. I've been in family court for 3 years now with court orders that do not exist. Fundamental rights are ignored as a matter of habit and practice. I've been the recipient of 9 and counting false CPS reports, and no matter how many times I'm cleared, the judges ignore the laws, and my children are suffering. We've seen the destruction of the nuclear family in this country with judges at the helm. Attorneys donate to judges' campaigns, and judges ignore crimes committed by attorneys in their courts and commit crimes themselves. I've been jailed for court orders that do not exist. That's called kidnapping. For not being able to pay nearly $8,000 a month in child support and spousal support that the judge ignored the law on and didn't set according to AG rules. I was denied an attorney 4 times in jail. I had to file my own writ of habeas corpus. The judge altered the transcript and lost an entire hearing to cover his tracks. The regional judges and appellate courts ignore and downright refuse to answer the constitutional violations that are raised. Judges are protecting judges. When we complain about these crimes, the SCJC does nothing. In January, I removed my case to federal court for these civil rights violations. While filing paperwork with the federal court, I learned I'm on a federal watch list for petitioning my government for a redress of grievances. The Texas Constitution gives our representatives the power to impeach and remove judges that violate their oath of office. Our representatives have had numerous criminal complaints sent to them and are also not acknowledging those complaints. I fought for this country overseas only to come home and realize the biggest threat to our nation is the judiciary that is no longer operating within its constitutional restraints. We need oversight and accountability for the judiciary. We do not elect kings. Judges must obey the Constitution and the law, and we need you, our elected representatives, to hold them accountable to their oath. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you have the
I just want to say hello to Jay Dickens, a fellow constituent in Senate District 28 and a strong advocate for good law, but adult probation specifically. And your initiatives are not lost. We will get around to hopefully moving some of those, but your problem has been what we're trying to solve with Senator Huffman's bill, so I appreciate it.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses on the joint resolution? Thank you each for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Call Christopher Perricone, Tom Cam, Caitlin Ross, Kai Andrews. Again, we're looking for Christopher Perricone, Tom Cam, Caitlin Ross, Kai Andrews. All right, we'll begin on my left, your right. When you're ready, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. My name is Christopher Perricone. I am strongly in support of SJR 27. Many attorneys refer to the district family courts and courts in particular as the Wild West. I've lived that reality, but unlike the old Wild West where horse thieves were pursued by the law, and sometimes that was met with a rope, today it's the state, through these district court judges, committing the theft and robbing us parents of our God-given fundamental rights under the guise of law. And these rogue judges are not rare. This is epidemic in Texas. They abuse and manipulate the law and take children from loving parents, violating the Constitution and the clear Supreme Court precedent with absolutely no accountability. To put an exclamation point on it, there's been 27,000 reports since the SCJC was created in 1965. Y'all amended it in the Constitution in 1977, but the majority still stayed with judges watching over judges. Here in 2025, y'all have the opportunity to take the ability of judges to police themselves and allow the judiciary or the legislature to be a true check and balance upon these judges that are rogue. I've experienced this personally, and actually I have one more statistic I would say. Of the 27,000 complaints in 60 years, how many of those district judges have actually been reprimanded? Answer is 48, 60 years. I said it and talked at the SCJC, and I was appalled of what I heard because you wouldn't believe. If you sat in the courts, you would see the violations of our rights. And we need y'all as a legislature to stand up and protect our rights and our children. In my case, I was a mayor and a whistleblower with Ken Paxton, and my children I have not seen in 5 years. A judge has the ability to seal records illegally, shut everything down to where I can't even talk to my kids because I dared to pray with them, and he's going to deem it as family violence. We are begging that y'all will produce this oversight as the check and balance on the judiciary underneath your constitutional rights. If y'all don't do that, then only other remedy we have is to ask our reps to bring articles of impeachment against these judges who are rogue. Please help stop this tyranny. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kai Andrews, and I'm the founder of Children's Court, and I'm here today in support of SJR 27. I'm here first as a mother who has lived the devastating reality of unchecked judicial power, and as an advocate voice for those too afraid to speak because they've seen what this system does to people like me. Family court isn't broken, it's just abusive. It shatters family, bankrupts parents, traumatizes children, and silences those who dare to speak because there is no oversight and judges continue to abuse their discretion. The system rules through fear, obey, or risk losing your children or going to jail, even if it means handing them over to an abuser, and even when orders violate our most constitutional, fundamental rights and basic human decency. That's what happened to me in Bell County's 169th District Court. I filed judicial notices documenting my judge's violation of laws and codes. I gave her a chance to do the right thing and remedy the situation. Instead, she retaliated and refused to hear my motions, ignored evidence, and sentenced me to 6 months in jail, another violation of my rights. The Texas Supreme Court granted a writ of habeas corpus and released me. But the message was clear. I was being punished for standing up for our rights and for my daughter Eden, who is now the casualty of this war. Our children are the casualties. I filed a complaint with the SCJC, the agency that's supposed to stop this. What did they do? Nothing. No investigation, no accountability. And I know a dozen other parents who have faced just this same judge, the same retaliation, especially when the opposing attorney is her friend or a top campaign donor. And a 1% oversight that we've talked about is unacceptable. We've entrusted judges to protect families, but when they become the abusers, who protects us? Our only remedy, an appeal that takes possibly years, only to return to the same courtroom. The damage is done. That's why we need SJR 27, not as a suggestion, but as a line in the sand. This bill gives back power to the people to finally hold judges accountable for their abusive actions that destroy lives and harm children. My pain has led me to purpose. I founded Children's Court because I've seen enough. There is no family in family court, but we are building something better, a future where truth protects children, not power, and it can start with this bill. Pass SJR 27. The people are watching, we are rising, and we will not stop until this system belongs to the people again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, thank y'all for having me here. My name is Caitlin Ross, and I am here in favor of SJR 27. I have seen firsthand how the systems meant to protect the citizens can fail. My daughter is only 6, and her nightmare began when she was 2.5 years old. It has not ended yet. Blunt force trauma, blackened ears, bite marks to her face, signs, symptoms, and outcries of strangulation and asphyxiation. And to quote the forensic nurse, over 40 injuries to every plane of her head and her body, consistent with child abuse. This describes just one incident that she has been through. And yet I am here fighting a wall of silence and inaction. The SCJC is supposed to hold judges accountable, but it doesn't. They sanction judges less than 1% of the time. My experience tells me that we need more regular people on that commission, and here's why. I can't trust a judiciary that protects itself. The unelected judge in my daughter's case has a long self-reported history with the attorney who represents those who hurt her. She sits assigned following the recusal of every sitting district judge in the county. Despite the evidence, expert testimony, and no cause being given, the judge denied protective orders, denied requests from DFPS for aid to investigates and search warrants, stonewalling investigative efforts, and a string of due process violations, while her abusers are granted primary custody. If more citizens sat on that commission, they'd push for real accountability and transparency. Our case reeks of influence. The judges, sheriff, DA, county attorney, and everyone tied to the court in Matagorda County is conflicted, disqualified, or recused. I believe tilting the power to the citizens could stare down that influence and dig into why my girl's safety was traded for someone's clout. I need that fearlessness when the system bends to the powerful instead of the truth. We need transparency. The SCJC is here to ensure that we, the people, have faith in our judiciary. That faith and trust wanes for many of us. Citizen appointees could help keep the panel honest, accountable, and transparent. My daughter's case is our nightmare. Abuse ignored, a judge who won't budge, a system that failed us at every turn. The SCJC, as it stands, feels too cozy with the people it's supposed to check. I want people based on their values. I want people with values like mine, picked by our elected governor, accountable to we the people, to bring heart, guts, and a voter's fire to the table. They'd fight for Charlotte when insiders won't, hold judges to account when power twists justice, and give me hope that Texas cares about our families. I'm asking for this change because I can't lose my daughter to a system that won't act. Please pass SJR 27.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator, is there any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of you for your testimony, for being here. I'm very sorry for all you've experienced. And I know personally, I think this is a very important piece of legislation to put the balance of power properly where it needs to be. And I want to thank you for your courageousness, and thoughts and prayers are with your daughter and your family. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair calls Tom Cam. Mr. Cam is the last witness we have registered to testify on, for or against Senate Joint Resolution 27. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for or against Senate Joint Resolution 827? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Chairman Hughes to lay out SB 2880.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And by way of explanation, as we discussed this morning, this will be the third bill we'll lay out on the pro-life matters, and then we'll hear invited testimony, and then we'll take testimony on all of these bills because so many people are testifying on 1, 2, or 3 of the bills. So on Senate Bill 2880, well known to this committee and the people here, back in 2021, the legislature passed Senate Bill 8, the heartbeat bill, and the trigger bill, and of course, that had an effect. It began to save lives. In Texas, Roe versus Wade, of course, was overturned the next year, and so that's made a big change in the law in Texas. Also remind everyone that each time we've passed a pro-life measure like that, we have increased funding for the program that we then call the Alternatives to Abortion Act. Now it's Thriving Texas Families, and just to make sure no one forgets, we have continued to increase funding for that helps the mom before, during, and even for the first 3 years of the little child's life, because we continue to stress that we can save the life of the unborn baby while we love and respect and support the moms. And this is continuing in that vein. So elective abortions, except when the mother's life is in danger, those are not legal in Texas. But we recognize that pills are being mailed into this state from around the country. 2,800 known abortion drugs that we're aware of are shipped into Texas each month, estimated 19,000 a year. Obviously, these are serious risks to women, and they illegally take the lives of little unborn babies. These drugs are ordered online, shipped to the mother's doorstep, where she's left to have her abortion alone without any care from a doctor. As some may be aware, the standard of care for abortion-inducing drugs had always required a visit to a doctor. That's not the law anymore. The feds may change that, but currently these pills are mailed directly to moms, and we know, and we'll hear medical testimony, that they are not only a threat to the little unborn baby, but also to the mom. Depending on what kind of pregnancy the mom is experiencing, they can even be fatal for the mom. And just so we don't miss what's happening, these abortion drugs, they starve the child to death and then induce labor, leading to a violent process. And so, in addition to that, of course, there are serious and life-threatening complications for women, and sometimes leading to the death of the mother, while out-of-state abortionists are turning a profit. So, what does this bill do? It goes to the heart of the problem and provides protections from those abortion pills. The bill will prohibit the manufacturing, possession, or distribution of abortion pills in Texas and ban the mailing, transporting, delivering, prescribing, or providing. Also prohibit information distributed related to obtaining the abortion pills, and the enforcement is key. It's already illegal in Texas to mail these pills in to take the life of an unborn child, to put the mom in danger. That's already against the law. The enforcement is what's key in this bill. Enforcement is enacted through a qui tam lawsuit brought by private citizens in the name of the state, in the same category as what was done with the heartbeat law, where private citizens can enforce the law. Nothing in this bill provides any lawsuit or claim or any harm to a mom. But for these people who are mailing these drugs into Texas that are killing little babies and hurting moms, they'll be held accountable. We also impose strict liability for wrongful death and personal injuries on anyone who manufactures, possesses, distributes, mails, transports, delivers, prescribes, or provide these abortion pills, including wrongful death of the unborn child. Either parent of the aborted child can sue for wrongful death, unless, of course, the little baby was conceived in rape, and the rapist never has any rights, only liabilities under this bill. Again, qui tam lawsuits on behalf of the state, can be brought by anyone who maintains an interactive computer service or platform that enables Texas residents to obtain abortion pills or enables providers of abortion pills to collect money from customers. A defendant, of course, can raise the defense that they were unaware their interactive computer service or platform was being used for this, and they took prompt action to stop it. Those are the main elements of the bill, senators and those participating. We will have a committee substitute at a later date. We'll move the bill fairly quickly, we believe, but there'll be a committee substitute to strengthen this severability clause. Again, something this committee is familiar with. I'm happy to go into more detail. We do have some expert witnesses on the topic, but I'll certainly yield for questions.
Members, any questions?
Senator Hall, while we're here, will you also lay out, well, hold on, I'm sorry. For now, if you'll open testimony, and I'll take the witnesses. If you'll open testimony on 2880. Just on that 2880 right now, thank you.
We'll now open testimony on SB 2880.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Invited testimony on 2880, the chair calls John Seago. Chelsea Yeoman. And Mark Cavalier. Hey. All right, welcome back. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Yes, well, good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and committee. Thank you for having me today. I'm Chelsea Yeoman, the National Director of Public Policy for Human Coalition. We're a nonprofit dedicated to serving pregnant women in need who are seeking abortion. We served about 45,000 pregnant women nationwide last year alone, but in the state of Texas, we served almost 30,000 pregnant women. And so it's a significant volume of women that we're serving, and through our work, providing them care and resources when they find themselves pregnant and in need of maybe a maternity home, maybe assistance with education. What we have discovered is truthfully the untold story of the abortion industry in the state of Texas. In a post-Roe world, what abortion industry, predatory abortion practices look like is she can simply pick up her phone. I have the website right here. I will not say it. She can scroll through and pick anywhere. Sometimes this website has 30 abortion drug trafficking websites or pharmaceutical companies or out-of-state doctors. Right now it has 7. She can mail it to her doorstep and have the drugs on her doorstep here in Texas within 72 hours. Sometimes the drugs are free. Sometimes they cost $400, $500. And the implications we're finding are devastating for women because they're left all alone, as Senator Hughes mentioned, to have their abortions. But all critical elements of medical intervention for her are removed through this process. And what that means is if she's unknowingly ectopic, if the child is not attached in the correct place, either in utero or in a fallopian tube, which is what we're most commonly seeing, she risks losing that fallopian tube, sepsis, hemorrhage, and death. We had a woman in Texas lose a fallopian tube 2 months ago, and she had no legal recourse under current law because these are out-of-state predatory abortion practices. Other complications we're seeing most commonly, I would say, are hemorrhage, because women may be further along in their pregnancy than the FDA asks this pill to be distributed at, which was 7 weeks. Under the Biden administration, the FDA moved that up to 10 weeks. We have seen women have babies into the 2nd trimester, fully formed babies delivered at home. Women are not prepared for what they're going to feel, see, or experience when they have these abortions. They're told it's as easy as taking an Advil, which of course we know Advil doesn't produce hemorrhage or a dead body. And that's the next really, I think, traumatic event that we're hearing from women is that when a dead body, their child's body, is delivered at home alone, they don't know what to do with it. It's a horrific thing that we're seeing. We've had women, completely unprepared for seeing their dead unborn child. They regret it. We have statements from them, I wish I had known. It feels wrong, what do I do? And the abortion industry has silenced them because they've told these women if they come forward, if they present at an emergency room and say that they've taken abortion drugs, that they'll be arrested. So they better stay quiet and not really seek that medical attention, which leads me to my next point of intervention that's been fully removed through abortion drug trafficking, and that is follow-up care requirements. The FDA guidance, the REMS guidance for these drugs, there's 2 drugs in the abortion drug regimen. The first is mifepristone. That cuts off progesterone to the child, so the child's necessary hormones essentially starve the child to death. And then the second drug in the regimen is misoprostol, which induces labor and contractions so that she miscarries or aborts the child at home. Under the FDA REMS guidance, follow-up care is required. There's a duty of care in the medical community to these patients, to these women. Not only should they have had preventative ultrasounds for the cases where they're too far along to take the drugs or they're ectopic or have other high-risk complications, not only are they not testing to see if these women are Rh negative, which means it puts them in danger of risk in future pregnancies, all that preventative care on the front end is removed, but without follow-up care on the back end, we're having women call us in emergency situations, spiking fevers, septic because they had perhaps incomplete abortions, which is another complication we're seeing. And when they call abortion providers out of state back, nobody answers. They say, we can't help you. And they're done with these women. So not only are we seeing the abortion industry neglect and damage unborn children in the state of Texas, they're treating their mothers similarly. And this bill is rightfully designed to give these women, their loved ones, and these unborn children legal recourse under the law to hold predatory abortion and negligent abortion practices accountable. So I support, of course, SB 2880 and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. So you're welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Dr. John Seago. I'm a published bioethicist and the president of Texas Right to Life. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 2880. This is a priority bill for Texas Right to Life this session. Through the pre-Roe statutes, the Texas Heartbeat Act, the Human Life Protection Act, as we've been talking about this morning, Texas bans elective abortions. However, that's not the end of the story. We see the reality is that over 34,000 Texans a year are still being killed by abortion. 34,000 Texans a year are still being killed by abortion. That means that 90 Texas babies will die from abortion today. We've made great progress in Texas protecting life. However, the enemy has adopted new tactics, new strategies, and that's what we're talking about today, is how Texas can fight back to save these babies, and as Chelsea is talking about, protect their mothers. What this bill does is this focuses on the promoting, the selling, and the profiting from abortion pills. 19,000 orders of abortion pills every year are coming from Texas, and I don't say from Texas women, because we know from a case in Houston, there was a husband who got these pills, illegal pills, and tried to sneak them into the water of his wife to cause an abortion without her even knowing. So when we say they're ordering pills, we're not talking just about women. We're talking about, all of these options out there of abortion pills to be used that ends in the death of a child and the injury of a woman. Senate Bill 2880 is a big toolbox of policies for Texas to fight back against these websites. It is just like we did with the Texas Heartbeat Act back in 2021. Texas will be leading other red states on how we can fight this new concerning trend. Abortion is an act of violence. Whether you're talking about it being done with a scalpel, with forceps, in a Planned Parenthood building, or whether you're talking about it being done through chemicals and through pills, it is an act of violence. It kills the child and it hurts the mom, and Texas needs to continue to lead on fighting this. Now, if we were all to stand up and take a field trip over to the University of Texas campus right now, we would all see in the student center, there are stickers on the walls by pro-abortion activists that say, do you want to be unpregnant? And those stickers that pro-abortion activists are putting up have QR codes that you scan and they go directly to these websites. This is not on the dark web. This is out public, right? They are very bold. They've been putting up billboards in South Texas. They've been advertising on our college campuses. We had an abortionist even come and train medical students at Texas A&M on how this works. The enemy is not hiding this. That's not the question. The question is whether Texas is going to respond, and that's what we're doing in this bill. To be clear, mailing abortion pills in Texas is a state jail felony. It is not just a matter of us needing to make something illegal or slapping a criminal penalty on it. It's a matter of us needing to stop those that are still breaking our law and hurting Texans. So what does the bill do? The bill creates a new prohibition in law of manufacturing, possessing, distributing, mailing, or promoting abortion-inducing drugs. And then after that prohibition, it gives us two big tools. It gives us a wrongful death and injury lawsuit, new claim, and it gives us a qui tam lawsuit where any citizen can go to court on behalf of the state of Texas and sue them for breaking the law, very similar to what we did in the Texas Heartbeat Act. Those are the two main tools that we would have on this prohibition. The law also has several other provisions. It allows us to get an injunction against somebody like Facebook or Apple or Google App Store if they are helping promote apps or websites that are breaking the law and targeting Texans. It would give us a way to go get an injunction against that activity. This bill also creates two new crimes: paying for abortion and related costs, and destroying the evidence of abortion crime. That's not illegal right now, and this would make that a new crime. This bill gives the Attorney General some new tools that he can go and after these websites, after this abortion pill trafficking. So, like I said, 2880 is a big toolbox of ways that Texas now can respond. We didn't start this. We can respond to the tactics that are being used by the other side. To be clear, the bill does not allow us to sue women who are seeking abortion. The bill does not allow anyone guilty of sexual assault from using this bill to sue anyone. This bill it does not allow us to sue medical professionals who are trying to help moms in medical emergencies. This bill is solely targeting those that are aiding and abetting and that are trafficking illegal abortion pills. And so we appreciate your concern for this issue, and we appreciate you prioritizing Senate Bill 2880. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Mark Cavalier. I am the CEO of the Guiding Star Southwest Birth and Wellness Centers located in El Paso, as well as on the other side of the state line in Las Cruces, New Mexico. And I'm here to speak to the trauma that abortion pills are inflicting on Texas women and support anything that will help to stem this flow. As you've probably heard, there's an estimated 19,000 abortion pills that are infiltrating Texas just last year alone, being mailed from out of state and handed out across the state line. In El Paso, our nurse practitioner, Daniela Jimenez, sees the fallout. Around 10 women every week come in seeking care from the abortion pills that they've taken, terrified after prolonged bleeding, severe cramping, retaining remains of their child, or just trauma of having done exactly what she was instructed and flushing her child down the toilet. There's one case that haunts me. A young woman, nearly 10 weeks pregnant, took the pill despite FDA warnings that the efficacy drops after 9 weeks. Initially, she was alone in her bathroom, and she was too scared to call for help. She finally came to us when she thought she was about to die. She arrived at our center dizzy with her vision blurred. Her blood pressure was crashing from excessive blood loss. Our nurse practitioner got her to a hospital, and it saved her life. The abortion pill is not health care, and it's not rare. It's a pattern of reckless distribution with no oversight. There's no checks, as you've heard, for ectopic pregnancy, in which case the abortion pill can be fatal for a woman. No checks for retained tissue afterwards. No checks for the Rh blood factor, which could subject some women to chronic miscarriages for subsequent pregnancies, which was another case that happened in El Paso. Worse still, New Mexico providers that are just minutes away from our doorstep give Texas women the first pill there in their office, but then give her the second set of pills, misoprostol, to take home on planes back to Houston and Lubbock, Corpus Christi, Midland, Odessa, San Antonio, Austin, and Tyler. We see women from these cities every day, and they're going back to complete their abortion alone in their bathrooms, hundreds of miles from the doctor and the $700 that got her the pill, who, by the way, is an El Paso physician who's now using a satellite clinic that's just 1.5 miles over the state line in New Mexico, right next door to a marijuana shop. And he is on video saying that he instructs Texas women that if they have to go to the ER, to lie and to say they're just having a natural miscarriage, which leads to a completely different care plan, as well as inaccurate abortion pill data and women who falsely believe that they could be punished. Our mobile medical unit, which is led by Jessica Cifuentes, meets 2 to 5 women every week who are regretful after taking that first dose out of fear. And they're suddenly desperate and hopeful to learn about the abortion pill reversal that we offer. When applied within 24 hours, we achieve results with nearly 100% success at reversing these. But time is merciless, and by the time you get to a 72-hour delay, it's only about a 10% success rate. But these women are not statistics. They are daughters and sisters and mothers cornered by an ideology that peddles this as healthcare. But the definition of healthcare is supporting and nurturing the body. This does the opposite. It alters, suppresses, and destroys the normal, healthy functions of a woman's natural body. I want to tell you about Amila, a Texas resident who endured a botched chemical abortion in New Mexico, and then went back when it was still retained, and then had a botched surgical abortion. Back home in Texas, she was in agony. She passed her baby in the toilet. Terrified, she took the remains back to the abortion clinic, cradling them in a plastic bag, seeking answers, and then begging for the baby's return after they were examined. But when the facility refused to return the evidence of their malpractice, she got emotional. And the abortion facility called the police for her disturbing the peace. We actually have a video of her being dragged out of the abortion facility in handcuffs, still bleeding and shouting, "They stole my baby, I'm in so much pain, and they won't give me any answers." This is the only time I have ever known of a woman for being arrested for an abortion, and it was the abortionist that was pressing charges, while we were the ones that got her released from jail, treated at the hospital for infection, and connected to free legal representation. Currently, we're now providing care kits. CARE stands for Chemical Abortion Recovery and Evaluation Kits. Just in the last few weeks, to both figuratively and literally pick up the pieces in the wake of the abortion pill crisis. For women who've already taken the first pill and are not interested in the abortion pill reversal, at the very least, these kits offer medical guidance and health monitoring and the supplies to collect the baby and have a chance to honor the child's remains. This, however, is just a small bandage on a gaping wound, at least showing some more compassion than the abortion industry ever will. But bandages are not enough, and I support any efforts to help stem this flow of trauma. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses on, pardon me, on Senate Bill 2880? How long have you been involved in this work?
About 10 years, sir.
And do you, I think you addressed this, you see patients from probably a large area. How broad an area do you cover in terms of women seeking help?
So following the overturn of Roe versus Wade, we have one division that has the mobile medical unit and outreach at the New Mexico abortion facilities, and on any given day, 90% of the license plates in those parking lots are from Texas. And like I said, women who are coming in with luggage, being dropped off by Ubers, they have a plane to catch in a few hours, and they're being rushed out of fear and flights to catch, and they're coming in from all across the state of Texas.
Thank you each for your testimony. If there are no questions from the committee, thank you very much. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you all for your excellent testimony, and thank you for the work that each of you do in your organizations and always fighting for the unborn. So appreciate all that you do. Thank you for being here and testifying today.
Thank each of you. As we prepare to open public testimony on Senate Bill 2880, the chair lays out Senate Bill 33. You'll recall that was Senator Campbell's bill that we heard invited testimony on this morning.
I will now lay out Senate Bill 31.
Thank you, Senator Hall. So now, so that everyone is moving together on this, Senate Bill 31, Senate Bill 33, and Senate Bill 2880 are before us. And we're going to hear public testimony because so many witnesses are testifying on 2 or 3 of the bills. So that will give them to allow them to testify in context and also make it more efficient for all of the witnesses. The chair calls Kelly McAnally, Leanne Jamison, Whitney Freeman, Nicole Sweeney. Again, looking for Kelly McAnally, Leanne Jamison, Whitney Freeman, Nicole Sweeney. Welcome to each of you. We'll start over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself and tell us what bill you're testifying on, for or against, bill or bills, and then give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you.
And get a little closer to the mic, too.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nicole Sweeney, and I'm here in support of SB 2880. I've been a registered nurse for almost 20 years. I started my career in pediatrics while also working on a mom-baby unit and special care nursery at my local hospital. For the past 2 years, I have been working at Human Coalition. Each day in my role with Human Coalition, I speak with women over the phone who are experiencing unplanned pregnancies. Today, I'd like to speak to you regarding my experience in speaking to these women who have unplanned pregnancies and their experiences which demonstrate the dangers of mail-order abortion pills. I've been told on numerous consultations that a friend or a family member of the patient knows how to order the pills online, and they either order them for them or they give them some of the pills they had left over from a time when they had a medical abortion. I've had patients report that they just received pills in the mail, no instructions or information, and in some cases the pills aren't even labeled, so they have no idea what pills to take and in what order to take them. I have had several patients recently report that the organizations that they ordered the pills from told them it is okay to take the pills past the 10 weeks that is recommended by the FDA. One of my recent patients was 14 weeks into her pregnancy. I've had patients report that the pain and cramping was the worst pain that they have ever experienced and lasted for several days. This was a surprise to some of them because they were never told of any side effects. They're sometimes told it's just like a normal period and there's nothing to worry about. I had a patient report to me she started hemorrhaging at home, and she asked me what to do because the organization that she received the pills from told her to not go to a hospital if she had any issues with bleeding because they had a pill she could take if that were to occur. Thankfully, she reached out to us, and I advised her to seek emergency care where the patient was able to receive the medical assistance she needed. I've had other patients share with me they're instructed if they have side effects or adverse actions that require medical attention, that they should just tell the ER physicians they're experiencing a miscarriage and to not tell them that they were in the process of a medical abortion. Another one of my patients shared with me that she experienced terrible pain and cramping weeks after completing the medical abortion regimen. She also shared she had a foul-smelling discharge and ended up with an infection due to retained fetal tissue. These are just some of the stories of the women I've spoken with. I urge you on behalf of countless women in this state that are putting themselves in danger every single day to consider what you've heard today. Each of these women have a name and a face. Each of these women matter. Please act on their behalf to end this irresponsible and dangerous practice of mailing abortion pills. The health and safety, physically and emotionally, of these women is important. They're our daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I hope I've been able to share some real-life short stories and shed some light on the risks and dangers of the abortion pill mail order practices and industry.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kelly McAnally, and I serve as the Executive Director at Adira Clinic in Katy, Texas, a pregnancy help medical clinic that has served our community for over 35 years. I am here in support of SB 2880. Out of concern for the women that we serve, I wanted to see what it took to order abortion pills. An internet search on the term abortion pills near me took me to a website where I filled out a 10-question form to determine if I was eligible. I gave false information for every question. I did not have to verify my identity or my pregnancy. The responses I gave should have prohibited me from receiving these pills because I stated that I was beyond the 10-week cutoff. The only accurate information I gave was my home address. I was approved instantly. For $44, an unmarked envelope arrived in my mailbox just 2 days later. Inside this envelope were 3 pouches marked 1, 2, and 3. Inside each of these pouches were unsecured pills placed between 2 makeup remover pads. The pills are not marked. The pills, I don't know what they are. There was no instructions, no dosage, no safety information was included. Not one written word was in this envelope. There was no indication of anything that I could understand. The only follow-up I received was an email telling me how to lie about what I had ordered. It even encouraged me to order more pills to have on hand just in case. This is not healthcare. It is not safe. It's reckless and dangerous. Texas women deserve better. I urge you to vote yes on Senate Bill 2880, not for politics, but for the safety and dignity of Texas women and children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chairman and Committee, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Leanne Jamison, and I have the privilege of being the Executive Director at the Prestonwood Pregnancy Center in the Dallas area. We have 3 centers, a mobile unit, a family resource center, and last year we saw 34,000 client visits. I feel like we are, my friend here, Whitney, and I are well-versed to be able to speak to this issue. So I wanted to tell you a story from just a month ago. A month ago, we had a young woman reach out to our center. She was struggling. She had done another pregnancy test at home, and she still believed that she was pregnant. Still believed because, in fact, she had recently online accessed abortion pills that had been delivered to her home with little or no instructions, and she had taken the pills within 8 hours. The first pill in the evening, the next morning she took the additional pills. When she showed up at our center, she shared what she had done, and she also shared that at this point, she was now bleeding, passing clots, tissue, and we immediately took her into the sonogram room. It looked to us like there were retained products, that the abortion had not been complete. It was devastating. We immediately reached out to one of our medical professionals. We are blessed to have 8 doctors help us and provide medical oversight. He immediately told us that she needed to go to the emergency room, that she was very likely septic because in addition to this, she had a fever of 104 degrees. That's heartbreaking. We really do exist, not just for unborn children, but the men and women who walk through our clinic every day. We care about them. We care about their health. We care about their futures. I have mild asthma. To get an inhaler, I must go to my doctor. I have to go through a check only just to get an inhaler. Yet we are allowing this proliferation of online access to abortion drugs with no medical oversight. That is not, I believe doctors are to do no harm. This is not doing no harm. You know, I love Texas, and I believe that we have led the way in protecting women and babies, and this bill will allow us to continue. I am for SB 2880, and thank you for your time today.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Whitney Freeman, and I'm the Director of Medical Services at Prestonwood Pregnancy Center. I've been a nurse for 23 years in the state of Texas. I am here to testify in support of SB 2880. I see women every day in my clinic, not just weekly, but daily, who are suffering from the effects of incomplete chemical abortions. Most women are not even certain what that looks like. They don't know that they're taking 2 separate medications. They don't know how the medications act. They don't know that the first drug, mifepristone, is not to be taken after 10 weeks of pregnancy. They are told by these websites, they are told by the abortion clinics that it's safe to take, that it will still work. They'll just give them an extra dose. Most of the time, these drugs, when they come to these women, are unlabeled, as you've seen with Kelly. If they are labeled, they have no instructions or 8 pages of instructions in a foreign language, such as Russian, that no one can read. Often, these women are then left alone because they're afraid to tell anyone that they're having this abortion, and so they're left in their bathrooms to become their own abortion provider and are blindly performing these in their bathrooms. I've had women come in and show me pictures of clots the size of lemons that they have passed in their bathroom, most of which they have been told to pick through to look for their aborted child. One woman said, "There was so much blood, I had to wear adult diapers." It is recommended, it's actually said that this mifepristone is not to be given if there is suspicion or confirmation of an ectopic pregnancy, yet they have removed the need for an ultrasound. In the first quarter of 2024, we had 17 women with confirmed ectopic pregnancies that were considering or had abortion pills in hand. There is 0 follow-up required for these women. Every day in our clinic, as Leanne stated, we have seen women, 3 in the past month, who have had fevers up to 104 degrees and have either been told they cannot be helped or that they have normal pregnancy symptoms because they have been too afraid to tell their medical provider at the ER that they have had a chemical abortion. They're scared to seek care. They don't understand. There is so much misinformation for these women, and it's devastating for so many women in Texas and families, and not only the children that are dying because they're allowed to get these pills in the mail, but their mental health is suffering because of what they are going through and seeing in their bathrooms at home alone. Thank you. Please help us in saving women and children in Texas. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any question for any of our witnesses on this panel? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the work that you're doing. We thank each of you. That chair calls Bishop Catherine Ryan, Natalie Thompson, Dr. Joe Poyman, Jana Long, Mary Smith. That's good. Thank you. Again, there are 3 bills before the committee, and some witnesses will be here on 1, some on 2, some on 3. We'll work with you on each one to make sure we have it, and we'll make sure our system records it correctly. We'll start over here, and thanks for working with us on the schedule. Bishop, introduce yourself and tell us your position on what bill or bills, and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I am the Right Reverend Catherine Ryan. I'm Bishop Suffragan of the Diocese of Texas, and I am here in support of SB 31, the Life of the Mother Act. Our diocese is one of 5 Episcopal dioceses in the state. We serve churches in 80 counties in the state of Texas. I am also a mother of 2 adult children. Pregnancy brought me to my most hopeful and my most vulnerable, and both of my pregnancies had complications that required intervention for my own safety and for the good life of my children. More than 30 years of ordained ministry, more than 25 of them here in Texas, has taught me that my experience of hope and vulnerability is common. Those hoping to be mothers and fathers, as well as those praying to welcome additional children into their family, navigate pregnancy as a season of both promise and danger. As a pastor, I have received visits from mothers ecstatic with updates and fathers celebrating as labor descended. I have sat and prayed with women in grief when a pregnancy miscarried or was found to be tubal, and when a pregnant woman was diagnosed with breast cancer during her pregnancy. And I've been summoned to hospitals as joy turned to fear and dread, as life signs failed and tragedy unfolded. In those tragic moments, doctors and hospitals must have clarity so that they can act to protect the life of the mother and with all that her life means and holds. Our church teaches that we should honor the dignity of every person. Because Texas law lacks that clarity, women are choosing not to bear children in Texas. Families are moving out of Texas, and efforts to recruit the talent our church needs and its clergy and lay leaders meet with this response. And I quote, "I would love to come to Texas, but it's time to start a family, and it's not safe to do so in Texas. Please pass this act so that the life of the mother will be protected."
And thank you for your testimony, Bishop. Thank you for being here. Dr. Poyman, we have you registered. We're making sure we have everything right. Are you here on 1, 2, or 3 of the bills?
2 of them.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You introduce yourself, and if you want, you can do your testimony one at a time, but we'll have you on record so we know what your position is. But go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. Joe Poyman. I'm Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 31 and Senate Bill 33. On Senate Bill 31, we're especially excited about the continuing medical education and continuing legal education pieces. Physicians and attorneys need to know that the exception in the Human Life Protection Act allows doctors to perform abortions in those rare and tragic cases when medically necessary to save the pregnant woman's life or major bodily function. Since Dobbs in 2022, doctors have reported performing 145 abortions under that exception, about 60 a year. No doctor has been prosecuted. No doctor has been sued. No doctor has been sanctioned for any of those 145 abortions. No woman has lost her life for lack of an exception in the law. On Senate Bill 33, this chart kind of gives you the numbers behind that. These come from the Health and Human Services Commission website. On Senate Bill 33, in 2019, the legislature passed Senate Bill 22, also authored by Senator Campbell, to protect taxpayers from funding abortions by political subdivisions, cities, counties, school districts, and hospital districts. That law has been highly successful. However, Senate Bill 22 did not prevent governments from using tax dollars for travel to other states for elective abortions where unborn children are not protected from abortion in their laws. The City of Austin has appropriated hundreds of thousands of tax dollars for that purpose. Noteworthy is that Austin does not spend any dollars to promote the many alternatives to abortion that the Thriving Texas Family Program makes available here in Central Texas. The City of San Antonio is contemplating funding abortion logistics as well. Senate Bill 33 will assure that no tax dollars are used to promote abortion logistics. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Poyman. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us what bill or bills you're here on, and give us your testimony.
Thank you. Natalie Thompson. I'm Senior Counsel at Alliance Defending Freedom, and I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 33. Texans do not want their taxpayer dollars to fund abortion, and they shouldn't have to. SB 33 strips government funding not only from abortion clinics like Planned Parenthood, but from groups that facilitate abortion by providing logistics and paying for women to travel to states that do not protect life as Texas does. Texans should not be paying for this, and this bill is a great continuation of Texas's long tradition of preventing the funding of abortions. Cities like Austin and San Antonio are trying to do that indirectly, and there is a cottage industry of abortion funds ready and willing to take government money to fund the facilitation of abortions that would be criminal in Texas by moving women to another state. The state has a long tradition of preventing this sort of government funding, and this bill does good work in closing the gap on this sort of indirect assistance that has been what these funds are turning to now. Texans don't want to be funding indirectly what could not be funded directly under current law. And these groups that are committed to the devastations of abortion and increasing it wherever they may should not be getting our government funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Yes, I'm here to speak in favor of 31 and 2880. Senator Hughes, thank you. As was mentioned this morning, the Life of the Mother Act is an excellent title for this bill. As a pro-life organization, Concerned Women for America is in favor of this bill. The hundreds of thousands of members in our organization are pro-life, and they are pro-woman. So we are thrilled to support any bill that, like this one, aims to protect pregnant mothers and their babies. Although doctors receive significant training, it is essential to stress the importance of and to provide continuous medical education for those working in the field of medicine. This bill promotes and provides information and means for continual education. There are always questions of legalities. Our doctors and their staff need support, and they need to stay informed about the latest laws and the regulations that seek to protect life. I support this bill and thank you for carrying it in the Senate. Now I'd like to speak to Senate Bill 2880. Our organization supports legislation that opposes the delivery of the abortion pill through the many channels that advertise and promote this drug. There is nothing safe or effective about allowing someone to do your own abortion. Yet the materials available on this drug make the action seem so simple, so quick, and so harmless, and it is deeply deceptive. The mail order companies, the websites, and the groups encouraging the use of these drugs don't present the facts, as has been mentioned over and over. What is presented is, it's okay, it's quick, and it's not harmful. Many women, however, report of the adverse reactions such as cramping, heavy bleeding, severe pain, nausea, weakness, fever, chills, headaches, and dizziness. And frequently, these women face these challenges alone. In some cases, the physical damage to the mother may be long-term, not to mention the psychological harm that comes from such traumatic experience. What seems to be quick and right decision may instead linger with the woman for her entire life, affecting her emotions and her body. The danger is real. The ease of obtaining the drugs and using the drugs is misleading. This bill brings the discussion into reality, finally. It demonstrates the harms. It is wrong for a culture or a group of people to paint this as easy. The people who provide money for the drugs and the companies who send the drugs through the mail are enabling disaster and destruction for women under distress. There is nothing pro-woman about the pill. I support this bill and agree that it must pass in this state. Evil should not win, nor should it have the final say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Even though we know you, I didn't ask you to say your name on the record.
I'm so
Go ahead.
sorry. My name is Mary Smith, and I'm with Concerned Women for America.
And we know you, we have you down, but we want folks watching to know as well. Thank you very much. Ms. Long, welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're on.
Chairman
And give us
Hughes,
your
okay,
testimony.
I think I need to get up closer. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Hughes, and we appreciate from Concerned Women for America to be able to appear before you today. My name is Jana Long, and I'm the Director of Concerned Women for America of Texas. And I'm speaking in favor of SB 31 and 2880. As Mary mentioned, one of our 7 core issues in this is the sanctity of life in CWA. From CWA's point of view, we absolutely oppose killing unborn babies from conception. And to ensure that medical professionals understand completely the parameters of protecting unborn babies and mothers according to the Texas law, we support this bill. We also applaud these bipartisan legislative measures for further clarity of the heartbeat bill and to alleviate concerns among doctors to do the right thing. As we want to protect every unborn child, we absolutely want to protect every mother as well. Requiring education for medical professionals on the regulations under the law is paramount, as well as for the professionals to educate their patients. We support and emphasize that this clarification should continue to hold medical professionals accountable for protecting the health and the life of both the mother and the baby whenever and however possible. So we ask for your support for Senate Bill 31. Also, I'm speaking in favor of SB 2880. The words trafficking and distribution are familiar to us when used in the context of illegal street drug use. Sadly, these words now describe the illegal use of abortion-inducing drugs in Texas since the Texas Heartbeat Bill was passed. And the targets of this trafficking and distribution are babies and moms. This is heartbreaking. As thousands of pills are being mailed into Texas for illegal abortions, we seem to be constantly chasing abusers of our laws that seek to protect preborn babies and their mothers. Some are targeting Texans with online advertisements, as you've heard previously, seemingly in an effort to show them a way to undermine our laws. It is obvious this abortion-inducing pill availability is completely out of control. The majority of abortions in the U.S. now involve pills, according to the CDC. CWA of Texas supports putting the websites and mail-order companies who distribute these dangerous pills out of business, using civil enforcement avenues as deterrents. We applaud the far-reaching tendrils of this legislation to continue to fight for protection of babies and moms from the abuse of the abortion pill. Let's keep these drugs from being trafficked and distributed in Texas. We ask for your support today for SB 2880. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. Thank you for your work. Thank you. And I call Mark Cavalier. We previously had Mr. Cavalier on 2880, but he is also registered on 31 and 33. So there you go. Come on back, Mark. And the chair calls Caitlin Cash, Gwen Murata, Carly Bruder, and Amanda Zarowski. So it looks like we have Mr. Cavalier. We're looking for Caitlin Cash, Gwen Murata, Carly Bruder, and Amanda Zarowski. And I'll call a couple more names so folks can begin to make their way down. We'll give you plenty of time. We're also, in a few minutes, going to be looking for Celine Lurell, Mary Rawson Taylor, Nana Hadangati, and Kim Batchelor. So we should have plenty of seats down here. Make your way down to the chamber. We're not going to cut anybody off. We'll give you time to get down so you can, so we can hear from you. So if I call your name, feel free to make a seat at the table. Any seats you like, take your time. We're not going to rush you. That's fine. And if I called your name, we have one more seat for this panel. If someone wants to come forward and take a seat, just right there. The chairs are equally uncomfortable, so it doesn't matter. Whichever you want is fine. And we're glad you're here. Now, when you're on the end of the table, you got to get real close to the microphone. So when you're ready, introduce yourself and tell us what bills you're on and give us your testimony.
I was the last name called, so I want to make sure you start with me. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You're fine. Thank you.
My name is Kim Batchelor. I come today as a native Texan and a committed Christian to speak on SB 2880. I wanted to start first by saying, after listening to some of the testimony, my late brother-in-law was a neurosurgeon in Waco, Texas. He did an ER rotation and always talked about what happened prior to Roe, the carnage and death that he saw in the emergency room before Roe. And what I'm hearing today sounds a lot like what he described. So I just want to bring that up for giving us context. I come here today to oppose SB 2880 with deep respect for you. This bill is not just unchristian, but anti-Christian, and adds to the threat of persecution that originated with SB 8. Biblically, life begins with breath, not conception or heartbeat. In Ezekiel 37 and Genesis 2:7, the Hebrew word is nephesh, meaning breath, life breath, and essential self. Harold Lindsell, editor of Billy Graham's magazine and a promoter of biblical inerrancy, once wrote, "God does not regard the fetus as a soul," and he quoted Exodus 21:22 through 24. Jesus said nothing about abortion. So, regarding the biblical citations that are always given opposing abortion, because the language is so loaded that I hear, Jeremiah 1:5 refers to God's plan to make Jeremiah a prophet for the nations, and Isaiah 44:24 concerns a condemnation of idol worship. In the Psalms, 139:15, "My frame was not hidden from you when I was being made in secret, intricately woven in the depths of the earth." And in 137:9, "Happy is the one who seizes your enemies' infants and dashes them against the rocks." SB 2880 will threaten a lot of things that Christians are doing to help mitigate the harm done by abortion bills. So
You can finish your thought. Go ahead,
okay.
please.
So in the Bible, there are more than 2,000 references to the poor. Those living in poverty have suffered most. And for us to not be allowed to assist those who need to leave the state of Texas to exercise their rights, it is, to me, again, an unchristian bill, and I would hope that you would consider withdrawing it.
Ms. Batchelor, thank you for your testimony. If you want to hold tight after we hear from each witness, we may have questions for you if you don't mind. And thank you for testifying. Welcome back. We heard you on one bill, but you'd registered on two more. So introduce yourself again. Tell us what bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Yes, again, it's Mark Cavalier with the Guiding Star Southwest Birth and Wellness Centers in El Paso, and I spoke to 2880. I just briefly want to, regarding SB 31, I just want to confirm that because of political misinformation about Texas laws, that misinformation has been putting women's lives at risk. There was one case where a woman with an ectopic pregnancy went to the UMC hospital in El Paso, and the staff at the time, who were unsure if it was illegal to treat her, sent her away. And we later learned that because of the fear, she actually ended up flying to California for care that we could have provided to her. And another arrived having already taken the abortion pill, but now retaining issue, needed urgent care. But as I mentioned, the El Paso physician who still commits abortions just a half mile over the state line in New Mexico, specifically instructed her to lie and say it was a natural miscarriage, meaning she almost received a completely different care plan for natural loss. At Guiding Star, we manage both miscarriages as well as the aftermath of the abortion pill daily, showing and proving that this care is vital, it's available, and it's lawful. We need to make sure our practitioners are aware of that. In regards to SB 33, I mentioned that about 92% of the vehicles going to the New Mexico abortion facilities have Texas license plates. And we constantly see women there from all over Texas being rushed, really out of desperation that is fueled by these activists using political misinformation to prey on her fear. Austin's $100,000 to Jane's due process, and San Antonio's looming plans bankroll this pipeline, which is really making El Paso the gateway to unrestricted abortion in New Mexico. And then it's sending women hundreds of miles back home to face medical risks alone. Our nurse practitioner warns about all the complications that we've discussed. One more example, a different case I haven't mentioned yet, Katie, a mom of 5. She was convinced that she could not have a 6th child. She drove to New Mexico for a chemical abortion, expecting a heavy period as it had been described to her. She instead faced a horror. She described hugging the toilet that was containing her 6th child, with blood gushing across the floor from the contractions that were amplified by her uncontrollable sobbing, paralyzed after doing exactly as she was instructed and having flushed her child. That trauma shattered her, and she vowed to never do that again. So we estimate that about half of these travelers, like Katie, would never have left their hometown towards New Mexico if they had first found and been connected to more resources like what is made possible by thriving Texas families, but instead they're being whisked away by these activists at the height of their fear. This is a betrayal of Texas women and taxpayers, and these bills will attempt to stop this misuse and keep these funds from fueling distant abortions and preserving women's health and dignity. So with chivalrous duty, I urge you to pass these bills. Let's lift up our daughters with support and not exile them with our funds. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what bills you wish to testify on and give us your testimony.
Okay. Hello, my name is Gwen Murata. I'm in my 3rd year of law school here at UT Austin, and I'm here today to oppose SB 31, SB 33, and SB 2880. I prepared something to say, but I feel like it's necessary to respond to some of the blatantly false things being said earlier. First, abortion medication has been studied extensively and is incredibly safe. I can cite numerous studies showing this, and I'm curious to see what studies you're referring to that say otherwise. I hope that those in the audience that are unsure about the safety and efficacy of abortion medication will do their own research rather than taking what was said today at face value. Furthermore, the reason people in Texas are relying on abortion medication via mail and leaving the state is because abortion is banned here in Texas. If you truly cared about the safety of mothers, as you say, you would allow them to access a full range of reproductive health care options, including abortion care. The reason people are scared to seek care, as many in support of this bill have mentioned, is because abortion is illegal. Your bans are killing people. They have killed people. And to say otherwise is a shameful dishonor to the women that have lost their lives and the many others that have risked death. Your bans are killing people, not abortion medication. In terms of the bills themselves, SB 2880 is terrifying to say the least. Not only is it likely unconstitutional by trying to criminalize legal out-of-state conduct, it also infringes on Texans' right to travel, right to freedom of speech, and due process. What you have failed to talk about is that 2880 also makes it a felony to pay for someone's abortion in a state where it's legal, or the travel to receive that care in a state where it is legal. Even worse than the constitutional issues are the human costs of this bill. The bill cruelly and callously increases pregnancy risks by making it more difficult to learn about and exercise healthcare options. For SB 33, this takes away Texans' ability to act at the local level and oppresses Texas cities and counties attempting to provide legal assistance for people that need to leave the state. This is especially cruel because it attacks people without the resources to leave the state on their own. People with money and that can afford it will be able to leave the state to go to places like New York or New Mexico where it is legal, while people who can't will be forced to carry pregnancies they either don't want or are against their health. For SB 31, while clarifying things sounds helpful, it's not exceptions we need, but an end to bans. The clarifying language in the bill is a nominal change at best. As long as we have an abortion ban in this state, people will continue to risk death just by becoming pregnant. Furthermore, it rips away the choice every person should have on whether or not they want to have children in the first place. This token clarification is especially egregious when it is being used as a way to try and reanimate the currently unenforceable pre-Roe abortion ban. The pre-Roe ban opens the door to criminalizing mothers and pregnant people for having an abortion and is unconstitutional in its reach to criminalize out-of-state conduct. Any attempt to breathe life into this statute is abhorrent, and doing it under the guise of helping women and doctors is especially despicable. All I can say is shame on you. These bills are purposely confusing, and they harm not only women and people who can become pregnant, but their family and loved ones and all Texans by putting them at risk of criminalization and civil liability by helping them leave state to access care. Doctors and healthcare professionals are leaving the state in droves because they are afraid. There is a maternal healthcare crisis taking place. People will continue to die to experience devastating health outcomes, including the loss of their fertility, and pregnant people will continue to die and their blood is on your hands because of these bans and because of these bills. So please vote no on SB 31, SB 33, and SB 2880. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Hughes and committee members. My name is Carly Bruder, and I am a law student at the University of Texas School of Law. I am testifying against Senate Bills 31, 33, and 2880. I will begin with 31. First, this bill is being presented as clarifying the language of the medical emergency exception. In reality, it uses circular language and does not clarify what a serious risk of substantial impairment of a major bodily function means. This standard has never been understood by lawyers or by medical providers. It causes confusion, fear, and impairs the administration of proper care. Medical students have voiced their fear of practicing in the state of Texas, and many have left the state to begin their practice. Terrifying penalties of up to life in prison for improper use of this medical exception, as well as confusing and unworkable standards, does not encourage the best standard of care. As a student, a young person, and as a future mother, I want to know that my doctors are free and encouraged to keep me safe, not paralyzed by fear. Second, this bill threatens to reawaken a dangerous 100-year-old abortion ban, Chapter 6.5, Title 71 of Vernon's Texas Civil Statutes. By adding clarifying language to this archaic ban, the bill opens the door for the remainder of this ban to be enforceable. This is despite the fact that a federal court has already found this law to be unenforceable in 2023. Bringing this ban back would allow for the criminal prosecution of pregnant people who are seeking care, regardless of circumstance, such as rape or fatal fetal anomalies. I will now turn to SB 33. This bill infringes on the rights of individuals and localities. This bill does not allow local governments to allocate any money in their budgets to support their citizens in seeking legal abortion care in other states. This ban is incredibly far-reaching, including travel, lodging, meals, and child care expenses. This ban specifically targets those without economic resources. These decisions of allocating public funds should be left to voters and their local elected representatives. This bill would take that right away. Now, turning to SB 2880, I would like to first respond to previous points regarding medication abortions. Medication abortions have been repeatedly proven to be safe by hundreds of clinical studies, including institutions such as the World Health Organization and the National Library of Medicine. Medication abortions are used globally. Abortion bans have been proven to increase the danger to pregnant women. Texas has seen a 50% increase in sepsis rates among people hospitalized after pregnancy loss following the implementation of abortion bans. Women have died after being denied medically necessary care for fear of prosecution in Texas. I oppose SB 2880 for two reasons. First, this bill violates the Constitution. It violates Texans' right to free speech by prohibiting information sharing, including via independent websites. Further, this bill violates due process protections and the constitutional right to interstate travel. It expands the power of private citizens to bring suit that attacks the medical privacy of Texans and attempts to control people in other states. Second, I oppose this bill because I am scared. I am scared because myself and those that I love live here. Already, many of my loved ones have left, as those who are hoping to start families are afraid to be pregnant in Texas, as they are not sure what kind of care they will receive should the worst situations happen. I deserve to live in a place where my rights are protected and the Constitution is upheld. I deserve to live in a place where my safety and my freedom are valued. I should not have to leave Texas to live in such a place. It is for these reasons that I urge you to vote no on Senate Bills 31, 33, and 2880. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. And welcome, and since you're on the end of the table, make sure to get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself, tell us what bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Cash, and I am here to testify against SB 31, 33, and 2880. And I thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I am truly grateful to share my experience. My reproductive journey has been turbulent, to say the least. In October of 2021, at 13 weeks pregnant, I was told that my baby had a lethal skeletal fetal anomaly. His bones would begin breaking in utero. His rib cage would not be able to support his lungs. And if he survived birth, he would suffocate within minutes and need extreme medical intervention if I didn't want him to die in my arms. And yet, the same day that I received that devastating diagnosis, I was sent home with nothing but a printout of my medical records. No options, no care plan, just a suggestion to seek a second opinion, but outside of Texas. So I left my home state to end my unborn baby's pain before it could begin. I believed that that was the only compassionate choice to spare him from suffering. And as his mother, that was my right. But Texas took that right away from me. And when I came back to Texas after terminating my pregnancy, I was forced into silence and shame, afraid of who I could tell my story to, feeling more like a criminal who had broken the law instead of a grieving mother who needed support. I kept fighting to grow my family. Following my abortion, I had 2 back-to-back miscarriages. During one of those miscarriages, while I was actively bleeding, I had to shop pharmacies to find one willing to fill my medication that I was told needed to protect my future fertility. I had to find an online pharmacy that would honor my doctor's prescription. I then turned to IVF and was overjoyed to finally become pregnant for a 5th time. But when I went to the hospital to give birth on what was supposed to be the dream ending to my rainbow journey, quickly turned into a nightmare. I nearly died after my daughter was born because the equipment needed to stop my postpartum hemorrhage is also used in abortion care. There were administrative and preparation delays that prevented my doctor from getting me the care that I needed, and I wasn't even pregnant anymore. My life was put at risk, not because doctors didn't know how to save me, but because politicians made it harder for them to do their jobs. I bled for 1 hour and 49 minutes before they removed my placenta. I lost half of my blood volume, and I spent my daughter's first night in this world 3 floors away from her in the ICU, all because Texas continues to prioritize politics over health care. We all know the truth. Pregnancy and parenthood are complicated. No law should dictate how you grow or care for your family, and no law can account for every emergency, every diagnosis, and every moment of a reproductive journey. While I do appreciate the hard work that many of you have done on SB 31, and I truly do hope it does help save mothers, but I have always shared my story, not for politicians, but for Texans. And I just want Texans to know that while this bill might enable doctors to intervene faster, when your life is at risk, and I really do hope it does. I want Texans to demand more, though, from their legislature. We should be demanding the freedom to access the care, the freedom for our doctors to give the care, and dignity to have our medical decisions respected. And as for SB 2880, I honestly didn't think Texas laws could get much crueler. But Everything is bigger in Texas, right? Our speed limits, our state parks, and apparently the cruelty towards families like mine who are just trying to do what they think is best. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you for coming here and sharing your testimony. Thank you. Senators, do we have any questions for any of these witnesses? Thank you. Thank you for being here. I call Amanda Zarowski, Celine Laruelle, Mary Rolfson Taylor, Jonathan Covey, Nina Hatangati, and I'll call a few more names so folks can be making their way down here for the next panel. We'll be looking for Madeline Sakota, Samantha Cassiano, Sophia Skipper, Lauren Miller, and Alice Min. All right, welcome each of you. On the end of the table, make sure and get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself, tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jonathan Kevy. I'm the Policy Director for Texas Values, testifying in favor of SB 33. In 2019, Senator Campbell passed, in an effort that Texas Values helped lead, SB 22, prohibiting political entities, such as municipalities, from directly funding abortions in Texas. Since then, we passed the Heartbeat Act. In summer of 2022, we passed the Human Life Protection Act, and Texas also has several statutes predating Roe v. Wade. The Human Life Protection Act in particular states that a person may not knowingly perform, induce, or attempt to an abortion. And as others have already pointed out, SB 22 has been very successful, but in circumvention to that law, the city of Austin began appropriating money towards organizations that do not meet the statutory definition of abortion provider or affiliate, but help cover abortion-related travel expenses and logistics. And in their budget for fiscal year 24-25, they appropriated $400,000 of taxpayer money for Austinites traveling to access abortion and help cover things like airfare, gas, reimbursements, child care stipends, so much more. The city of San Antonio, as we heard from invited testimony, has also attempted to misuse taxpayer funds in this way as well. This is a transparent attempt to subvert the public policy of the state of Texas. The legislature has clearly indicated that paying for individuals to travel out of state for an abortion serves no legitimate public purpose. And the personhood of the unborn continues to be violated from using funds from taxpayers who vehemently disagree with such use. Texans are weary of the devastation of abortion and the efforts by municipalities to fund the unborn killing industry. Pass this bill and pass it now.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're here on, and then give us your testimony. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Hatangati. I am in my final year of law school at the University of Texas School of Law, and I'm here today to oppose SB 31, 33, and 2880. SB 31 specifically seeks to amend and reactivate pre-Roe abortion laws that the federal court system has already declared as unenforceable. This bill is not just an overriding of the judicial branch, but it is a waste of court resources, forcing courts to relitigate and rule on matters that have already been decided. SB 2880 would be an unprecedented infringement on Texans' First Amendment rights, suppressing content-based speech. As recently as 2015, in Reed v. Town of Gilbert, the United States Supreme Court ruled that laws that discriminate speech based on content are presumptively unconstitutional. That is exactly what this bill is. From its very inception to today to tomorrow, if it makes it past committee, this bill was, is, and will be unconstitutional. SB 2880 also directly implicates Texans' constitutionally protected right to travel, which in Dobbs v. Jackson Health itself, Justice Kavanaugh said would remain for pregnant people seeking abortive services. I also think it is important to note that these laws are driving smart people away from Texas, people that Texas needs. I am from out of state. If these laws had been passed 3 years ago, I would not have chosen to come to UT. I know for a fact that many of my classmates feel the exact same way. Currently, many future law students, medical students, undergrads, and professionals are avoiding or even fleeing Texas for the same exact reason. According to the Texas Tribune, 21% of OBGYNs in Texas are looking for employment in other states, and 13% are planning on retiring early, specifically because of the Texas bans on abortion. A 2023 study by the Association of American Medical Colleges showed that there were significantly fewer residency applications to states with restrictive abortion bans like Texas than to states that have protected abortion. I can only imagine how those numbers will spike if these bills are passed today. If we truly care about the health of mothers and their children, please vote no on these bans. I have come to love and appreciate this state, and if not for laws like these, I could see myself living happily here and being an active member in my Texas community. But as a woman who wants a career and a family, Texas is becoming too dangerous for me to live. There's so much that is so great about Texas, but these bills show Texas at its worst, and if passed, they will represent what Texas will be remembered for, a state willing to trample on the constitutional rights of its own people. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on SB 31, 33, and 2880.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Zarowski, and I live here in Austin. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 31 and against Senate Bill 33 and 2880. In 2022, the same week that the trigger ban went into effect here in Texas, my water broke prematurely at 18 weeks gestation. My husband and I were devastated to learn that with complete certainty we were going to lose our baby that we desperately wanted. For 3 days, I had to wait and listen to my baby's heart while waiting to deteriorate until the brink of death. I had to listen to her heartbeat, wanting it to stop and not stop at the same time, because I wanted this baby, but if her heart stopped, I could finally get the care that I needed. Unfortunately, that never happened, and 3 days later, I finally met the medical exception criteria in Texas when I went into septic shock and nearly died. Finally, I could get care. I nearly died that day, and as a result of what I was forced to endure, my ability to have children in the future is forever compromised. It is unclear whether Senate Bill 31 would have prevented my trauma and preserved my fertility had it existed in 2022, and I find that to be problematic. The last thing I want in the room with my doctor is confusion, especially when it's a matter of life and death like it was for me. I truly respect the hard work that was put into this bill, and I appreciate your trying to fix the healthcare crisis that is ravaging our state. I do believe that the intent of the bill and those of you who support it comes from a place of concern. However, I also believe that the bill is flawed and should be improved. Much like your job is to protect all of your constituents, it is a physician's job to provide care for all of their patients. And I don't believe this bill, as it's written, doesn't allow them to do that. Exceptions to abortion do not work. What's more is that no two pregnancies are the same, so we cannot expect a blanket rule to be applicable to all cases. Carving out exceptions for one type of complication but not another creates a healthcare meritocracy, which is not how I believe you would want physicians to operate. For example, one of my major concerns with this bill is the missing language regarding fatal fetal anomalies. Finally, there's the issue of reviving the law from 1925, which does not prevent women who seek abortions from being criminally prosecuted. It leads me to wonder, if this bill had existed when I nearly died, would I have been criminalized for seeking care to save my own life? Again, while I appreciate the work that has been put into this bill, I ask that you please provide additional clarity so that the language will protect all Texans. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome, introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Certainly. My name is Marin Rolfson-Taylor. Good afternoon. I am a law student at the University of Texas. I'm a Christian, and I'm here because I want to tell this committee about my ectopic pregnancy. I am testifying against SB 3133 and 2880. Last fall, my husband and I started trying for our first child. After a negative pregnancy test and weeks of unexplained bleeding, I took another test. This time it was positive. Although I was concerned, I was reassured by a nurse that light bleeding could be normal, and so we began to prepare for our child's arrival. My bleeding persisted, and I started to feel a dull pain in my abdomen. I went to the emergency room and had an ultrasound that revealed no fetus. The doctor instructed me to track my HCG levels, but every single OBGYN that I called refused to see me until I was at least 10 weeks along. A medical practitioner told me that this was because of their fear of liability, and I needed to see them in order to have a referral to get the blood work done to test my HCG levels, so I was completely stuck. And I'll note that the only way I was able to see a doctor was through a referral from my professor after 2 weeks of trying. My HCG levels were rising, but not doubling as they should have. Every day I struggled between the hope that I would become a mother
You take your time. Take your time.
and fear that something was wrong. Eventually, my doctor suggested that it was possible that my pregnancy was ectopic and told me that methotrexate was an option to end an ectopic pregnancy. At that time, I was still very hopeful. And so I decided to wait on treatment and just to wait it out. A week later, I was back in the emergency room in worsening pain. Another ultrasound still showed no fetus. The emergency room doctor said that my symptoms likely indicated a non-viable pregnancy, but they could not determine the cause. My husband and I held each other and made the impossible decision to end the pregnancy. 2 days later, I felt a sudden stabbing pain. I received emergency surgery that night that removed my fallopian tube and finally revealed that it was a rupturing ectopic pregnancy inside. Despite 3 ultrasounds, blood tests every other day for a month, countless doctor's visits, countless visits to the emergency room, neither I nor my doctors knew for sure that my pregnancy was ectopic until after I had to decide to end it. I did not want to abort my pregnancy. I had to make that decision based only on the symptoms of light bleeding and minor pain. For this reason, I oppose Bills 31, 33, and 2880. Pregnant people must be able to make informed decisions without legal restrictions that ignore medical realities. Section 7 of Bill 31 requires documenting a fetus's gestational age and location to diagnose an ectopic pregnancy. I, to this day, do not know my fetus's gestational age and did not know the location until after the surgery. Clearly, this is often impossible. Ectopic pregnancies like mine can grow too slowly to be detected on ultrasound. I waited too long hoping for a child and lost a fallopian tube, making future pregnancy harder. I urge you to reject these bills so Texans like me can safely pursue pregnancy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome, and make sure and get close to the microphone on the end of the table especially. Introduce yourself, tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Celine Laruelle, and I'm a law student at the University of Texas at Austin School of Law, and I'm here to oppose SB 2880, 31, and 33. I want to start off by apologizing for my appearance because I literally ran here from class, jumped in a lift, and literally ran in the pouring rain in order to be here today because that is how much I care about these bills and I care about opposing them. I'm going to focus on SB 31. This bill makes no progress in clarifying the medical emergency exception. The exception still uses vague language, including the phrase serious risk of substantial impairment of a major bodily function, which has no commonly understood meaning to medical providers. And the law provides no guidance on what this phrase means. The law asks doctors to apply their reasonable medical judgment to make a legal assessment, not a medical one. And it imposes severe penalties on doctors who are wrong in their assessment. And this is a completely untenable situation. Doctors are understandably afraid and are leaving the state of Texas as a result. I came to Texas from out of state because I was excited by everything Texas has to offer, and I've had a great experience at UT Austin's law school, but I will not be staying in Texas long term because I cannot see myself starting a family here. When I see pregnant people in public, I worry for them, and I wonder if they have plans in place should something go wrong with their pregnancies. Women across the state are already watching their OBGYNs leave the state because they're afraid to practice their professions here. This means that not only is it harder to get medical care during pregnancies, but it's also harder to get medical care for all the other things that people would visit OBGYNs for. We give police officers immunity because we recognize that they have to make tough judgment calls without all the information all the time. And doctors in this situation are being asked to do the same thing, and we are punishing them for it and subjecting them to life in prison simply for practicing medicine as they've been taught to do. And I want to add that the fact that there's no exception for people to get abortions when their fetuses that they're carrying are diagnosed with fatal fetal diagnoses is simply nonsensical and particularly cruel. And I've heard people say that they want to protect fetal life, but if you are forbidding people from getting abortions when their fetuses have no potential for life anyways, then I wonder what the point really is. And the people who will suffer the most because of that are women who do not have the means to travel out of state to get abortions. I want to also just address something that another person who testified said. I believe he was from El Paso, and he talked about somebody flushing a fetus down a toilet and that people are hiding in the shadows and all that. And I just want to point out that that would not be necessary if people were not afraid to go to hospitals when they are experiencing complications, or people were not afraid to seek out medical care in the first place if they're thinking about getting an abortion. None of this is necessary. And I also would just like to add that while it's a really kind gesture to give Marin here a glass of water when she's upset because of what she's had to endure, it would be even kinder to allow her to get the medical care that she needs so she wouldn't have to be here in the first place. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony. The chair calls Madeline Sakota, Samantha Cassiano, Sophia Skipper, Lauren Miller, Alice Min, and we're also going to be looking in a few minutes for Erica Galindo, Veronica Warms, Samantha Furness, Ashley Lennertz, and Andrew Hendrickson. And the chair calls Emily Witt, Jonathan Sines, and thank you each for being here. Mr. Sines, we'll start over on my left, your right, and you, of course, you've done this before. When you're on the end of the table, make sure and get close and introduce yourself. Tell us the bill or bills you're here on, and go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Sines, President and Attorney for Texas Values. I will be testifying on Senate Bills 33 and Senate Bills 31. My testimony for Senate Bill 31 is on the bill, and Senate Bill 33 is in favor of the bill. Let me start with Senate Bill 31, but before I do, I also want to just let the committee, the chair and the committees know I'm a proud graduate of the University of Texas at Austin for my undergrad, and a proud graduate of the University of Houston Law Center. I've been licensed to practice law for over 20 years in the state of Texas. I've worked on court cases at the state, local, and federal level, including representing clients on pro-life cases at the United States Supreme Court. Just about every pro-life law that has been passed in the state of Texas in the past 15 years, myself, I've been a part of testifying on and being involved in. Senate Bill 31, I'm testifying on the bill because I have concerns, and our organization has concerns about, in several places, removing the words life-threatening. And I believe that if you look at this from a statutory interpretation, the fact that the Texas Supreme Court has analyzed this issue, I think over 4 or 5 pages in the case before the Texas Supreme Court, the Zarowski case, they spent over 4 or 5 pages on the life-threatening particular standard. And so if we remove those words from Senate Bill 31, our concern is that would that put in jeopardy the analysis of the Texas Supreme Court, and would that in some ways open up to there being more exceptions? And so, even though the Senate Bill 31 has some parts of the bill that I like and that we like, removing that life-threatening language in, I'll just take you through the sections, Section 3, subsection B2, where it's removed, and also on Section 14, the life of the mother is removed, and then, I think those are the 2 places that I think there's one more, and it is, on Section 3 in the medical emergency condition. Let me switch to Senate Bill 33, if you will. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, this bill and this issue has been around for a while. Governments, particularly the city of Austin and others, trying to find ways to avoid state law, to funnel money to help take the life and kill children. That's what it amounts to. And our state's been very clear about our pro-life. We're one of the first organizations that at the local level brought this to the attention of the members of the legislatures and the public. At some point, the city of Austin allowing Planned Parenthood to have rent, I believe, for $1 a year, or I don't know how long, a very short amount of time, and then it's just evolved from then. You may or may not be aware of this, Mr. Chairman and other members of the committee, that another governor, Governor Gavin Newsom from California, had erected a billboard just right down the road here on South Congress, hoping to lure women and pay for their abortion to go to another state. I think that's predatory, frankly, to see that happen. And so as a father of a young daughter and also someone who's been around this issue and testified on behalf and represented women who've had their lives devastated from these matters and misleading, it is time now for us to close whatever loopholes these local cities think that they have found. And let me be clear about the U.S. Supreme Court's precedent on this. I heard someone cite some Supreme Court decisions, or at least suggest that the courts had ruled this way. But I want to give you some actual citings, not just, I think the Supreme Court said this, and here's my opinion as a licensed attorney. Harris versus McRae is a U.S. Supreme Court. It's been very clear since 1980 that there's no constitutional right to taxpayer funding. Senate Bill 33 is about the tax dollars being used in a certain way. Someone still has the right to travel. They have the right to speak and say whatever they want about these issues. But it is a completely different matter when you allow tax dollars to be spent that way. For decades, the Supreme Court has said that we have the right to restrict that. Not only in Harris versus McRae in 1980, but in 1989, that was reaffirmed in the Webster case. And we also, as a state legislature, have standing to say that not only is the Attorney General have the right to file on these issues, but individual causes of action that we want to create statutorily. That's in the case of Spence versus Finchler, Scott versus Board of Adjustments in 1966, Grossman versus Wolf, 2019, a Texas appellate case, and Williams versus Lara, that was a Texas Supreme Court in 2001. So let me be absolutely clear. The Senate Bill 33 and its constitutional status is strong and could hardly be any stronger. Federal courts and state courts have time and again made it clear that Senator Campbell and the members of this legislature have every right to do what the law says and to protect taxpayers in that way, and those are some of the many reasons why we're in support of it.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Hello. I first want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for your time. I have never done this before, so I thought it was only 2 to 3 minutes, so I kind of just put my best words together of my feelings and emotions on behalf of my family. My name is Samantha Cassiano. I am voting against all 3 bills, SB 31, 33, and 2880. But I am here to speak about SB 31. In 2022, I found out at my 20-week scan that my pregnancy was diagnosed with anencephaly, a fetal fatal anomaly, which is not mentioned in this bill. For those that do not know, anencephaly means to have an underdeveloped brain and incomplete skull. My daughter Halo was then incompatible with life, and still I was forced to grow her full term, just so she can suffocate to death. From 20 weeks to 32 weeks, I was a walking coffin. She was breeched, feet hanging outside of my body, and there I waited for her forced birth. She was here for 4 hours in agony. Her eyes started to bleed before death, all while changing colors right in front of me. Not only was mercy and compassion taken from my daughter, the right to be a mother was not even available to me. My own way of grieving and my mental health was planned by strangers and people of power. I'm here to testify that this bill is not safe for the future generation of my family. Please, we need to do better. I am asking that you reject these bills and gather facts from testimony today. And let's pass a bill that is pro-family. Thank you.
And thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're testifying on and give us your testimony.
I'm here to testify about SB 31, 33, and 2880. My name is Lauren Miller. I'm an 8th-generation Texan, and my son and I are survivors of the predictable consequences of Texas's abortion bans. I know firsthand that the exceptions in SB 31 are a lie and would have done nothing in my case. And I know how SB 33 and SB 2880 would criminalize my family for the simple act of trying to protect my life. My husband and I were delighted to find out that I was pregnant, even if we were surprised it was twins. But severe sickness for me and a long list of fatal diagnoses for one of our twins risked the life of myself and our healthy twin. Simply put, pregnancy is too complicated to legislate. Because of abortion bans, my healthcare in Texas ended with a series of doctors saying, "I'm so sorry because I wasn't dead enough for an abortion of our unviable twin." The best that they could offer was to keep me in the hospital until I lost both twins. My doctors should not have had to choose between standard of care and committing a crime. My husband and I had no choice but to scramble to go to Colorado for a single fetal abortion, a single injection which took less than 15 minutes, yet cost thousands in travel expenses. That would now be criminalized by these laws. I'm not a hypothetical. I'm sharing my real, lived experience of the dangers of these laws. Texans, you may never want an abortion, but you may find yourself in my situation. You may need one to save yourself or to save a healthy, wanted baby. These politicians insist that they know better than you what is right for your family. They would criminalize you for making the right decision for your family. That is not freedom, that is not independence, that is anti-Texan. Men in this state, if you want to be our protectors, protect your women and children from the politicians and peddlers of disinformation who would torture us. Texans, under these laws, you do not have money free of their control. You do not have a body free of their control. You do not have decisions free of their control. You have nothing. I know that these laws are not about abortion. They are about control, because there are some people in this room who did try to kill a healthy, wanted, planned pregnancy, and I am looking at you right now. There is no defining the point at which we must forfeit our bodily autonomy to state control. I oppose SB 31, SB 33, and SB 2880. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Madeline Sakota, and I am here today to testify in opposition to SB 31, 33, and 2880. I was born and raised in Texas. I've lived in Texas all of my life, and I have lived specifically in Austin for nearly 10 years. I'm currently in my final semester at the University of Texas School of Law and have secured a job here in Austin after graduation. However, if these bills had been in place 3 years ago when I began my law school journey, I would have chosen to attend school out of state. And if these bills pass now, I will be forced to leave Texas. I cannot stay in a state where my friends, my family, and I are criminalized or face civil penalties simply for seeking and helping each other receive standard and routine health care that would otherwise be completely legal in other states. As a law student who will specialize in healthcare, the substance of these bills are deeply troubling. Despite the obvious constitutional threats to First Amendment and substantive and procedural due process rights, the outcome of these bills are simply detrimental to the health and well-being of Texans. SB 31 will create further confusion and fear for citizens and physicians trying to understand the law around reproductive rights, compelling more medical professionals to leave Texas to the detriment of women's health. According to a survey of 450 Texas-based members of the Professional Association American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, more than 70% of practicing OBGYNs in Texas feel the near total ban has negatively impacted their work, prohibiting them from providing high-quality, evidence-based care for their patients. SB 38 will directly infringe on local governments who are more directly attuned to the wants and needs of their constituents to provide life-saving support for their community members. The work of local government abortion funds not only helps women who would not otherwise be able to afford abortions that they desperately need, these funds also help teens obtain emergency contraception and reproductive care. SB 2880 is the most devastating in my opinion. This bill penalizes both citizens and physicians from sharing factual and life-saving information. This bill criminalizes a woman's opportunity to receive help from her last remaining options through self-managed abortions, despite evidence of its safety. According to the FDA, there are only 5 deaths per million users of mifepristone, In comparison, a 2001 study in the Journal of the American Medical Association found approximately 20 deaths per million users of penicillin due to allergic reactions to the commonly prescribed antibiotic. Most alarmingly, it restricts women from obtaining care out of state when legislatures have already left them with no alternatives. You are backing women against a wall. More women will die if you alienate other support systems from them. These bills threaten the fundamental rights and well-being of Texans. I love Texas. It's my home. I am pleading with all of you to reject these bills because I love Texas and I want the opportunity to build my family here without fear. If and when I choose to start my family, I would like the state of Texas to support my freedom to make the best choices for them and me. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. And welcome. As you get situated, get close to the microphone and introduce yourself. Tell us the bills you're on and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Skipper, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Senate Bills 31, 33, and 2880. Because I think that most people in this room already know that several provisions of these bills are constitutionally suspect and attempts by the state of Texas to legislate beyond its jurisdiction, I won't waste my breath trying to convince you to honor the protections that Texans have under our federal constitution. I will, however, say a little bit about myself. I currently live in Austin and attend law school at UT. I will graduate in May at the top of my class and as editor of the Texas Law Review. I was recruited by prominent corporate law firms in this state. However, because of bills like these, I ultimately decided to decline all of their offers and accept employment out of state after graduation. This was a difficult decision given my ties to the state of Texas. I have family members in Houston, family in Pennington, Texas, and I grew up visiting my grandparents in Conroe. Texas welcomed my family after my childhood home flooded in Hurricane Katrina. And leaving means leaving behind close friends who have decided to stay. But I take comfort in knowing that I'm not alone in making this decision. One of my closest friends has also decided to leave. She was born and raised in Waco. Her entire family lives in Texas, and she attended UT for undergrad and is also at the top of our law school class at UT. She similarly had job offers from prominent Texas law firms, but like me, declined them all and accepted employment to practice corporate law in another state. And I know many other Texas residents who have made similar decisions. I truly am grateful for my experience at UT, but were I choosing a law school today, I would choose to spend my money and invest in my future elsewhere. The reality is that Texas is losing professional talent and women who want to have children in response to its abortion policy. I ask you to reject these bills. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. The chair calls Alice Min, Erica Galindo, Veronica Warms, Samantha Furness, oh, Ms. Anderson, I think I've already called too many. Do you mind holding tight for the next one? I apologize. We want to hear from you. Thank you. Mr. Henderson, come on down. I apologize for the misfire. Please come on down and take either of those seats. And we're also... And Emily Witt, did Emily make it down? All right, take your time. Take your time. Mr. Henderson, I can see you down there. Thanks for coming back. And you know how to do this. And since we have multiple bills, introduce yourself. Tell us what bills you're on and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hughes. My name is Andrew Hendrickson, representing the ACLU of Texas, testifying against SB 2880. I want to raise 3 constitutional issues with the bill, 2 federal and 1 state. First, the First Amendment concerns raised by this bill. I think it's kind of obvious from the bill text that everyone is aware there are potential First Amendment concerns. I have never seen a bill that, despite the Supremacy Clause requiring the First Amendment to apply to all bills, specifically mentions that if this does not cover First Amendment protected speech 4 different times throughout the bill. This is content-based at its core. This is content-based, and therefore strict scrutiny is going to apply. And this is a very broadly drafted restriction on speech in some of these sections. I want to quote from the Supreme Court in Bigelow v. Virginia, a case about an advertisement being placed in Virginia when abortion was illegal there, but it was illegal in another state. And the court wrote, viewed in its entirety, the advertisement conveyed information of potential interest and value to a diverse audience, not only to readers possibly in need of services offered, but also to those with a general curiosity about or genuine interest in the subject matter of the law of another state and its development, and readers seeking reform in Virginia. It's really important to note that there are multiple types of speech that are protected here. This could be educational or scientific about how medication abortion works, news articles about other states, and for understanding political discussions about the laws of other states. I also think it invokes the right to travel. Again, the Bigelow court wrote, a state does not acquire power or supervision over the internal affairs of another state merely because the welfare and health of its own citizens may be affected when they travel to that state. Again, we have a situation here where Texas can't prohibit people from financially supporting travel to engage in legal conduct that occurs outside of Texas borders. And lastly, I will just note the state constitutional issue with concurrent jurisdiction raised by Texas v. Stevens, as you and I have discussed at length in another hearing. But yes, the same issue applies with allowing the AG to bring criminal charges, prevented by the Texas separation of powers doctrine. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Ms. Warnes, welcome back. Introduce yourself, tell us what bills you're on, and give us your testimony.
My name is Veronica Worms, and I'm here representing the Texas Civil Rights Project against SB 2880. I could spend a lot of time listing the problems with this 43-page-long incursion on Texas' constitutional rights, but I will limit my testimony to the criminalization aspects of this bill in the interest of time. SB 2880 is a study in gross government overreach and mass criminalization. It seeks to silence Texans who support people getting the reproductive health care that they need when that care has been blocked in our state. Organizations that help women cross state lines to access legal care in that state are providing an invaluable service to Texans who have no other option to obtain needed health care. Criminalizing supporting these organizations that reimburse the costs associated with seeking legal health care in other states is an unacceptable attempt to silence and control Texans. The chilling effect that this bill will have is staggering, which of course is the point. Making it a second-degree felony to support such an organization or to help a fellow Texan directly is staggeringly punitive. Increasing that penalty to a first-degree felony, if that person deigns to succeed in helping another person get the care that they need, is absurdly vindictive. Under this bill as written, a person could potentially go to prison for life for paying for a woman's sandwich while knowing that she was traveling to get a legal out-of-state abortion. This level of criminalization is frankly cruel and unusual. What is the point of having state laws defining legal content in their borders if a legislature can just decide to prosecute people for legal activity in other states? Where does that end? This proposal sets a dangerous precedent that would make cruelty and government-imposed silence the standard in Texas. We urge the committee to have compassion for people who are trying to support Texas women getting the health care that they need and not to support this bill favorably. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Hello, I'm Emily Witt, a representative of the Texas Freedom Network, an organization of parents, clergy, young people, and other Texans who support reproductive freedom and access to abortion. Before I begin my testimony, I want to thank everyone who took the time to share their traumatic pregnancy experiences in this state, most of them caused by people in this room in this very Senate. TFN strongly opposes SB 33. Texas has one of the most extreme abortion bans in the nation, and our access to abortion was stolen long before the fall of Roe, when this very Senate passed SB 8, the state's 6-week abortion ban. Without the right to abortion, we do not have freedom over our own bodies, the freedom to build our own futures, or the freedom to make the best healthcare decisions for ourselves and our families. Everyone, no matter the zip code they live in, the color of their skin, or immigration status, deserves access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care, including abortion. Yet we know that abortion bans continue to harm historically underrepresented communities. Texans who need abortion care now have to travel thousands of miles to access it, stay multiple days in another state, and pay for these costs out of pocket. These barriers are nearly insurmountable if you already have children at home, are living paycheck to paycheck, cannot afford to take time off, or are suffering from a medical emergency because lawmakers have banned the care that you need. When extremist lawmakers in the state chose to sell our freedoms for votes, city officials across Texas chose to honor their duty to serve Texans and find legal, innovative, and equitable ways to ease the burden our community faces when seeking abortion care. SB 33 is yet another example of the party of small government's hypocrisy. This bill represents massive overreach into local governance, blocking the ability of municipalities to provide travel assistance and logistical support to Texans who have been forced to flee the state for health care because of this very body's decisions. Let our local governments do their jobs and care for their constituents. We urge this committee to vote no on SB 33.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, tell us what bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Samantha Furness, and I am testifying on behalf of Texas Right to Life in favor of SB 33. In 2019, the legislature discovered that the city of Austin was providing a city-owned building to Planned Parenthood, and the building was rented out at a whopping rate of $1 per year. In response, the legislature passed Senate Bill 22 by Senator Campbell, prohibiting governmental entities from engaging in transactions with abortion providers or their affiliates using taxpayer-provided resources. But cities haven't stopped trying to use tax dollars to support and facilitate abortion. Austin, the city that I live in, and the city that we're in now, dedicated $400,000 to a reproductive justice fund and has already cut a check of $100,000 from that fund to a group that helps to send women out of state to states like New Mexico, Colorado, and Kansas to receive abortions. This group pays for and plans their flights, hotel stays, childcare, transportation, everything except for the abortion itself. And since they don't pay for or provide the abortion itself, it's not considered an abortion provider or affiliate and is thus not expressly prohibited, included in 2019's SB 22. Groups like these have enabled 15,000 plus women to be sent out of state and receive abortions in other states. The city of San Antonio, where I attended college and used to reside and be a taxpayer, has repeatedly tried to do the same, and if they succeed, more cities are sure to follow. Today's Senate Bill 33 creates this express prohibition, protecting taxpayers from having any of their hard-earned money used to facilitate abortions. Please protect me and other taxpayers in my position, as well as preborn Texans whose deaths are enabled by this unfortunate use of my money. Thank you to Senator Campbell for this bill, and we appreciate all of her hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, and on the end of the table, make sure and stay close to the mic. Introduce yourself, tell us what bills you're on, and go ahead.
Hello, members of this committee. My name is Erica Galindo, and I'm here to speak against SB 33, and also our position is against SB 31 and 2880 on behalf of myself and Lilith Fund. I'm the organizing program manager at Lilith Fund, an abortion fund that serves people in Central and South Texas by paying for their abortion care in other states where abortion is legal, supporting Texans traveling back to our state after their care, and providing emotional support for folks who have had abortions. You might know us better as an abortion assistance organization as defined by SB 33. SB 33 would prevent local governments and their taxpayers from deciding for themselves how to spend their tax dollars. It keeps elected officials from being able to address the dangerous situation state legislators, including members of this committee, created for all pregnant Texans. SB 33 is not only an attack on local control, it is an attack on the people most impacted by abortion restrictions, including low-income Texans, people of color who already struggle to access all forms of health care because they don't have the resources or support. Local governments and the Texans that work with them should be able to have a say in how their tax dollars are spent locally, and no state government should interfere with that right. This includes crucial work being done in cities like San Antonio, where I live, and Austin, where I used to live, where Texans are working with their local governments to deal with the consequences of reckless and dangerous state laws like abortion bans that you all inflicted on us. SB 33 is the latest in anti-abortion bills and politicians' decades-long fight to undermine Texans' bodily autonomy by further restricting access to abortion care in our state. This bill strips communities from their right to organize and prohibits cities from using their own resources to address the problems created by the authors of this bill and chairing this meeting today. So let's be clear about what's happening here. All of the bills being heard today, SB 31, SB 2880, and SB 33, are proof that the anti-abortion leadership in this building is concerned in doing damage control for the mess they created specifically through this total abortion ban. No matter how anyone feels about abortion, we can all agree that the government overreach embedded in these policies is horrifying and unacceptable in a free country and a state like Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Very well. Thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair calls Ashley Leonards, Serena Bumpus, Ashley Solano, Daphne Hoffaker, Jamie Moore, and for our next witness to be preparing to come on down so we can hear from you, we'll be calling shortly Catherine Vander Ritt, Leslie Hall, Dr. Susan Carranza, Darcy Caballero, Stephen DeLine. And so to make sure, it looks like so we're looking for Ashley Leonards, Serena Bumpus, Ashley Solano, Daphne Hoffaker, Jamie Moore. And if Catherine Vander Ritt is ready now, she can come on down as well. Also call Mike Nuffel, Leslie Hall, Dr. Susan Carranza. Oh, come on down, have us in either one of those seats. Darcy Caballero, Teresa Cathcart, Stephen DeLine. So if I called your name, make your way down so we can hear from you soon. We got a seat for you right there. Thank each of you. Thank each of you for being here. So we're going to start on my left, on your right. We'll get back to you, though. Thank you so much. And introduce yourself. Get close to that microphone. Tell us the bills you're here on, and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the committee. I'd like to address all of them, but mainly 33, excuse me. My name is Mike Knufkin with the San Antonio Family Association. And we have a rogue city, a city that's gone rogue. So when a city goes rogue, as citizens, we could either do a referendum, which in San Antonio, Senator Hughes, you might be surprised to learn, is 130,000 signatures in 40 days. 130,000 signatures in 40 days. Can't do it. The other one is judicial route. And so the San Antonio Family Association is currently suing the city of San Antonio for taking our tax dollars to give it to women to go to New Mexico or wherever to kill their baby. In New Mexico, there are 6 abortion facilities in Albuquerque alone. The city has just the state, has just appropriated $10 million for a facility in Santa Teresa, New Mexico, which is about 20 minutes from downtown El Paso. So shipping these women off to another state. We have anecdotal evidence currently that it's 85 to 90% of all the women in New Mexico are Texas babies that are dying. Texas babies. And the third is obviously legislative, and that's why we're here today, is to do what we can to help from a legislative standpoint because our city is out of control. And so we did some work and we found out that in San Antonio, we have 70% of Christians in San Antonio. Those are pro-life Christians. This is an 70-30 issue. It's a pretty simple black and white issue, and that is, you cannot take our tax dollars because of religious exemption and every other reason to give our tax dollars to someone or to an NGO to kill babies and send them to New Mexico or Colorado or whatever the case might be. So what are we to do as citizens if we don't have the state of Texas and the legislature to help us out here? So our purpose here, the San Antonio Family Association, is to ask your help in the state of Texas to put the reins around our city so that we can get some representation. Thank you.
Mr. Konofsky, thanks for your testimony. Senators, welcome back. Introduce yourself, tell us what bill or bills you're on, and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Leonards, and I serve as the Legislative Director for Texas Right to Life. I registered in support of Senate Bill 33, 31, and 2880, and I will be testifying in support of Senate Bill 2880 and 31. Texas has led our nation in protecting innocent human life, but our work is far from over. While we successfully have shut down the abortion industry on their brick and mortar side, the abortion industry has unfortunately shifted their tactics, now trafficking deadly abortion pills into Texas by mail. An estimated 19,000 abortion pills flooded our state this past year, killing innocent children and placing women in grave danger. These pills are not safe or simple, despite what the abortion activists claim. 1 in 5 women will suffer pregnancy complications from a chemical abortion pill, and 1 in 20 will end up in a hospital. Worse, every successful abortion ends a preborn child's life. Just 10 weeks into gestation, the time the FDA allows abortion pills to be used, the baby already has a beating heart, detectable brain waves, and every major organ system is in place. But even from the moment of fertilization, this is a human life, and that is what Senate Bill 2880 seeks to protect. The Woman and Child Protection Act builds on the successful Texas Heartbeat Act, equipping our state with stronger legal tools to stop those who mail, distribute, or profit from abortion pills. It ensures that traffickers, not vulnerable women, are held accountable. Senate Bill 2880 also enhances penalties for those financing or aiding in illegal abortions and strengthens enforcement against online platforms who promote these dangerous drugs. The abortion industry is relentlessly working to undermine Texas pro-life laws and put women and children at risk. It is critical that we act now, and I ask for your support on this bill, as well as Senate Bill 31. Texas pro-life laws are thankfully clear that physicians may intervene whenever a pregnant woman's life or major bodily function is at risk. Miscarriage and ectopic pregnancy treatments have always been allowed under Texas law, and no doctor has been charged for treating a woman in these cases. However, despite these facts, liberal media outlets want to claim that our law is dangerous to women, spreading fear and confusion, and possibly preventing doctors from treating women in these crises. This misinformation has created a chilling effect in hospitals where some physicians hesitate to provide critical care because law restricts them. But it is not because of the law. It is because of fear of consequences, and this would provide clarity and confidence for physicians in these difficult cases. I kindly ask you to support Senate Bill 31, 2880, and Senate Bill 33 to protect Texans born and preborn. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us what bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and members of the committee for allowing me to be here today. My name is Serena Bumpus. I'm a proud Texas registered nurse of 23 years and currently serve as the CEO of the Texas Nurses Association, and I am testifying in favor of SB 31. To be clear, TNA, Texas Nurses Association, does not take a stance on the philosophical views about when life begins or when abortion should be legal or illegal. TNA remains neutral on those philosophical questions, recognizing that our members have differing views on the issue. Therefore, today's testimony centers on the universal issue impacting nurses, which is how to care for patients experiencing medical complications affecting pregnancy. The current law has created ethical dilemmas and conflicts between the existing language, our code of ethics, and standards of care. Nurses are governed by and adhere to the Code of Ethics for Nurses. The Code of Ethics for Nurses Provision 1.4 upholds the right to self-determination, which states, patients have the moral and legal right what will be done with and to their own person, to be given accurate, complete, and understandable information in a manner that facilitates an informed decision, and to be assisted with weighing the benefits, burdens, and available options of their treatment, including the choice of no treatment. It goes on to say that nurses are also to preserve, protect, and support those rights by assessing the patient's understanding of the information presented and explaining implications of all potential decisions. When pregnancy leads to life-threatening complications, nurses are required to adhere to a law that potentially limits their ability to fully inform the patient and allow the patient to make healthcare decisions. Healthcare providers should not have to wait until complications present imminent risk of death or major bodily harm. SB 31 is a huge step forward to clarify concerns around imminence and permits medical providers to provide care before complications present imminent risk of death or major bodily harm, and provides enough room for the exercise of clinical judgment in these scenarios. Thank you to the Texas Senate for listening to the concerns of healthcare providers. Texas Nurses Association appreciates the due diligence around addressing the current language in the law and allowing our healthcare teams to do what they do best: practice evidence-based healthcare and provide excellent and timely care to Texas women. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Solano, and I represent myself and Texas Right to Life in favor of Senate Bill 2880. Simply stated, abortion harms women. An estimated 19,000 abortion pills have entered our state. Texas women are ordering and taking abortion pills without any pre-op or post-op care. 1 in 5 women will suffer complications after taking abortion pills. 15% of women experience hemorrhaging after taking abortion pills. For high-risk pregnancies like ectopic pregnancies, or when the baby's blood type is incompatible with the mother's blood type, abortion pills are less effective. There's an even higher risk for women to end up in an emergency room if they have high-risk pregnancies and take the abortion pill regimen. Women have died from taking abortion pills. Abortion pills are dangerous. Abortion not only has harmful physical effects, but there's an alarming rate of post-abortion mental health risks. 81% of women face mental health problems after having an abortion. Suicidal ideation increases by 59% after an abortion. There's also a risk and increase of substance abuse. I urge the committee to support SB 2880. Not only does Senate Bill 2880 protect Texas babies from abortions, but this bill protects Texas women from the harmful effects of abortion. Thank you, Senator Hughes, for all your work on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Moore, and I am here to speak against SB 2880 and SB 33. I'm here to speak on SB 31. I am a midwife, a maternal health specialist, and nursing professor for 20 years. I am also a fourth-generation Texan whose fifth-generation daughter, who's actually an eighth-generation Texan, doesn't want to live here, and she wants to have a football team worth of babies, and she's scared to live here and have her babies. So, expert witnesses opposing the bill cannot testify because they will be accused of supporting abortion. As for rapists that can't go after anybody for an abortion, what about, remember Governor Abbott saying he was going to stop all rape in the state when the abortion ban passed? Doesn't seem like we'd need it in this bill if that happened. The 2022 childhood poverty rate was 18% higher than the national average in Texas, equaling 1.4 million Texas children. Medication abortion is not killing Texas children. Your abortion ban caused all of this. Your abortion ban led to the desperation resulting in seeking medication abortion through the mail. You prevented the state from examining maternal health data post your abortion ban, and yet you want to talk about the damage done by medication abortion? The ProPublica data demonstrates that remaining pregnant in Texas is more dangerous than abortion. Also, I have to respond to somebody earlier. Mifepristone does not suffocate the fetus. Fetuses don't breathe with their lungs. Regarding 2880, imagine your son or friend, his wife has a miscarriage. It's a wanted baby. In the medical profession, we call this a spontaneous abortion. She followed a TikTok women's health influencer who posted about all things holistic health, including abortion. Someone with a grudge against your friend or son accuses her of using abortion pills. Under this bill, your loved one has to prove he didn't help by preventing her from following this influencer. No crime, no proof, but still his reputation, his career, and his life hang in the balance. After Texas banned abortion, ProPublica revealed what you refused to study. Maternal deaths rising, doctors too scared to act. Doctors who I've worked in the hospital with them. Pro-life doctors too scared to act too. We also saw a 22% increase in pregnant women seeking shelter from domestic violence. Do you know the leading cause of death for pregnant women in the US? Homicide, usually by an intimate partner. Instead of going after abusers, this legislature is going after the people who care about pregnant women, deputizing Texans to turn in the ones who cook a meal or offer a bed, who share information, hold a hand in a clinic, or send cash for childcare. These are the helpers, the ones who whisper, "You're not alone," in their darkest hour, and you're threatening them with $100,000 bounties, with financial ruin, with surveillance, with shame. You're not protecting women and children. You're punishing the very people who protect them when the system fails. I ask you, why do you hate women? In 1487, Heinrich Kramer, a German magisterial clergyman, published the Malleus Maleficarum, a handbook used for over 300 years to hunt, torture, and kill women accused of witchcraft. Midwives, healers, and helpers were labeled dangerous. The worst of them is the good witch. Kramer and his ilk feared women, and Senate Bill 2880 revives that fear. It deputizes private citizens to sue anyone who offers a ride, a meal, or childcare to someone seeking an abortion, even out of state. This isn't about protection, it's about control. Don't let this legislation be the first chapter in the Malleus's second edition. Just a couple of points on Senate Bill 31. At first glance, this bill looks like a bipartisan effort to protect doctors and patients, something we can all support. But when you read the fine print, it becomes clear This isn't a bill about saving lives. It's a bill about expanding the state's power to punish. SB 31 doesn't just address current law, it adds new clarifying language to the 1925 abortion ban, a century-old statute that a federal court has already ruled unenforceable. By amending that outdated law, the bill could give state officials a new legal argument to bring it back. And that law doesn't just target providers. It opens the door to prosecuting abortion funds, supporters, and potentially even patients. I want to ask you directly, Senator Hughes, can you guarantee that SB 31 will not revive or trigger the 1925 abortion ban? Can you guarantee that people, including the pregnant women, won't be prosecuted under this clarification? Can you guarantee that this bill will save more lives than it harms? It also requires doctors to complete state-mandated training on abortion law. So I have to ask, who will provide that training? And how can we be certain it will be medically accurate? We've already seen states partner with anti-abortion groups that claim abortion is never medically necessary. Texas patients and providers deserve better than that. My 7th generation Texas daughter deserves better than that.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Well, thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. As we continue to call witnesses, you'll hear some of the same names again so that we make sure everyone has an opportunity. The chair calls Brittany Oglesby, Daphne Hoffaker, Rebecca Anais King, Catherine Van Derette, Liz Case Pickens, Leslie Hall, Kevin Jackson, Dr. Susanna Carranza, just have a seat anywhere, that's fine. Darcy Caballero, and shortly we'll be looking for also Teresa Cathcart, Andrea Flores, Stephen DeLine, Taylor Fox, welcome. We'll begin over here on my left, your right, and on the end of the table especially, get close to the mic, introduce yourself, and tell us what bills you're here on, and go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Lomax, and I am testifying in favor of Bill 2880. I am a student at the University of Texas. I serve as leader of Horns for Life, a pro-life student organization on campus, and I am also a legislative intern for Texas Right to Life. While abortion is currently illegal in Texas, that does not mean abortions have stopped. Reports estimate that approximately 19,000 abortion pills are mailed into Texas each year, often arriving in unregulated shipments from overseas. As a student, I have personally seen stickers posted around campus containing QR codes that direct young women to websites offering to ship them abortion pills. These pills are often sent without medical oversight, directly to dorm rooms where students may take them alone without any medical support or knowledge of the potential risks. This is incredibly dangerous. Women who take abortion pills without medical supervision are at risk for severe complications, including hemorrhaging, infection, and even undiagnosed ectopic pregnancies, which can be fatal if left untreated. Unlike a doctor's visit, where a woman would receive an ultrasound to rule out life-threatening conditions, these online providers do not ensure any medical screening, leaving young women vulnerable to serious harm. SB 2880 is critical because it strengthens protections against the distribution of these unregulated abortion pills and ensures that the law is enforced. By preventing the shipment of abortion pills into Texas, this bill will help safeguard women's health and ensure that no woman is left facing a medical crisis alone in her dorm room. I urge you to support SB 2880 to protect both the unborn and the women of Texas from the dangers of mail-order abortion. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us what bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brittany Oglesby, and I serve as an Education Associate at Texas Right to Life. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 2880. In my role, I have the privilege of mentoring college students across the state that are highly involved in their pro-life student organizations. According to the students that my team mentors, and from my own observation during my time in college, we have seen an increase in the advertisements for illegal abortion pills on campuses. The abortion industry claims they offer compassionate care, but these pills are dangerous. Right now, a woman can Google abortion pills, find a website, simply guess how far along she is, and she doesn't have to get an ultrasound. A doctor out of the state can write a prescription for her, and abortion pills are shipped right to her door, many times from overseas where such pills aren't even FDA regulated. These pills are always lethal for babies in the womb, and they are increasingly more dangerous for women. I can tell you that support of abortion pills occurs even at an institutional level. For example, during my time at the University of Texas, I attended a fertility and reproduction class where we heard an entire lecture on abortion pills by mail. We also know from studies which came out of UT Austin that website traffic on a popular abortion pill website, which I won't mention the name here, has increased. After Dobbs, a billboard popped up in South Austin, paid for by California Governor Gavin Newsom, that advertised ways to get abortions, including the use of illegal abortion pills by mail. These harmful pills have been pushed at vulnerable Texans, and women and children deserve better. Women deserve real help, but illegal abortion pills, which kill their children and harm women both emotionally and physically, is not compassion. These pills are flying under the radar, and that's why Senate Bill 2880 is vital. We must protect women and their preborn children. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us what bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Thank you. Members of the committee, Senator Hughes, Chairman Hughes, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of Senate Bill 33. Senator Campbell, thank you for your work on this bill. The important bill addresses concerns of the organization I represent, Texas Right to Life, the oldest and largest statewide pro-life organization in Texas. My name is Rebecca Anais King, the Development Associate of the Greater Central Texas region, including Austin and San Antonio. The great state of Texas, along with the federal government of the United States, has a history of recognizing that complicit behavior in furtherance of unlawful activity is, in itself, unlawful. We cannot provide material resources or support that assist someone in breaking the law. To do so would render the original law moot. Under the Texas law of parties, if I drive the getaway car for a robbery, I am liable for that crime. If I prevent an assault victim from fleeing the violence, I can be held liable. If I intentionally supply the weapon, I can be held responsible for murder, even though I did not directly commit. In light of this well-recognized concept, it only makes sense that we would implement the same dynamic with regard to abortion providers or assistant entities, including government entities, that facilitate or provide material support for abortions, thereby evading settled Texas law. In fact, not doing so would in effect violate the spirit of that existing legislation. Senate Bill 33 is an excellent vehicle for this and would help prevent incentivizing law breaking by would-be governmental accomplices. It would protect all Texans. And as a representative of Texas Right to Life and as a San Antonio taxpayer, I urge you to fully support Senate Bill 33 and ensure its timely passage. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us what bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Case, and I'm here in support of all three bills. SB 31, of course, I think it's wonderful for us to have clarification for our doctors and our lawyers. And SB 33, as a taxpayer, when our legislature has ruled that abortion is illegal in the state, it's incredibly frustrating to live in one of these urban cities and them use our tax dollars for something that not only do we not believe in, but something that's been ruled illegal. I was a resident of Dallas, and my husband and I no longer live there. We moved to West Texas, where they don't do things like that. I want to spend the bulk of my time talking about 2880. I'm here as a representative for Texas Eagle Forum, and I'm speaking for myself. It's a misnomer that most Texans still believe that since we have the heartbeat bill and the trigger law and so many other protections, that abortion has stopped in Texas. We know that not to be true, but I was really shocked to hear the number that 90 babies a day are still dying. I'm somebody who's been out on the street corners once a month because we've got Walgreens and CVS who in other states are supplying these abortion pills. And I feel like it's important for Texas to stand up now before they decide to do that in Texas. So I'm kind of involved in this process, and I had no idea that the numbers were quite that high. We know that last year the Supreme Court heard the case about these abortion pills because in 2000, when these pills came out, there were really good guardrails that said that if you were going to take these pills, you had to go to the doctor, you had to have an appointment, you had to have a sonogram so that you would know exactly how far along you were. Because if you were further than 10 weeks, you could not take these pills. You had to take the pills in the office and then wait to make sure that you didn't hemorrhage. And then after that, you had to come back in 2 weeks to make sure that the pills had done their job. Otherwise, you had to have an actual physical abortion. Those things were put in to protect the women. And unfortunately, all those protections have been taken off. And as we know, you can get them mail order. We've heard a lot about women taking these pills. Well, when the Supreme Court heard that bill, the Justice Foundation filed an amicus brief, and they took stories from 3,000 people who'd been either hurt or killed by these pills. And so many of those stories were from children, from 12 years old and up. We think about this being grown women, but many times it's young children who are in these situations. And they're told that this is an easy process, that it's not going to be bad. It's going to be just like any other period. Well, Senator Paxton and I have both given birth. We know what that's like, and I don't know if any of you men were in the delivery room when your wives gave birth, but I will tell you that labor is not like any other period. It is not an easy process, and these women and girls are not prepared for what's about to happen to them. It's a traumatic and frightening process for them. We've heard a lot of stories about how difficult it is, but worse than that, it's scarring for them. And I want to be crystal clear about this. This is not about healthcare. This is about making money. This is a money-making business. I know somebody that used to run the largest clinic in Dallas, and she will tell you unequivocally that this is a money-making business, and we need to know that, and we need to understand that. And in 2011, we passed the sonogram bill here in Texas so that anyone that was going to go into an abortion clinic would have a sonogram, so that those women knew and understood that they were killing their unborn child. That was a great protection. When you are doing a DIY abortion and you're at home, then you might believe the lies that you're being told, that this is an easy procedure and it won't be bad at all. Please pass this bill so that women will actually be protected, and children.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, and since you're on the end of the table, make sure and get close. Introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're on. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Darcy Caballero, and I am a taxpayer in the city of Austin and also the Government Relations Director for Planned Parenthood Texas Votes. I'm here in opposition of SB 2880 and SB 33 for several reasons. First, against 2880, it allows abusers to file suit and encourages coercion. Although the bill prohibits someone who impregnated a person through sexual assault from filing suit, it does not exclude someone who has abused their partner. Case in point, in Galveston County in March of 2023, a pregnant woman whose friends supported her by helping her acquire abortion medication was attempting to leave her emotionally abusive husband. After he discovered that she'd acquired the medication, he threatened her with legal action. I'm sure you've all heard the story, if she attempted to divorce him. He then followed through, and her friends were hit with $1 million lawsuits each for wrongful death, all of which were later dropped. Second, SB 2880 attacks the independence and role of the courts and increases the authority of the Attorney General to criminalize abortion providers and helpers. This bill limits advocates' ability to protect Texans' constitutional rights and undermines the independence of Texas courts by restricting judicial review and jurisdiction over challenges to this bill and allowing any person to sue a state official, including a judge, for attempting to hear a challenge or enforce a related court order. The bill would also further criminalize abortion in the state by increasing the ability of the Attorney General to enforce existing criminal pre-Roe abortion bans, even when local prosecutors have refused to file the case. On against SB 33, first, the bill is a blatant overreach from the state government. City officials were elected to make decisions based on the needs of their communities, whom they know best. But this bill assumes that the community disagrees with the policy because maybe the state government does. If residents, voters, also known as taxpayers, disagree with a policy because of the state government and have problems with how the city is spending its money, they already have a recourse, which is the ballot box. As a taxpayer, I don't support my taxes supporting the US military intervention in other countries, but apparently in that case, I'm not allowed to pick and choose what my taxes support. So that's very funny. Second, the City of Austin and City of San Antonio simply worked within the bounds of the law to be responsive to a growing need in their community. In 2023 alone, Fund Texas Choice clients logged over 1.2 million miles to obtain abortion care out of state. Jane's Due Process has also seen a surge in need, with the average grant for their clients increasing to $1,500, a nearly threefold rise since the Dobbs decision. The state's continued trend of preemption of local laws that are not in conflict with state law is extremely problematic for a state that so fervently believes in local control. Third, SB 33 is overbroad. Instead of specifying that funds must only be used for non-abortion-related reproductive justice purposes, contraception, STI prevention, things that we all agree with, it disqualifies abortion funds entirely and misses the opportunity to use those funds for any sort of positive measure supporting sexual and reproductive health. Lastly, Texans will continue to have abortions, whether by medication or fleeing the state, but this bill only prevents low-income Texans from leaving the state for a needed abortion. In passing this bill, you're limiting access to an abortion to a mother of 3 whose much-wanted fetus has a fatal, life-limiting condition, but who can't afford to take days off, to a teenager who was sexually abused by a family member and finds themselves pregnant, but needs help affording the flight, and so many other stories. Ultimately, anti-abortion extremists want Texans afraid of retaliation and isolated from communities that could support them in accessing critical health care. We know empirically that the views in this bill are not representative of how Texans feel, and only 13% of Texans want what this bill is doing, which is to reduce access to abortion. That's not what this Texas is about, and it turns Texans against each other. I urge you to oppose this bill.
And thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair calls Daphne Hoffaker, Catherine Van Der Ritt, Leslie Hall, Kevin Jackson, Sophia Mirto, Ava Trammell, Dr. Susanna Carranza, thank you, Mary Elizabeth Castle, Megan Benton, Teresa Cathcart, Jack Finger, and on the next panel, we'll still be looking for Andrea Flores. Oh, y'all come on down, that's fine. If I called your name, come down and pick a chair. Thank you. And on the next panel, we'll be looking for Andrea Flores, Francesca Leahy, Tina Hester, Stephen DeLine, Taylor Fox. Welcome to each of you, and we're going to start over here, and you've probably heard me tell others that on the end, make sure and get close to the mic because of the way the table's set up, you're a little further away. So introduce yourself, tell us what bills you're here on, and give us your testimony.
Okay. I am Teresa Cathcart. I'm here to be in support of SB 33 by Senator Donna Campbell. I've been in the pro-life movement since 2008 and have opened up 2 pregnancy care centers and have served in a pregnancy care center for 5 years. The last 6 years, I have been on the sidewalks in front of Planned Parenthood and Dr. Alan Braid's center. So I know the abortion business, I know what happens, and why women want abortions. But I came here today to talk about the tax-funded abortion services that San Antonio wants to support. They have a pot of money, about $500,000, and they've been wanting to use that to send women to New Mexico, and I am here to oppose that. The state of Texas has deemed abortion illegal in Texas. If it's illegal in Texas, it should be illegal for them too. They should not be able to undermine our laws and send women with taxpayer money. So I am here to oppose that.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. Welcome. You know what to do, but introduce yourself. Tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Megan Benton. I'm the Strategic Policy Associate for Texas Values Action, and I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 33. Texas Values Action is the largest Christian nonprofit law and policy organization in Texas, standing for faith, family, and freedom. Texas has done an incredible job ensuring that preborn life is protected within the state, but some cities have worked to undermine these laws by funding out-of-state transport for women who want to end the lives of their preborn children. Both Austin and San Antonio have made efforts to fund out-of-state abortion travel with taxpayer money. These cities need to be held, and this legislation takes proper measures to ensure they do so. I'd like to point out that both San Antonio and Austin have large universities, making this all the more important. I'm a recent graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, and during my time on campus, it was not uncommon for me to see flyers and stickers in the women's restrooms promoting abortion. Students usually attend college between the ages of 18 and 22, which is an extremely vulnerable age, and there are many uncertainties during this time. You're just beginning your life as an adult, trying to figure out what you want to study and doing your best to set your life up for success. Sadly, young women who find themselves with unplanned pregnancies during this time are often convinced to get an abortion, which is never the right option. Instead, they need gracious support and encouragement. SB 33 works to prohibit cities and counties from using taxpayer money to undermine the incredible progress that Texas has made on the issue. Every life has immeasurable worth and deserves protection. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself, tell us the bills you're here on, and give us your testimony.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Sophia Marteau. I come from a long line of veterans who spent their careers protecting our constitutional rights and liberties. I'm here to remind the committee of our constitutionally granted civil rights, including our right to access health care. I oppose SB 31, 33, and 2880. 2880 would criminalize Texans for family planning. The state does not have a mandate to criminalize Texans who access health care out of state. We have the right to make sovereign medical choices. We have the right to family planning. I don't want my tax money to be spent prosecuting my neighbors for accessing health care. I would like to direct you to the Texas Constitution, Section 2. All political power is inherent in the people, founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit, not the benefit of the vocal few who show disdain for their neighbor's liberty. Information censorship is a mark of authoritarian governments. It is not constitutionally possible or logically reasonable to censor medical information, nor is it morally defensible for a free country to censor free speech. Section 8, freedom of speech and press. Every person shall be at liberty to speak, write, or publish opinions on any subject, and no law shall ever be passed curtailing the liberty of speech or of the press. If men were the ones who got pregnant, attempts to limit men's freedom or health care would be laughed out of the room. But 2880 destroys men's freedom. It criminalizes men for protecting their families and making their own family planning decisions. I don't understand the logic of legislating away your own rights. SB 31 is a clever lie with too many problems to cover in only 2 minutes. If this body cared about healthcare access and life, you would return everybody's sovereignty and respect our rights to life and liberty. This week, the House Committee on State Affairs literally laughed HB 274 out of the committee, the bill that would have revoked Austin City Charter. Texas has always respected Article 6, Section 5, the Home Rule Amendment, and this body respects that communities have the right to self-govern. Healthcare funds managed by cities are not in violation of the law. SB 33 is a violation of local government sovereignty and the Home Rule Amendment. It's an attempt at overreach, and it sets a dangerous precedent. I may not agree with all my neighbors, but Texans are fierce defenders of personal liberty and freedom. We reject these attempts to violate our Constitution. Texans have the right to disagree with individual healthcare choices. We do not have a constitutional mandate to deny sovereignty, liberty, and as my father calls it, basic human decency. We reject this attempt to threaten us with a felony for family planning. We reject this attempt to violate local government sovereignty, and we reject a PR stunt of performing concern for our lives. If you cared about your own sovereignty, your family, and the lives of your constituents, you would restore individual liberty and access to health care. It is just because God did not trust men with the creation of life that they seek to control our divinity. You will lose. I will outlive every man in this room, and we will get our freedom back as you turn in your graves.
Thanks for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Welcome. Introduce yourself. Get close to the microphone. Tell us what bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee. My name is Jack Finger. I'm from San Antonio, and I am in support of House Bill 33 and 2880. And yes, so Mr. Chairman, I'm a pretty naive kind of guy, very naive. When the scales fell from my eyes 32 years ago, I said, my God, what are we doing here? Killing babies? Somebody, quick, stop it. Get the police out to those places. Just tell them to stop it right now. Throw them in jail. And the word came back to me, Jack, you don't understand. Women think they have a right to do these things. They think it's their body and their choice. But they're still killing innocent, defenseless babies. Doesn't matter, Jack. Doesn't matter. It's their choice. And I thought to myself, well, I can't let this happen. I got involved with the pro-life movement, and I got so much involved, I decided I actually sacrificed my freedom a couple of times. Yep, going to jail for peacefully crossing the line, property line at an abortion facility, and just handing out literature to women who are about to kill their babies. That's all. That's okay. I didn't mind it. But anyway, when the Dobbs decision came along, I said, hooray! Finally, we can stop the killing. And they said, well, not quite, Jack. They can still go out of state for these things. Huh? No, they can't do that. Just like they can't go out of state to traffic prostitution. Somebody get the Texas Rangers on them right now. No, Jack, it doesn't work that way, and they could even do it with your own tax dollar. No! No! What's worse, Jack? What's worse, they can even traffic in, get mail-ordered drugs to kill their baby. No! These are poisons. How can they do this? It should be illegal to get the Texas Rangers on them again. No, Jack, doesn't work that way. That's why these bills are needed. See, I'm a pretty naive guy here, and that's why I didn't see these things there. But I do see one thing, though. If there's any Achilles heel here, it's about enforcement. Who's going to spank the bad guys on this stuff? If you have a rogue district attorney like we have in San Antonio, who is very pro-abortion, he won't prosecute anybody. So how do you do it? How do you stop it? How do you? I think there's legislation in one of these committees to help overcome that with the Attorney General. I hope it works out. Yes, but my goodness, that's why we need this stuff here. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself. Tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Andrea Flores. I'm here testifying on behalf of Move Texas in strong opposition to SB 2880, a dangerous bill that further escalates the criminalization of abortion care, severely limits access to life-saving information, and creates division among Texans. Young Texans across the state are already struggling with a rising cost of living, increased threats due to harmful rhetoric and policies, and inadequate access to critical healthcare services. Because of the harsh realities they've grown up under, they recognize the necessity of collective support and resources to meet the needs and address the challenges of their communities. Under the state's abortion ban, Texans from all over have been forced to confront state-manufactured conditions that put their health and futures at risk. This has meant facing financial and logistical challenges to access abortion care, navigating complex medical complications, and hoping they find unbiased, reliable, and accurate information to make their healthcare decision. SB 2880 will further exacerbate these conditions. This attack is another attempt to control, divide, and intimidate the people of Texas. When they disagree with the politics of the state leadership, this level of government overreach and censorship should be alarming to everyone, regardless of political affiliation, religion, or political beliefs. Freedom of speech is a fundamental right, and that includes our ability to discuss abortion care and share resources. Furthermore, young people, especially young women of color, face a heightened risk of dating-related violence. By allowing private citizens to sue to enforce these laws, SB 2880 creates another state-sanctioned weapon that can and will use purely out of hatred and misogyny. This committee has the ability to pass legislation to protect young Texans and provide them with the resources they need to not just survive, but thrive. Yet this bill further undermines our ability to choose, support one another, and speak freely. For all those reasons we've shared today and for many more, we urge you to oppose this bill.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for testifying. Chair calls Kevin Jackson, Ava Trammell, Dr. Deidre Menard, Mary Elizabeth Castle, Francesca Leahy, Tina Hester. Lindsay Schiebel. Jace Yarbrough. Taylor Fox. These are all here. Okay. Now, we have called all the witnesses who have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 31, Senate Bill 33, or Senate Bill 2880. So make sure and make your way to the table if you do wish to testify, so we can make sure we have you. We want to hear from everyone who wants to testify. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Introduce yourself and tell us the bills you're here to testify on and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ava Trammell. I am here in support of all three bills, but I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 2880, and I'm going to share a bit of my story. My junior year of high school, I found out that I was pregnant, and I went into my senior year in preparation to graduate early and become a mother. In August of my senior year, I went to my 21-week anatomy scan where my daughter was diagnosed with what's called bilateral renal agenesis. That is the absence of both kidneys. They told me that she would be incompatible for life outside of the womb. At this same appointment, while getting my anatomy scan, they pointed out on the screen where my baby was kicking, and they asked if I could feel that. That was the first time I had ever felt my daughter kick. I immediately had more connection and more love for her than I had previously, which I had a lot to begin with. At the same appointment, after that, they told me that my daughter would be incompatible for life outside of the womb, and that I could go to Colorado to terminate the pregnancy, or I could go on as a regular pregnancy. Yesterday, I testified in support of SB 1230, which requires doctors to educate mothers on their options when given a life-threatening diagnosis of their child. I believe that this bill would help further kind of just keep the abortion industry and doctors from referring women to get abortions in whatever way that may be. We are here to protect all babies that are worthy of life, which is every single baby and every fetus in the womb, including my daughter, Sophie, that was diagnosed with that. I chose life, and I carried her until she passed away after birth. I went full term. It wasn't an easy process, but I wouldn't change it for the world. She's no longer with us, but I'm waiting to meet her again when I'm with my Creator. I thank you all for hearing me out today. If you have any further questions, that would be great. I just encourage us to protect all babies, and we should be doing everything we can protect women as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us the bills you're here on and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Schiebel, and I'm here testifying in favor of SB 33 and 2880. I believe life begins at conception, but I did not always believe that. The last time I was in this room was 2013 during Wendy Davis's filibuster. I was up there, very excited, and after that, I founded an organization called Fund Texas Choice. It's very interesting to hear my brainchild be mentioned today by various speakers, but I really did believe at the time that people should have a right to terminate their pregnancies. But after getting my law degree and after having my children, I thought about it a little bit more. And I decided that I couldn't go along with the idea that an individual person gets to make up their mind on when life begins, and it's different for everyone depending how they feel. Texas as a policy chose the other way. Texas has already decided that abortion is something that we don't want here in our state. And I think the other speakers today are missing the point. The other speakers today want abortion to be legal. But this bill is not about that. This bill is about closing the loopholes that already exist. I know from experience that an abortion access organization is fighting very hard to get around the law. That's their purpose. The idea is that abortion is difficult to access, and so with money and with volunteers, it becomes a lot easier, especially for the poor women who can't afford it otherwise. And in a way, that's kind of a alarming admission, right? That specifically, they're helping the poorest women get the most abortions. At any rate, I am in favor of the bill, although from my experience as a criminal defense attorney, I would ask politely if you could consider downgrading the criminal penalty from felony to misdemeanor. After all, I think I would be a felon by this point if it wasn't for that. And I also would just like to mention that as far as Senate Bill 33, I cannot imagine all of the harm I could have done with $500,000. So please make sure that the cities are not funding it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us the bills you're here on, and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Deidre Minyard. I do want to clarify that is a PhD doctor, not a medical doctor, given that we are here talking about a healthcare issue that feels important to clarify. I'm here representing myself, speaking against SB 31, SB 33, and SB 2880. So starting with SB 31, I'll admit that I was on the fence. I appreciate the acknowledgement that abortion bans had put women in dangerous positions, and they've put doctors and lawyers in a state of fear of repercussions. After the abortion ban, rates of sepsis doubled, maternal mortality rates increased, and these were disproportionately high for Black women in Texas. Women have died due to doctors delaying care, and we've heard a lot of stories today about women who have been put in precarious positions. However, supporting this bill feels a little like settling for a subpar fix to a problem that shouldn't exist in the first place. Even if you think you are clarifying, doctors are still in a position where they have to decide if a woman is close enough to death or bodily harm to intervene. And because penalties are still in place, women are still in danger. Because the issue isn't just lack of understanding, it's also an aversion to risk, and that won't go away while penalties exist. The bill also does not address exemptions in the event of rape, incest, or fatal fetal anomalies. A decision should be between a woman, her doctor, and her faith. Having lawyers and lawmakers in a room, I don't see how that helps. Moving on to SB 33, there's been a lot of people who have talked about, we've had law students talk about the issues with it today. It is an overreach and it restricts local authority by restricting the rights of local officials to address their community healthcare needs. It substitutes state lawmakers, like the senators here today, their judgments for that of locally elected officials. Community needs are best understood locally by the people who live there, who hear the struggles of their neighbors. If I don't support how my taxes are being spent, I'll show it at the voting booth. This bill will do the most harm to low-income people, young girls, and people of color. It doesn't protect women. It takes away every source of support they could use to access legal health care across state lines. And it stokes more fear. It alienates women more, which I find a little hypocritical, given that many in support of these bills today have used the idea of women suffering alone as a component of their argument. As far as SB 2880, many law students and scholars today have already spoken far more knowledgeably than I can on how this bill is unconstitutional. It's government overreach, and it criminalizes free speech. It criminalizes access to abortion through the only very few options available to people. It also turns Texans against one another by turning private citizens into bounty hunters, bringing lawsuits against the only avenues women have available. And the people who would help women get the health care they need, I have to imagine that that's also a burden on Texas courts. I've heard testimony today in support of these bills where people claim to be concerned about women being alone and afraid, suffering harm, not understanding their actions, or due to including access to abortion via medication. I don't understand how cutting women off from information, resources, and support, or putting women in a position where if they depend on loved ones, they put them at risk is something that addresses these concerns that advocates for these bills assert they are worried about. I also want to say that there has been some misinformation. 1 in 5 patients using mifepristone do not suffer complications. That was based on a flawed and biased study that misclassified complications. And I'm happy to talk about why if people have questions. I'll end by saying I'm a new Texan. I'm originally from Indiana, and Indiana has its issues as well, but I love my community here and the life that I have built for myself in this state, and I'd like to stay. But the abortion ban Texas already has in place and the bills proposed today make me fear for my safety. If I decide to start a family and I have complications, will my doctor be afraid to treat me in time to save my life? If I seek care across state lines, would telling my partner or loved ones put them at risk? The horrific, devastating stories today by both supporters of the bills and those opposed are a direct result of banning abortions and taking away support and information which backs women into a corner and will make it worse. If you want to protect children, women, girls, and pregnant people, you'd be proposing bills for childcare access, maternal leave, food programs, and more. If you want to protect children, girls, and women, you would trust women to make the decision that's right for them instead of regulating them. Thank you for listening.
And thanks for your testimony, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I just didn't look carefully at it. Thank you.
No worries.
Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Those are all the witnesses who have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 31, Senate Bill 33, Senate Bill 2088. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against any of those bills? All right, Mr. Moore, come on down. All right, before you start, give us your name. Let's make sure we have all the information in the system. Tell us who you are. Sorry.
My name is Stephen DeLine. I should have been registered, but...
We called you 2 or 3 times some time ago, but there's a lot going on. So we do have you here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what bills you're here on, and go ahead.
My name is Stephen DeLine. I'm here in order to speak on my own behalf. I appreciate you all letting me be here and speak on this. I'm asking the committee to vote against both SB 33 and SB 2880. As many other people that have come to testify have talked about, trying to legislate...
Get a little closer so we can make sure...
Sorry about that. Trying to legislate morality in this way is something that is going to cause more harm than good, because if you try to remove the ability for people to get elective abortions, it's not going to cause them to stop getting elective abortions. It's just going to increase the desire to find ways to do it illegally, which, as some of the people that even those that are for the bill have mentioned, that makes it so that it opens it up for people to seek out medication that is not FDA approved, that is more likely to harm people, that is more likely to kill women. And this is something that is going to harm Texans. And beyond that, people have brought up how there are issues with these bills bringing up whether or not this is a constitutional issue, specifically with freedom of speech and other things, but things that have not been mentioned with SB 33, that I believe it will violate the Treaty of International Covenants of Civil and Political Rights that was signed by the United States in 1966 in the UN and ratified in 1992. Because it is going to restrict freedom of movement, freedom of speech, and other universal human rights, to where, due to the Supremacy Clause, this is going to get challenged in court as far as it can. And then as well with 2880, something that wasn't brought up, trying to legislate this online is going to be extremely difficult. There's foreign malign influence programs from enemies of the United States where they mass produce online websites with things like Doppelganger or Matroiska, or the fake Pravda websites that Russia has created in order to give disinformation to United States citizens. If they want to cause harm to U.S. citizens, they're just going to do the same thing, creating fake websites that are going to show up on search engines faster than these search engines are going to be able to stop them from having it continue to come up. So the way that it is written now, it's incentivizing them to do that, to cause harm, and then people are going to try and reach out these websites and get much more likely tainted drugs from our enemies that's going to cause harm to Texans. I appreciate you letting me speak. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. And I wasn't fussing at you for not being here earlier. I just wanted you to know we did call for you, and I'm glad you got to testify. Thank you. Welcome back. Introduce yourself, tell us the bills you're on, and give us your testimony.
Okay, my name is Ken Moore. I'm representing myself, and I am for these 3 bills. I verily thought I was registered. I'll be sure and go back outside and register for the election bills I'm going to discuss. This is kind of a happy accident, though, because when you come at the end of a long string of witnesses, you have a much better perspective of where the conversation's been going. And I had prepared testimony for these 3 bills, which I'm not going to look at right now. There's something that's been forgotten in all of this. All the concerns about women in, by and large, extreme situations that are very rare. And Senators, I gladly acknowledge that there are some difficult questions that have to be addressed. And I think these bills do that to a large extent. This is not really my lane. I'm more wired for election integrity, which you very well know. We know the 14th Amendment. We recognize it as the amendment to the Constitution that guaranteed African Americans the right to vote, and so it is. But I think most of us don't know the background behind that. The 14th Amendment was an unqualified repudiation of the Dred Scott decision of 1857. And if you're not familiar with that decision, the bottom line goes something like this. If you have African blood in your veins, then you have no rights. You cannot be a citizen. And since you're not a citizen, you have no rights. It's okay to beat you. It's okay to abuse you. It's okay to enslave you, and all the other dirty things that go with that. Most abortions are not performed for the health of the mother. Most of them are performed as electives to end the pregnancy. And bad enough that the child has no rights in this matter. And I want to spare you the details, but the truth is the process used to kill the child is profoundly barbaric. That's part of it. To put a human face on this, well, I remember when my first child, my daughter, was, when my wife was still pregnant with her. And I have no idea how they do it now. That's been decades ago. But used to, we had these things called Lamaze classes that we attended in preparation for it. And we had a doctor come in and discuss certain things about the pregnancy and what to expect. And one of the things he talked about was when a child is born, when they hear their mother's voice, they instinctively turn their head to that voice. Because in this cold, strange world they're now in, that's the one thing that they recognize. They've listened to that voice for so long. It's a tiny human being. And to reduce it to the level of cattle, to some subhuman level, is wrong. It's entirely wrong. Now, like I say, I acknowledge that there are some difficult questions that need to be answered and need to be dealt with. I think to a large extent, these 3 bills do that. And so I ask you to please move them forward, the full body.
Ms. Moore, thanks for your testimony. And Senators, any questions for Mr. DeLine or Mr. Moore? Thank you. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
So if you're okay with killing a child in the womb, why should we stop at birth? Because children are a lot of trouble, and particularly to get to be teenagers and along the way. So if we're going to let the woman kill the baby in the womb, why don't we just go ahead and extend that to 1 or 2, 3, 4 years, or wherever along the way till they become an adult that they want to go ahead and kill the child?
So I think that's, I apologize, but that's a little bit of an absurd question to me. I think murder is wrong, for sure. I think that there is definitely a debate on when life is life. I would not say it is at conception. I would assume that you do believe it's at conception. That's a disagreement. I don't think it's with the heartbeat. I think the brain and the function of that is much more important. I know that neurons start.
You've answered it. Thank you.
If I may add something to that, though, this is not really an absurd question, because there are states that have teased abortion bills that would allow abortion up to, in fact, after birth. And so it's not, that's not something that's just, been that's completely out of the realm of possibility.
And thank you. Any other questions, senators, for these witnesses? Thank you both for being here. You're excused. Thank you very much. Those are all the witnesses who have registered to testify on for or against Senate Bill 31, Senate Bill 33, Senate Bill 2088. And so we'll do the final call. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against any of those bills? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time.
Yeah, that's good. There's not but, what, 3 or 4 witnesses?
The chair lays out Senate Bill 2024, SB 2024. Recognize Senator Perry to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Chairman and members. Senate Bill 2024 banning disguised vape pens. For members' edification, you can pull those out of the boxes if you want to look around and see what kids are being sold to or marketed to. In recent years, vape pen companies have continued to deliberately target minors. The legislature has banned the marketing of vape pens to minors, but some companies continue to pursue customers under the age of 21. Bad actors have now begun disguising vape pens as other products like school supplies, office supplies, games, and other deliberate attempt to help minors hide the fact that they are using a vape pen. There is zero need for a person who is legally allowed to purchase a vape pen to want to disguise it for that product is a vape pen. Senate Bill 2024 seeks to ban vape pens that are disguised as other products. Mr. Chairman, there is a committee substitute.
Senator Hall sends up the committee substitute, and the chair recognizes Senator Perry to explain the substitute.
Clarifies that our laws regarding prohibited vape pens apply to all vape pens regardless of whether the product contains nicotine or not, prohibits the use of celebrities' names to market those vape pens. As you can see here, I've got some that look like video games. I've got some that are really kind of a feminine, kind of a pink kind of a deal. They taste and smell like bubble gum. This one is different deals, and I had a little marquee of all of the different flavors that they're selling to our. It's pretty interesting how they've marketed those, but that's all it does is basically outlaws the disguising of vape pens for minors targeted market.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Any questions for the author, members? Very well, we'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 2024, and the chair calls Dr. John Sheena, Charlotte Owen, Nick Mortiaro. Again, looking for Dr. John Sheena, Charlotte Owen, Nick Mortiaro. Those are all the witnesses who've registered to testify on for or against Senate Bill 2024. All right, welcome. Have a seat, get situated there. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Hi there. Have a lot of notes. Probably not going to need many of them. I do about 4 or 5 pre-market tobacco applications per month.
And make sure and tell us your name.
Sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
Charlotte
Tell
Owen.
us your name and go ahead. Yes.
I'm Charlotte Owen. I am the Vice President of the American Vapor Manufacturers Association. I'm also an FDA regulatory consultant. It's what I do for a living. So I file pre-market tobacco applications. I am here opposed to SB 2024, but I am hoping to work with the bill author to amend it to be what I think will be effective in getting where we want to be with the bill. As the language stands, it's not, it won't do what it's intended to do, because these clone manufacturers and the ones that aren't going through the FDA, they move around. They go to India, they go to whatever. So I think we should add clone language to the bill instead of a country to the bill. And I've included the amendment language in it for help. Please contact me if I can help at all. I've also been in contact with Representative Leach's office, who's got the sister bill, and he's fully amenable to it. I think it's a very good bill. I love the bill. I just don't think it's going to do what we want it to do, because you can go into any gas station and buy a $10 cheap clone, and we don't know what's in them.
Right.
But when I do a PMTA amendment, I'm doing toxicology, I'm doing all the things that I should be doing to make sure that this is, you know, it's a viable. And also, when bills go in, when product comes over in from overseas, we currently they look for an STN number, what they call an STN number. And that's where the FDA has got enough information to accept that PMTA. If a product doesn't have that, or it's a clone, it's going to look like the original product, but nothing has been done on the toxicology. It's very
I
dangerous.
appreciate that input very much. Rob Callen, my assistant sitting here, is working this bill, so I welcome any constructive comments to make sure we have the intended purpose of what the bill is.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate
Thank you
it.
for your information.
I would love to help you get this one passed, trust me.
You and a bunch of folks, it's been interesting how this bill has been a favorable bill.
Good. Senators, any other questions for Ms. Owen? Thank you for being here, and thanks for working with Senator Perry to getting this right. And thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2024? Seeing none, hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1868 and recognizes this author, Senator Perry, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Senate Bill 1868 seeks to ban kratom, nicotine, and halogenic plants. In recent years, we've seen a dramatic rise in the sale of gas station drugs. These products are often marketed as supplements. However, they are highly unregulated, highly intoxicating, and dangerous substance. Remember, these companies will tell you that these products are for medical purposes. Just remember, people don't buy medical medicine at gas stations. Companies are putting profits over people. Kratom is a plant from Southeast Asia that is often synthetically altered and sold as a highly potent drug. The FDA has labeled kratom as a drug of concern and has stated that there are no FDA-approved uses of kratom, nor has there ever been. Under current federal law, the FDA has stated that kratom is an unsafe food additive and that it is unlawful to market it as a dietary supplement or to add to other food or beverages. Kratom companies blatantly violate federal law every time they sell these products. Kratom is a particular concern, and it also activates. It's not an opioid, but it does activate the same brain receptors such as morphine does, making the substance extremely addictive. Last session, with broad support, Senator Zaffarini successfully passed Senate Bill 497 in hopes of banning synthetic kratom. And I want to stress, it's synthetic kratom that's the problem. The plant in its natural state causes no significant issues and has been in the Southeast Asia culture for decades. But as always, these products that show some use in other places, when it gets to America, smart chemists change it to a synthetically altered product that produces an intoxicating, addictive, hallucination type of feel. I want to thank Senator Zaffarini for recognizing the danger synthetic kratom poses to our communities and leadership on this issue. However, Like many of these products, law enforcement has struggled to identify and test synthetic kratom, and these products continue to have availability at gas stations, convenience stores, and other retail outlets as being sold as safe and legal, but neither is true. Regulation has failed, and the only way to protect our children and communities from the danger of kratom is to ban these products. Additionally, Senate Bill 1868 bans tianetine, also known as gas station heroin. This is another highly concerning drug that is widely available in the state. Tianetine is a European pharmaceutical that was originally designed to treat depression and has never been approved for use in the United States. Unfortunately, these stores have begun selling extreme high doses of this drug as a supplement. Similar to kratom, these products have shown to activate the brain receptors as opioids do, making this substance highly addictive. Members, we barely survived the opioid epidemic in the state, and we do not want to expose our communities to more highly addictive substances that activate the same opiate brain receptors. Additionally, Senate Bill 1868 bans the sale of multiple hallucinogenic plants, including a number of mushroom varieties that are widely available in the state. Texas has banned magic mushrooms as they were known for many years. However, clever chemists continue to identify ways to get around or create loopholes in that ban. There will be a committee substitute. It's not here today. Legislature Council has not gotten it back to us. That will add 3 additional synthetic opiates that you contained in Senate Bill 679. With that, in a nutshell, you're going to hear from vendors that sell kratom, and some may or be legitimate, just the raw plant, but the ability to distinguish between that product and what the product is being mixed with, and it continues to change every day. I watched a documentary, and as one of the vendors said, we're going to mix it with all kinds of stuff. We just don't know where we're going to stop with this stuff, basically. So it's not unlike the CBD, CBG conversation, that in its natural sense, it had no real issues, but as chemists get really creative, create an addiction, create a problem. On the kratom, there was, on the documentary, it looks a lot like energy drinks, the 5 alarms and some of those, and that was 9 doses. And that guy drank all of them at once. And he said, I've built such a tolerance for kratom, I have to drink 3 of these to get buzzed, basically. So it's just another form of escape that causes irreparable harm, and actually lives have been lost with some of this stuff. So it's just another one of those examples of a lost society that seeks to put profits over people.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Members of the committee, any questions for our colleague on Senate Bill 1868? Very well, we'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 1868. And the chair calls Tyler West, Dr. Kirsten Smith, John Vastola, Robert Durkin, Kurt Bramble, and I'll ask the following folks to be ready to come down for the next panel. We're going to be looking in a few minutes for Gabriela Gomez, Chris Chepson, Jamie Clark, Brandon Odom, Jeremy Stedding. They're all about the same level of uncomfortability you'll probably find on those chairs, but they're historic, so, and ours are too. Welcome, each one, and so we're going to start over here on my left, your right. Now, if you're on the end of the table, you need to lean closer to make sure we can hear you. Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Tyler West. I am an analytical chemist, and I'm the owner of Core Science, LLC, a contract research and testing laboratory here in Austin, Texas. I'm here today to testify in opposition of SB 1868. Every day, my company performs quality assurance, safety, and contaminant testing on multiple USDA and FDA-regulated commodities, including produce, cosmetics, dietary supplements, and drugs. SB 1868, aiming to control hallucinogenic substances and other so-called dangerous pharmaceuticals, proposes banning possession and commerce of numerous currently legal plants native to Texas, such as all datura species, which many of you know as moonflowers, Texas mountain laurel, horse nettle, morning glories, and 2 genus of native mushrooms, only in which a tiny subset actually contain any hallucinogenic substances. Additionally, the bill targets Mitragyna speciosa, commonly known as kratom, a plant for which many people are here today to advocate strongly due to its beneficial uses. I'm here to tell you more about what we do and see testing it every day. And in my experience testing botanical consumer products, I've observed our kratom clients voluntarily adhering to rigorous safety standards, often exceeding FDA or USP guidelines for dietary supplements. SB 1868 unjustifiably groups beneficial plants and herbal products with substances of abuse, despite their safety records and limited, if any, documented misuse. To directly address the senator's concerns about things being added to kratom products, then we have Kratom Consumer Protection Acts, which you can mandate testing for banned substances in those products, but a blanket ban on a herbal product is not the answer. Passing this bill would not only undermine individual liberties, but would also significantly damage a thriving industry in Texas that contributes substantially to our economy and tax revenues. I urge the committee to consider the unintended consequences of this overly broad legislation and oppose SB 1868.
Thank you for your testimony. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is Kurt Bramble. I'm a recovering legislator. I just retired from 24 years in the Utah Senate. I'm here on behalf of myself and the American Kratom Association. I have the privilege of having sponsored the first Kratom Consumer Protection Act in the nation. Utah was the first out of the blocks, and I had a meeting with discussion with the sponsor earlier today, and Senator, I appreciate you taking time speaking with me. My own personal story is I was right where Senator Perry is when I started my journey. I opposed it. I've been married 47 years, 6 children, 20 grandchildren. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I've never done drugs. And I wanted nothing to do with a product that looked like it was an opioid based on the FDA's analysis. But a deep dive and actually doing my due diligence, I found that kratom has substantial benefit when it's pure plant. And the problem that has been admitted by the FDA is that the adulterated products are the ones that cause danger. The Kratom Consumer Protection Act that we started in Utah has now been passed in Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Colorado, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Virginia, Florida, Kentucky, Maryland, and South Dakota, in addition to Texas. And in those states, enforcement and enhancing enforcement is the appropriate approach to dealing with the adulterated products, because kratom, you'll hear from scientists, from the nation's top scientists and experts sitting to my left, kratom has a substantial benefit, particularly in the opioid space. When people are addicted to opioids, you'll hear the scientific evidence and the studies that say that taking kratom off the market will do substantial harm to those people that are using it to fight the ravaging of opioids. So to say that, well, because it's adulterated, we should ban the product, that's like banning a bottle of water if someone died because water was spiked with cyanide. You don't get rid of the water, you say not going to put cyanide with it. The issue with kratom is if you ban it, there will be a black market. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kirsten Smith, and thank you, Chairman and committee members, for your time. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Johns Hopkins University. I came to Johns Hopkins after being at the National Institute on Drug Abuse for 4 years, and I've been studying kratom since 2017. The views expressed today are my own and do not necessarily represent those of Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. I am here in opposition to Senate Bill 1868, the provisions that would prohibit and criminalize the production, manufacture, distribution, delivery, sale, and possession of kratom and its constituents in Texas, making them, again, a criminal offense. Kratom does not meet criteria for scheduling under the Controlled Substances Act, and while we do need regulation, and there is regulation in place, there is no, at this time, clinical or scientific data to support the prohibition of kratom as being in the interest of public health. Kratom and its constituents are complicated, but they are not hallucinogens, they are not cannabinoids, they are not opioids, and they are very distinct from tianeptine and from many other substances that are in that bill. Gas station heroin is a term that cannot be applied to kratom and may be used for some of the synthetic derivatives that, again, are a separate issue from kratom, in my opinion, and this distinction does matter. I've been studying adults using kratom since 2017, and this goes back to 2004. This is 20 years of use in the United States. 20 years that people have been using this. I've personally seen people get their life back after severe polydrug addictions to methamphetamines, to opioids, and to alcohol. What we have not observed is widespread use for the purposes of achieving euphoric highs. I studied this at NIDA, at the National Institute on Drug Abuse, which I encourage people to go to their website and read more about kratom. And this is in keeping with FDA's single ascending dose study, in which they found safe doses of kratom, and they're moving forward with a study at Baylor University, and I'm happy to connect anyone here with those researchers working with FDA on kratom. I have seen, again, using very detailed assessments, that we have very routine patterns of use, not binge-like use, and I'm also the nation's leading expert in kratom-related addiction, dependence, and withdrawal with 2 clinical trials at Johns Hopkins right now. I would be more than happy to discuss any aspect of kratom addiction with you, and also the derivative 7-hydroxymitragynine, which I'm also studying at Hopkins. I really urge you to please reconsider this bill. It will harm people. It is not in the interest of public health. It will be a detriment to public health.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Bob Durkin. I'm an attorney. I focus in food and drug law with an emphasis in food, in particular dietary supplements. I'm also a pharmacist with a master's degree in molecular biology. I was a captain in the Army for 6 years, where I was board certified and residency trained in nuclear pharmacy. I'm here in opposition to the provision of Senate Bill 1868 that would schedule kratom under the Texas Controlled Substance Act. I am offering my opposition through the perspective of a former FDA official who was at one time partially responsible for setting FDA's policies relative to kratom. I was at the FDA for about 12 years, the last 6 of which as the Deputy Director of FDA's Office of Dietary Supplement Programs. While at FDA in 2015, I personally authorized the seizure of kratom products. I took them off the market. Now in 2025, I'm before you to advocate for kratom, and I offer a warning as a former regulator who was previously charged with protecting the public health, that scheduling kratom is the exact opposite approach that should be taken. Texas has passed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. The wiser course of action would be to effectively regulate kratom and actively enforce against the bad players, not take away kratom from consumers by scheduling it. Based on what I knew in 2015, I was right when I authorized the seizure of kratom. But based on what I've learned since, it was not the proper thing to do. The body of scientific understanding about kratom, information FDA seemingly refuses to acknowledge, shows that it can be consumed safely as a dietary supplement. From 2015 to today, the change in the kratom marketplace is remarkable. Back then, kratom products were in the shadows, trying to avoid regulators. Today, thanks to the efforts such as the Texas Kratom Consumer Protection Act, the kratom space is out of the shadows and in the regulatory spotlight. Many kratom manufacturers are now registered with the FDA as food facilities, manufacture and label their products according to FDA's very strict requirements. Many of these facilities have been inspected by the FDA to ensure that they're doing this. Even more important, the improvements in the labels of kratom products are profound. At one time, these products were labeled with the bare minimum of information. Most products today, however, have labels that conform to the requirements of the FDA in states like Texas, thus providing consumers with vital information about the products. Scheduling kratom will undo all of this and force kratom back into the shadows, into the black market. If the goal is to protect consumers, the scheduling of kratom will likely have the opposite public health effect than is intended with this bill. Concerning efforts to schedule kratom, FDA tried to do this twice, each time I was at the FDA helping to run this dietary supplement program. The effort to schedule kratom was led by people that worked in the Center for Drugs. The 2018 process of developing FDA's 8-factor analysis was not inclusive of the people at FDA who were actually regulating the kratom that was present on the market. Furthermore, FDA was supposed to seek the concurrence from the National Institute of Drug Abuse. This also did not happen. Thankfully, it is the responsibility of the Assistant Secretary of Health at HHS to transmit FDA's 8-factor analysis to DEA. The ASH at the time was Dr. Brett Guar, a Texan. Dr. Guar took the time to review FDA's 8-factor analysis and his evaluation and feedback.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is John Vastola. I oppose Senate Bill 1868. Honorable members of Texas Senate, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is John Vestola, and I'm a Christian business owner and established kratom vendor here in the great state of Texas. I'm here to speak on behalf of the responsible adults who rely on kratom for their day-to-day well-being. My customers are primary Texans between the ages of 30 and 75, consisting of working professionals, retirees, veterans, and other dedicated community members. When considering kratom as a dietary choice, my customers and others are not seeking a recreational experience. They are seeking support for their daily lives. Many of these individuals utilize kratom to manage chronic discomfort, allowing them to remain active and engaging in their community and families. For some constituents, including myself, kratom offers a natural alternative for managing daily challenges. Others find natural kratom support their overall well-being and quality of life. The responsible use of kratom is a personal choice, and my customers exemplify this. With the benefits of kratom, they continue to thrive and live a healthy, productive life, and they are oriented around community, family, diverse vocations, and are active voters. They are informed consumers who prioritize their health and well-being. They research, they understand the products, and they use it they use it responsibly. As a vendor, I prioritize acute and up-to-date product labeling and good manufacturing processes. We believe in transparency, continuing education, and research, providing consumers with the information they need to make informed decisions about what products are right for them. Furthermore, we welcome reasonable regulatory guidelines that ensure product safety and quality. We believe that well-regulated market benefits both consumers and vendors and the economy of Texas. We are not opposed to reasonable regulations, and we would like to work with the Senate to improve the existing Texas Kratom Consumer Protection Act. That being said, restricting access to kratom would be a detriment to Texas as a whole while infringing upon the personal liberties of these responsible Texans and potentially pushing them towards unregulated, potential hazardous alternatives. Texas has a tradition of valuing individual freedoms and the right to make informed choices. I urge you to consider the positive impact kratom has on the lives of many Texas voters and allow them to continue to make these choices for themselves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
To the vendor, who manufactures your product today? Where do you get your product from today? What manufacturer? Where's that manufactured?
Multiple ones.
Where? Okay.
Inside the United States.
All of them in the Texas?
No.
No. Any of them outside the country?
No.
Okay. In that product, does it contain 70H as an additive?
No, sir.
So your testimony would be it's 100% pure leaf, nothing added.
Correct.
Correct. And that's currently produced in the country. Back to the FDA, I'm confused. So everything I've got, FDA has never said kratom's a good thing. Is that a fair statement? Because it may be looking at things. I've got statements that reliance on these products may delay those who suffer from opioid disorder use from entering recovery and may put them at greater risk for overdose or death. That's an FDA statement.
I'm sorry, I didn't actually.
So I have a statement from FDA. I've got multiple quotes out of FDA. Reliance on these products may delay those who suffer from opioid use disorder from entering recovery and may actually put them at greater risk of overdose and death from the FDA.
It's an inaccurate report of the data and the information. Kratom is not an
So my understanding is Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Rhode Island, Vermont, Wisconsin, and Washington, D.C. have all banned kratom.
They have. Rhode Island is in the process of reversing the ban, actually, and passing a KCPA.
So, and I really appreciate the conversation with the senator from Utah. You could tell he's a good legislator because he has a personal attachment to his experience, and he's very interesting. And what I'm going to stress here is this is not unlike everything else we're trying to get rid of in the Senate this session. It's stuff that in its natural form had some possible good use, but it's been adulterated, it's been synthesized, and it's no longer something that we as a state have control of, and the hemp shops and the people that are pushing this, and as soon as you push this one off the shelf, they're going to put some other chemically synthesized. So the ability to put that genie back in the bottle in Texas today is not available. We can't spend enough money to put this companies out of business. We can't spend enough money to get rid of them other than just a straight up ban so that when you approach those companies and those retailers that are selling any of this stuff, Unfortunately, you're in the big broad net of all the problem stuff, the synthesized stuff. All of the stuff that once had promised that had been ruined by chemists getting cute to get people high and kind of had an out-of-body experience producing paranoia, schizophrenia, and all of those other aspects. You're in that same group because the people that are retailing it do have 70H as an addictive component in that kratom stuff. I'm not arguing the merits of a pure leaf. I'm not a chemist. I don't know. I believe the testimony that I heard today from our actually in conversation, there's probably merit to that. But that's not what's on the streets and that's not what's in the market. And Texas does not have the luxury of shutting down 8,000 retail outlets plus black market that are pushing the bad stuff. So what I have suggested to your industry and the other industries that possibly had plant-based solutions to medical treatments of the future, spend the money on that research and get a federal process to say this is a product that we can approve and be comfortable with because it went through the normal process. But your ability to come in here and argue not to pull something off the shelf that in its purest sense is good is not happening today. And I'm sorry for that. But y'all have the research, supposedly, and y'all have the resources, supposedly, that you can turn this conversation around given somebody at the right level will take it on as a jurisdictional issue and give state senates, state legislatures, states across this country that this is no different than an aspirin off the shelf when all the products are done and done well and manufactured and controlled, typically by prescript. So I just want to kind of short circuit everything that's coming because all the retailers out there have done the bad things have put a black mark on you. You can't wear off today. I wish it was different if I believed that that product is as you said is, but it's up to y'all and incumbent upon y'all to come back to a legislature, however long, 2 years, 8 years, 6 years, whatever, with federal approval because that's how our treatments enter the system. I'm sorry that's where you're at, but we're probably not going to agree. And if it has benefit to people, it's the same argument that the other side of the conversation for all the bad stuff that's on the shelves are making. It helps me. But there's a lot of people it hurts. Kratom may not be that, but it's lumped into that because it's synthetic. It's the synthetic version, and we can't control that process. Pure and simple.
Sir, while I'm here, can I offer any information to you? Or do you have
I'll
any
ask
questions?
you one question. Finish what you were going to say a while ago when you got cut off on timing. I think it's as a courtesy. You had something to finish, and I want you to finish what you were going to say.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Sure.
I was going to mention that Dr. Gior, when he evaluated FDA's eight-factor analysis, he had a scathing review of it where he went back to and he told them, you know, when you conduct an eight-factor analysis, three of the things that you have to understand is that, you know, does the article have a high potential for abuse? Is there an accepted medical use for it? And is there information about the safety? Secretary Gior was very clear that FDA failed in this, that they didn't have the right information. Texas eight-factor analysis almost mirrors FDA. The science didn't exist back in 2018 for the scheduling. It probably doesn't exist now. As the opposite, as scientists will tell you, there's evidence now that kratom is safe, it does have a medical use, and that it's not abused. Scheduling kratom in Texas would probably undo all the progress that's been made. It would force kratom into the black market. It's not going to go away. It's still going to be available, but you're going to have a race to the bottom when it comes to manufacturing and labeling. Right now, kratom is manufactured by people that follow GMPs. It's wholesome. It's not going to hurt you because of the way it's made, and it has labels on it that inform you how to take it. Synthetic products that you've described are not kratom. That's the problem. A lot of things are being called kratom that are not kratom. 7-hydroxy is not present naturally in the kratom plant. What people are doing is they're extracting mitragynine from kratom, and then they're chemically converting it with pool chemicals to 7-hydroxymitragynine. It's not found in nature. It's not found in the plant. They're putting this in concentrated form, and it's probably likely that that's a lot of the adverse events we're seeing. That's a lot of the problems we're seeing, sir. So I think it's important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and to differentiate what kratom is, the very natural product that you spoke about, and understand that the synthetic products you spoke about are not kratom. There's something completely different.
And your challenge with as broad of diversity that there is on the Senate floor, none of them are chemists. and the ability to convince us when we've already been down this road with other adulterated products on the shelf today that intended not to have harm but do good is lengthy. 2019, we've added 8,000 retail establishments pushing out junk, and a lot of them have the adulterated Creighton on the shelf. And they don't put on the sign, this is pure and this is adulterated. They just say Creighton. And truth of the matter is, if it wasn't for the effect that those synthetics give, those businesses wouldn't be selling them. So what I would encourage you guys to do as an industry, if it's real, and you have qualified manufacturers and vendors, to have them find a national certification that can be signed off at the appropriate federal levels, and then we can have a different conversation. But until then, we're at the mercy of one person saying this was good today.
The only thing I'll offer, sir, if you'll accept it, is that food isn't approved before it goes to market in the United States. Dietary supplements are not approved before they go to market in the United States. That's for drugs, biologics, and devices. Food can go to market without any pre-market approval by the Food and Drug Administration. It's not required. It's not the paradigm. There's what's called the new dietary ingredient process, and there have been at least 8 new dietary ingredient notifications made for kratom or kratom related products. Some of these are pretty sad, and some of them are really, really good. Multi-million-dollar, as you spoke, investments about the basis of safety for kratom and kratom leaf. They do exist. It's a technicality. FDA says they haven't approved kratom. FDA only approves drugs. They don't approve food. Right. So it's a nuance that I think is important to understand.
And I think your challenge is there's too many bad guys that have tainted your pool, and you've got a really uphill battle.
I fought that for 6 years when I was the deputy director. Right. We used to call it the whack-a-mole.
I hear you.
Bad companies come up, they take the market over.
I wanted to say for sure,
yeah.
I appreciate where y'all are coming from, because after doing a little bit of my own research, I can appreciate where it started from. Southeast Asia's been using it for thousands of years. It's been a kind of an Asian remedy for things, but one leaf didn't ruin your world. I mean, it did some calming or whatever, but that's not who has ruined your Creighton to market today.
Sure.
The chemists that are making billions of dollars in Texas on this product and products like it have ruined your opportunity for it. If you can get everything together and show that that can never happen in the future, if you do all of these good things and it doesn't cost the state $1 billion to enforce it, then there's a different conversation, but that's not upon us today. So I appreciate taking the time to come to Texas to testify. Senator, outside of this issue, I'm looking forward to getting to know you, and the next time I'm heading to Utah, which we are playing Utah this year. We played Brigham Young last year, so I will see you in Utah. I'll give you a holler maybe in the fall.
If you do, Senator, I'll be wearing blue and white of BYU.
That's okay. The nicest people we've ever played. I wish all fans could act like being. Let me tell you, members, the alumni brought Texas Tech fans ice cream. It was awesome. They're the greatest people you'd ever want to meet. So it was a good time. Appreciate it.
Just like in a positive note, thank you for your attention to public health. You're very correct that you want to take tianeptine off the market. I signed warning letters for that when I was at the Food and Drug Administration. If you were successful in scheduling 7-hydroxymitragynine and making that illegal in Texas because it violates your Controlled Substance Act, I think you'd fix about 80% of the harm that you think kratom is causing. I think you should focus on 7-hydroxy and tianeptine and give kratom a chance.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Folks, any other questions for the panel? Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, thank you,
Ma'am?
Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kirsten.
We have one more question, if you don't mind.
Sorry. No. Appreciate all the testimony.
This is very exciting.
Well, I just want to better understand for a moment. My good friend, obviously, Senator Perry, is concerned, as we all are, with the abuse of this derivative synthetic. But I'd like to understand this for a moment. Dr. Smith, obviously, you talked about being one of the preeminent experts, and obviously got great respect for Johns Hopkins. Can you just speak to, for a moment, I want to understand kratom in its base raw form, not synthesized. what it does to be able to help with the issues around opioid addiction? Is it like the weaning process of ketamine? What is it? Can you just speak to that for a moment? Just to educate me, I don't have any clue. I'd like to better understand.
Yes, so I will be giving a workshop, a 1-week, I'm joking. You can all come to that later. No, it's a very complex botanical, and as I said earlier, what it is not. It does not act on the cannabinoid system. It is not a hallucinogen. It does not have hallucinogenic effects. And essentially what it does is it will have stimulatory effects and then some mild mood improvement / analgesia or pain-killing effects, right? This happens through a very complex set of mechanisms through a bunch of different, we call them alkaloids. They're essentially components of the leaf. The leaf material has dozens of these alkaloids, and they act on different receptor systems in the body. So some of these are opioid systems, most of them are not. So serotonin, I think we've heard of that, dopamine, sure. Adenosine, which is actually what caffeine acts on in the brain, and then alpha adrenergic activity as well. And so there's a lot of different things going on, and it would take me a long time to explain that. But for instance, the pain part, right? So we have different serotonin, alpha-adrenergic, and opioidergic activity that at even low levels can kind of work together in this synergistic way to help alleviate pain, and for people experiencing opioid craving or even alcohol withdrawal is something that is not talked about as much as it should be. Alcohol and opioid, both, there's a lot of people who have had attenuation of their withdrawal symptoms with the use of kratom, again, through multiple mechanisms, not an opioid-only mechanism. And so that is essentially the briefest way to put it. So I will just re-emphasize that kratom, it's not an opioid. Quite frankly, part of the problem with this is it doesn't get put in a box easily. And we all want things to just fit into a nice little box because it would make my life and everyone else's, it would make this a much easier conversation if we could just say it is a stimulant, or it's an opioid, or it's this, or it's that. And that's just not the case. Now, the one thing I'll say is the 7-hydroxymitragynine part, if you pluck out that, which again is not really in the leaf, and it's not added to any kratom, right? So it's part of it naturally in very trace amounts. But these new products, these have been synthesized from mitragynine, which is the major alkaloid. And then if you take it out and just look at it by itself, you can call that an opioid. I tell clinicians that when you assess for substance use disorder for 7-hydroxy, these semi-synthetic products, you have to assess it as an opioid use disorder. For kratom use disorder, it is reckless and irresponsible to assess that as an opioid use disorder or a stimulant use disorder because the polypharmacy, the pharmacology of it is so complex, you can't put it into a little box. And again, I've studied both normative kratom use as well as kratom withdrawal and kratom addiction. So I mean, even with leaf, leaf is not some perfect miracle plan either, right? So there's a lot of honest conversation to be had here, but to your point, the pain relief comes from a complex set of pharmacology that, again, would take a lot longer to explain.
And so from a regulatory and clinical perspective, your work, in the document you gave us, you've been working with this now for 10 years. Are you doing clinical trials? Are you doing that in conjunction with NIH? I'm just trying to understand what's really taking place with regard to your research and what is the objective of the research? Is the research objective to try to prove the safety and efficacy? What are you trying to accomplish? And are you trying to take it through a traditional clinical path, 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3 to commercialization? What are you trying to accomplish? I'm trying to understand the research.
Yes, so thank you for that question. So I will say that it's actually a testament to how boring kratom is. I mean, it's exciting and interesting, but if it were public health #1, you'd have every researcher in the country trying to study it. Like people are trying to study fentanyl. And there's not that many people in this space because it's in some ways not that people aren't getting super addicted to kratom. It's not public health enemy #1 when we're talking about kratom normally. So my work has really been, and my colleagues in this space have been trying to understand, okay, it's been used in Southeast Asia for centuries. It's been used in the United States since 2004. What can we understand about this use? Now, a lot of that was like field work type stuff, and we've done ambulatory assessments with smartphones and looked at daily patterns of use, things like that. What I'm doing now, I have 2 clinical trials that's essentially modeling real-world use in a controlled inpatient hospital setting. So we have people come in, take their kratom as normal. We have pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics. Basically, we measure everything you can possibly measure with a human. Respiration rate, heart rate, impairment. So are they intoxicated? Can they drive using a validated driving simulator? We just do a ton of different behavioral pharmacology and clinical pharmacology tasks. Then we have them go into withdrawal. You know, we know people have reported for many years it's mild to moderate. Well, I am demonstrating under controlled observation, 24-hour locked unit kind of thing, what does kratom withdrawal actually look like? Because people can say whatever they want to, but when we have you all hooked up and we're taking all of your vitals, what does this actually look like? So I am at this point in trying to establish what is chronic and acute, what does it look like using products in the real world, not a standard formulation. What the FDA did recently was a single ascending dose study, and they actually, when you take what they did and put it together with my work, you have on the one hand, they have a well, standardized product, and I test all the products that are in my study as well. But they have healthy volunteers who are kratom naive, and they come in, they do 1 single dose, whereas my people are taking it every day. So we have a convergence of 2 ends of the spectrum as far as data. I have grants in with NIDA. Obviously, the new administration, there's been a lot of surprises with funding stuff happening lately. But I have several, and my work is funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, right? I'm not here with the AKA. I'm here speaking for myself. So what we are showing basically are extract products, whole leaf products. I don't let 7-OH products in my study. I actually just launched a survey on 7-OH products. I'm going to be interviewing people taking those. I don't let them in my study. But where we're going next is not, for me, drug development. However, NIDA is looking at a isolated mitragynine compound for potential drug development for opioid use disorder indications. Now, what I think they see, and I'll shut up after I say this, is and I don't, again, speak for NIDA, but my sense is that there is a natural product marketplace that they want to see continue, and this is evidenced by a recent funding announcement for natural products for substance use disorder intervention, in which I was asked to submit on kratom. And then I also think they see a drug development pipeline for opioid use disorder. I think they see both things coexisting.
2 different indications.
Yes. One is natural product, one is a pharmaceutical.
Okay. And this clinical work, what is the size of the study? How many participants thus far?
Oh, I mean, unless you want to give me more money. No, I have 22 people in one study, 16 people in another, because these, again, we have people come and stay with us for many days and nights, and they have to meet a lot of criteria. So, at this point, I'm only funded for that. I'm hoping to get more funding to do actually a similar study to what FDA is doing, only with extract, to see how people are responding to an extract product when they've never taken it, because I do think we might see impairment if someone took it one time, but I think other people don't get impaired, and we need to study it with kratom naive people in order to understand that. So,
thank you, Francis.
So, Senator Parker, I think the way I'd sum it up is, we don't know what we don't know, and until we run it through the process to give legislatures and people such as us making policy, we've got to know more. But I'll leave you with a couple of things. NIDA, National Institute on Drug Abuse, notes that kratom side effects can include psychiatric, cardiovascular, gastrointestinal, and respiratory problems. That was a 2020 study. Society of Study of Addiction found that kratom users are more prone to substance abuse than people using alcohol, cigarettes, and cannabis. These are just different studies. 21, Journal of Clinical Pharmaceutical found that it has been linked to liver toxicity, seizures, and death, and that's probably the synthetic versions. I don't know, but Journal of Addiction Medicine found that nearly 1/3 of the people in the U.S. who use kratom met the criteria of kratom use disorder when use increased tolerance withdrawal, as you had mentioned.
That might be my study that you're quoting. I mean, so
I'm just saying, and I've got to go. I apologize. I live north of here by about 6 hours, and it's hard to catch flights. Kratom was kind of a conversation internally with me because I'd heard some things, but I'm just telling you the market that's out there today has, until we know more, and you guys can put your act together and get somebody outside of your independent research to say it's good, it can't.
I would not say, I mean, this goes back to good or bad or dangerous or safe. We have a lot of data to support that kratom extract and leaf at certain doses, and we have papers that are we have a sufficient amount of data now to say that kratom, not the semi-synthetic derivatives, but kratom at certain doses and serving sizes is safe and not causally attributable to any pathology that, I literally, I have no life, this is all I study, so.
This is not a debate tonight because we can't solve what y'all hoped us to solve in Texas today. And I wish it was different if y'all had some process to point to that said we've been through all 22 versus 2000 or 10 years. Those are how things come to the market.
I would kindly, and I thank you for your time, it's been a long day for you. In Maryland, when I spoke at the state legislative hearing there, they kept conflating tianeptine and kratom and all these different things. And I said, these are two different things. They scheduled tianeptine, they kept kratom on, and I do believe that you all are smart men and women, and I know that there's a middle ground here.
Yeah,
there has to be a middle ground.
And I would say it this way. It's not a question of you and y'all's beliefs and what I believe you say it does based on things that you know it does. It's more, we have a distribution system out there today that we have to deal with first, and then we can come back with something that you say, it's not y'all's problem, but you're mixed up with the problem, and we don't have the skill set as a legislature to carve that out. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Parker,
Madam Chair, I know,
recognized.
I know Senator Perry has to run. I just have one question for you, sir, as a regulator, just for a quick moment, and certainly agree with what Senator Perry is saying and the challenge we face and all the horrible things that are happening in society because of this synthetic product. But just I'm intrigued by your perspective as a regulator formally, and that you cracked down on it initially. Why have you changed? I just want to understand that for a moment, just intellectually for a moment.
Sure. So the narrative of kratom that's pretty much stuck at FDA, they've sort of built their fighting position and they're not going to move off of it very easy, began back around 2012 when there was indication that about 8 or 9 people over in Sweden, I think it was, died from kratom. It turned out that they died because the kratom was adulterated with the active ingredient of the pharmaceutical tramadol.
Okay.
That's what ate up their liver. That's what hurt their liver and killed them. It wasn't the kratom. FDA knows this now, but they won't acknowledge it.
I see.
And then incrementally, they've sort of dug in on kratom, and they've made a lot of statements in the past that they'd have to move back off of, and they're just stuck to do it. It's a tough boat to turn around.
That's a situation we're in.
Yeah, but 2015, when I had it seized, there wasn't a lot of good science and data, and what was out there wasn't making its way to me. It was sort of filtered.
Yeah.
But in the past decade, the amount of data and science that shows kratom's safe and shows that if you use it reasonably, it's safe, it's really quite profound.
Yeah, very good. And you understand the challenge that Senator Perry and all of us are trying to address here with what's been happening with all the
I do, and I saw it firsthand at
all the bad
FDA.
actors. Yeah.
You've got to be careful when you take away legitimate options for natural wellness. You create a black market. You create a race to the bottom. You end up with things that show up in baggies without names on them or directions for use, and that's where harm can really happen. It's certainly not a wholesome product.
Appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Oh, Senator Hinojosa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's late, and if you'll indulge me just for a few quick questions regarding that, because I know our friend Senator Perry really wants to fix a problem that is a problem here in Texas. But you had mentioned, and sorry if I get the terminology wrong, 7-OH or 7-hydroxy, or what was the actual term?
So 7-hydroxymitragynine is the full name, and 7-OH is the abbreviation that is used in science, but also colloquially on the street. Some of the semi-synthetic products that are being discussed are called 7-OH or 7-hydroxy. That's kind of the different terms used to describe these products. And they usually have brand names that are very lurid and evoke like narcotics. So that's why, to me, this issue is actually a lot more simple, because they might say kratom, but then they'll have a name like hydroxy or opia or like something like druggy.
And you said that is the equivalent of an opioid.
So
very similar.
that it only acts on the mu opioid receptor. And so that is the exact receptor that like Oxycontin acts on. Not only is the binding affinity more than 20 times greater than morphine, but also more importantly in preclinical models, we see that non-human animals will actually show indicators of abuse and addiction. So it's not just a binding assay, but also behavioral data that we have. And I'm collecting data on it now with clear evidence of addiction. And it's opioid. It's just completely opioid-like.
Just a quick answer. Are there any benefits to 7-OH?
Pardon me?
Are there any benefits to 7-OH?
No.
Okay, so
My jaw was broken. I'm sure I would take one out of sheer desperation, but like that's not what I would
There's no
recommend.
benefits to that. And then I think you said that if you add 7-OH to kratom, it's not really kratom.
No, it's adulterated.
So if we were to ban 7-OH and then maybe make it illegal to call the product kratom with anything else.
Bingo.
Yes.
Bingo.
That was really loud. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Then one last thing though, is it easy to test for 7-OH?
We'll figure it.
No.
It's incredibly easy. I mean,
There's the chemist.
we do it every day. We test for 7-OH, we test for metragenine pseudoindoxyl, we test for all of these adulterants that are on this list that you're also talking about, like tianeptine, fentanyl, synthetic opioids. It's very easy to test for specific molecules when you lay out clear legislation about what molecules are or are not banned. Banning an entire plant or entire genus of plants is a regular.
They did it with marijuana, and it didn't work.
If I may, sir, what I just handed you was from looking at the bill today. That proposed language or the concept in that document that I handed you, that deals with the challenges of 7-hydroxy, but leaves the benefit of kratom. And if the challenge is enforcement, you need to understand that there's a lot of products in the market that the state enforces regularly. Alcohol is a good example. There's a number of products. So if the issue is enforcement, what we found in Utah, there's a couple of phases with enforcement. The first is registering the product, having a certificate of analysis submitted to the state that's required before the product can be sold. And that has to show that the product is pure plant, not adulterated, concentrated.
And now you can track it through
synthesized.
commerce.
It's through our Department of Agriculture. That's the first step.
That's the key, though. It's just like our issue with the hemp products or the THC products. It's too hard to test, on those products. So if the only way something like this could even be reasonably, looked at is if there is a simple.
Here's the way we do it.
If the state of Texas wants one, we'll give you one.
Inexpensive way.
Sir, the solution to that, an example are these the states that have passed it. Many of them have what we do in Utah, and that is you require the company to submit their products to an independent lab that has been already certified by the state to be an accepted lab. And there's a handful of labs that meet that qualification. Those independent labs are the ones that do the analysis of the product, and products are being regularly rejected in Utah at the front end before they get on the market. In addition to that, then products that are on the market, there's a random sampling, and if the products don't meet the criteria, they're taken off the market, they're delisted. So the enforcement is both preemptive up front and with the products that are actually on the shelf. And that happens across the board in our commerce with a number of different industries and products.
And I would add one important thing, because it gets yes to all of that has been said, but in addition to that, there are certain forms that kratom is not going to be able to be put into. There's not going to be a kratom sublingual film made, right? So like there are certain products that bypass first pass metabolism, like nasal sprays or vapes or whatever. You don't even have to do a test. You can just say, this is not a product that we're going to allow as a kratom product, because you can't vape kratom, right? That is another very easy way to not even have to worry about testing. Now, obviously, I would very much recommend the Utah model and what Senator Bramble has mentioned, discussed, but there are certain formulations that you don't even need to test them. You can just look at them and say, if it's in this type of formulation, it's not kratom. No.
If you don't swallow it, it's not a dietary supplement. You can't put it up your nose or under your tongue.
Yeah, and I think that's the other part of it too, is that, is 7-OH the only thing that could be added to it to create this addictive, hallucinogen product, or is the chemist going to get cute again and just come up with something else, so you ban one thing? I think that's where Senator Perry is, and that's what our concern is, not being chemists, not understanding all that. Yeah. That's where the challenge is. And so are these people going to keep popping up with it, utilizing that product as a base product, and then... And I think that's where it would have to be. I mean, you see where I'm going. I don't think I have the solution today, but I think there could be a work.
Sir, you actually,
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
The current.
And I want to keep us moving because there are still a lot of other folks that want to testify, but I want to make sure, Senator Hinojosa, you finish your questions.
I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all of your very responsive testimony. Thank you for being here, and I know y'all have come from a long way. Thank you. You're dismissed. The chair calls Gabriela Gomez, Chris Jepson, Jamie Clark, Brandon Odom, and Jeremy Stedding. Appreciate y'all waiting around, and any seat is fine. Okay, great. We'll start on this end, and if you'll just introduce yourself, tell us your position on the bill, and then give us your testimony. And then members, as usual, what we'll do is we'll hear from everyone, and then we'll ask questions of the panel at the end. Thank you. Go ahead and give us your testimony.
My name is Jeremy Stedding. I live right here in Austin, Texas. I am a Kratom consumer first and foremost. I discovered Kratom in 2013. I was a Texas country music performer for 15 years, traveling around the state of Texas playing music. Along with that comes a lot of booze. It's part of the game. Struggled with it. It was natural Kratom that helped me break that cycle. I loved it so much. I found it so helpful in my life that I wanted to share it. My wife and I started a company called Stedding & Sons Mercantile, 1836 Kratom, manufacturing right here in Austin. Now, I agree, we all want to protect public health, absolutely. We do not sell synthetic products. All of our products are lab tested. We are registered in the state of Utah and the state of West Virginia. And I understand 100% the perspective of going through the right channels. But I got a friend, he's a US veteran, right? He relies on this. He was on every cocktail of legal medications. He was depressed, he was suicidal, he tried to take his life. He is using natural Kratom now. Now, do we want to wait 5 years until that's registered with the FDA? He is holding on to a life vest, drowning, and you're going to say you're going to take that life vest away because it's not Coast Guard approved? That's my perspective on it. This is something that is helping people that we need to regulate. We need to ensure that people are registering these products. These are getting lab tests. But for the people that need this, that are using this to save their lives, I think they have a right to consume it, especially if they're not harming anybody else and they're consuming lab-tested products. So I think it's pretty clear that I'm opposed to the bill, but I'm very grateful for you guys' time, very much appreciate it. If anybody has any questions or anybody in Austin would like to visit our facility at any time, I'd love to have you by, and I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and for timely testimony, too. We appreciate that. If y'all can keep an eye on the light, so that gives everyone else that wants to testify an opportunity to speak. Thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us and giving us your time as well. I do really appreciate it. I'm Gabriela Gomez. I'm from El Paso, Texas, and I'm also a consumer of Kratom products, presumably the powder as well. And I've had, honestly, so many stories of people that I know, family members, friends that have gotten off opiates, that use it for just basically the well-being for themselves. I've had a customer that basically is also stage 4 cancer. God bless his soul, he has passed. He was given fentanyl patches when he was on that last stage, and he ended up, it wasn't helping with his pain at all. He ended up taking either too much, or he ran out, and he went to the doctor. And what did they do? They told him, I'm sorry, I can't help you. We already gave you enough. That was it. So not only was he suffering on stage 4 cancer, but he was also now withdrawing off of fentanyl. So his wife had also passed as well, And before she had passed, she was also looking into more medicinal remedies in order to manage pain relief and also for mental well-being. Obviously stage 4 cancer, he was ready to pass. That can be quite a toll on mental health. And he found Kratom, and he, till his last day, would take Kratom for the most part to manage his pain relief, to also help him with a better outlook in life. In his last few days, he was also able to spend those last few days with family, mentally clear in his mind instead of using opiates that would have basically had him sedated for a lot of that, and not really completely there, to enjoy his last moments with family and loved ones. I have another big story of another customer that's a veteran. He has PTSD. He also is an amputee, and he has a lot of pain. And he also was given, a lot of opiates also from the VA, and they didn't help him out. He was depressed, of course, from the PTSD and all the horrors that he'd seen in war, and he turned to Kratom. He found Kratom powder, and it basically helped him to get his life back. It helped him to basically feel better about everything and manage his pain to be able to function on a daily basis. So I do agree with the making, for example, 7.0 illegal or putting better regulations on that, but not Kratom powder, not the actual plant.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. All right, why don't you go on and introduce yourself and then give us your testimony.
Hi, my name's Jamie Clark. I'm from El Paso, Texas as well. I found Kratom in 2013, and it's really saved my life. I want to say, please don't ban Kratom, ban 7-hydroxymitragynine. Any Kratom extracts, just leave us our pure leaf Kratom. Pain management fails people in this country every single day. It's a leading cause of suicide. I'm sure some of you know chronic pain makes people miserable, makes people angry, mean. Kratom saves lives. Kratom helps people every day. And banning it, prohibition doesn't work. We know that already. It's going to go into the shadows. There'll be a black market. And that just means people are going to die. We're in the middle of a fentanyl epidemic. And people are going to find a solution to their chronic pain, and they're going to die. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and then give us your testimony.
Hi, my name's Chris Jepson. I live in the Woodlands, Texas, Harris County, north of Houston. I'm here to request the removal of Kratom from the bill SB 1868. I found Kratom in 2012. I was suffering sciatica, compressed disc. I was walking with a cane at 37 years old. And I had a healthy fear of opioids. I had family members and friends that became addicted to it, unknowingly that they were going to be addicted. So I never got into that, and I tried to suck it up. And one of my friends introduced Kratom to me. He said that give it a try, and I was fearful of it. I thought it was a synthetic, that's K2 spice. And he said, all it is a ground up leaf from a tree from Southeast Asia. After trying this, I had the best night's sleep I had in 4 years. After that, I decided to fly over to Jakarta or Borneo to go see where this grows. I wanted to meet the people that are picking the leaves, and we noticed that we need to get them up to U.S. standards. So there's a few of us that went over there, helped them develop SOPs, standards to get them to provide a safe product for us. There's microbials in the forest, there's heavy metals, we want to eliminate that. So recently Indonesia enforced restrictions over there to that they can be on US standards to provide us with safe product. And so one thing that I think we can all agree is the synthetic version does not belong here. It's been safely used for millennia over in Indonesia, Thailand. They don't have problems like we have. They don't have people addicted to Kratom. And so the only difference really is they don't have the synthetic version, and they only have the natural version. So what I urge, please, let's differentiate the two. Let's eliminate that. There are other options. There are other states like Utah, that have already seen this big mess and thought, I understand it's very difficult to say, gosh, this is really a big, difficult mess, but there are solutions. There are other states that have already gone through this. As Jeremy said, you don't throw a life vest to someone who's drowning. You throw them that life vest just because it's not Coast Guard approved. This will take away that life preserver.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here, sir. And you're at the microphone that's far away, so if you can lean in so we can hear
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
I decided just to speak from the heart tonight. I don't want to write anything down. I love being an American, and you know, my biggest honor in life is serving my country in the Army after 9/11. My brother and me, we didn't hesitate when 9/11 happened. You know, he would say the Navy was his biggest honor. I went the Army route. And unfortunately, he didn't have kratom, and he died 5 years ago of an opiate overdose. And the VA gives you a list of prescriptions that are all adulterated, all unnatural, just to cover up an issue. And if my son were here right now, he would tell you that the day his dad found kratom is the day he got his dad back. I work in the post office. I work out 6 days a week. I take a little scoop of a green powder. It's kratom, it's a tea leaf, and I put it in my protein shake every morning, and that alone gets me through. I don't smoke, I don't drink, and you know, I heard Senator Kelly talking about someone taking 9 servings of kratom. If you take 9 servings of anything adulterated, you're dead. You're not a father anymore. You're not a positive influence on your society anymore. But the guy took 9 servings of kratom, and he's still here. He's still around to talk about it. So kratom is a raw leaf. It can't kill you. You can do your body weight in it just like coffee, and it can't kill you. Anything adulterated will kill you. Tylenol kills over 1,300 people a year because they take 1 too many Tylenol. And I'm going to tell you, when you're in chronic pain, I have no regrets, but you know, just like my brother would say the same thing, but we came away with more injuries than we anticipated getting in serving our country. And that's just a part of the game. That's, you know, that's a part of protecting your country at war. And by doing that, I just want to live a healthy lifestyle. And if you take away a raw leaf that's unadulterated, that can't kill anyone, you're going to have thousands of Texans, thousands of veterans left to look to the streets, left to go to adulterated, unhealthy forms to cover that pain. And when you're in chronic pain, you'll do anything to not feel that pain. Whether it's mental or physical, pain's measured the same. You know, when you go to the doctor, they give you a list of smiley faces, say, pick a smiley face, 1 out of 10, you know? And there's nothing that can really mask the pain, but Kratom does an amazing job of allowing me to be a positive influence in my society. As a postal worker, I've never missed my son's football game in the last 5 years. And like I said, you know, he's making me proud playing rugby at Penn State right now. And he tells me, he's like, Dad, the day you started Kratom is the day I got my dad back. And I just can't imagine, I really just can't imagine taking away a product that can't kill anyone, that's natural, unadulterated, that's been around for centuries, and putting people in the position to go take chemicals. And I mean, I wish Senator Kelly was still here because I saw him, you know, mentoring T and Neptune at 7OH. I'm no professional. I actually volunteer at Audie Murphy Hospital an hour away. It's the biggest veteran hospital in the United States in San Antonio. And there's thousands of veterans that all know the difference between Kratom as a raw leaf and 7OH. And we take Kratom so that we don't have to take a chemical, an adulterated form. Because at the moment you take that adulterated, unnatural form is the moment you're not able to function in society, and is also the moment you're not there for your family.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you for your service, too. And everyone at this table appreciates it. Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Thank you. You're excused. Appreciate you being here. The chair calls Melanie Klein, Jeremiah Scheibel, Jackson Groteforst, Brian Gibson, and Kemal White. You can take a seat any of those chairs. All right, we still have a couple of open spots, so I'm going to continue to call some folks. If I've already called your name, go on and make your way down. But the chair calls Amanda Fugit. I think that must be you. Come on around. Come on around and have a seat. And Shane Schumach. All right. Let's go on. Y'all, as you're coming, if you'll just have a seat in one of the empty spots, but we'll start on this side, sir, with you. If you would state your name and your position on the bill, who you represent, and we'll hear your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Groteforst, and I oppose SB 1868. I do agree that the 7-hydroxine is the real enemy, and that should be the thing that we focus on and ban instead of the kratom leaf in its natural state. I believe that kratom should be left off of the bill. I don't believe that this is a lost cause, as mentioned earlier, from regulations in the retail side, so I wanted to provide some insight in the retail side of things. I have managed a kava bar in Dallas and in North Carolina for the last 13 years, and I have sold and been around kratom this whole time, and personally have witnessed hundreds and hundreds of people use kratom in its natural state, its unadulterated form, and every single day I see people assist in themselves in their natural health journeys and their benefits that they get from this product. I have worked with medical professionals who have studied and tested this, many people like you've met today, who have all told me and taught me how to regulate my own product and serve it in its natural form. I want to express that the importance of this plant and that it should not be considered a dangerous and harmful product. It should be removed from this bill, and this thing motions to ban it. And I wish that you would listen and trust those of us that work with this plant every single day and know it. We are very knowledgeable. It's our livelihoods, and we would encourage you to trust our words and what we're speaking. This issue is that there's a misconception when it comes to kratom. I've watched over the years that this plant has grown in popularity, how the industry surrounding it has evolved state to state. I see now that it is more important than ever to advocate for this plant. Kratom is a plant that in its natural state is not the same as the extract versions that have plagued the industry. The Kratom Consumer Protection Act is already in effect here in Texas, and it is not being enforced properly. If enforced, this would protect consumers from the harmful extract and synthetic versions that have tarnished the kratom plant and the industry. This bill is not trying to enforce that, though, but instead ban it altogether. Banning kratom is not the solution. We need to remove kratom from this bill and simply enforce that is already existing limitations under the Consumer Protection Act.
Well, that was perfect timing. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And thanks for staying within your time. Just so everyone knows, it's 2 minutes. The yellow light is 1 minute, so that'll give you a little bit of way to pace yourself. Thank you for your testimony. Sir, if you'd please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is Shane Schumack, and I'm opposed to SB 1868. I'm a disabled veteran here to plead with you not to ban kratom. For vets like me, it's not just a plant, it's a lifeline backed by science, not bureaucracy. After my service, chronic pain became my enemy. Prescription drug opioids dulled the pain, but in the process, I became dependent. I struggled for years until I found this plant. It's a tropical evergreen tree that grows natively in Southeast Asia that is in the same family as coffee. I would also like to add that kratom is not a hallucinogenic substance, which this ban implies that it is. The 2021 Johns Hopkins survey showed that 91% of 2,615 users like me get pain relief without the deadly grip from prescription opiates like fentanyl, which killed 16,000 in 2021 per the CDC. So many veterans get hooked on deadly prescriptions after giving their mind, body, and spirit fighting for our so-called freedoms here in America. I myself have tried the variety of pharmaceuticals in hopes to better my conditions, but to no avail. Kratom pulled me back and gave me my life back, free from side effects, addiction, and misery by allowing me to ditch the pills and utilize God-given plants. The CDC's 2021 data linked kratom to under 1% of 27,000 overdoses, rarely being the solo cause of death. According to the NIDA, National Institute of Drug Abuse, compared to deaths from other drugs, a very small number of deaths have been linked to kratom products, and nearly all cases involved other drugs or contaminants. It's no killer, it's a rescue. The FDA rattles off 44 deaths, mostly tied to other drugs, and the WHO's 2021 review saw no dire threat. So why the big push today to ban something scientifically proven to benefit those that choose natural alternatives? High-dose risks exist according to a clinical toxicology report in 2019, but regulation, not a ban, fixes that. With 5 to 7 million users per the American Kratom Association, a ban would shove vets like me to a black market, and I can't help but wonder if that is all part of some agenda. I fought for freedom, and freedoms everyone in this room get to enjoy today. Kratom gives me mine back. Myself and so many others have positively been impacted, and the science says it works and is safe.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your service and your testimony, sir. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Jeremiah Scheibe. I'm the owner of Bula Tulum Kava and Kratom T-Bars, and I oppose the Kratom ban SB 1868. You've heard from a lot of experts here. You've heard from a lot of real-world people that are benefiting from this. I'm not going to add to any of that. I think the best contribution I can make to this is to let you guys know I've owned 6 years. I've owned 3 bars between Mexico and here, and currently a brand new one that's less than 10 minutes away. I'd like to invite anybody that would like to try this wondrous plant to come in and try it for yourself before you make judgment.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is Brian Gibson, and I oppose the ban on 1868 on Kratom. I've been using a product for a few years. I used to be a menace to society. I was addicted to fentanyl, heroin, pharmaceuticals. The last time I went to jail, I was 4-way strapped to a chair and told I was too violent to go to a jail cell. I'm no longer that person. As you can see, I'm sitting here across from you guys. I use Kratom daily. Not in an addictive form. I use it about twice. I am in agreement that 7-OH, I don't touch those things. To me, that's using. But if you ban Kratom, you're banning people's recovery. People like me that have been the hard road use this to manage with life. I have a bad L5 in my back. I suffer from chronic pain daily, hourly. But today I'm able to sit here. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm on Kratom right now. As you can tell, there's no intoxication. Completely 100%. What I'm trying to tell you is when used correctly, it's very good and has many benefits. It takes away my pain. I use a product that has less than 0.02% 7-OH. I'm not a fan of 7-OH. I will not touch the pills, none of that kind of stuff. I would be happy if you would ban those. To me, those are drugs. But certain products that use less than 0.02%, I'm in agreement with because I feel that they help. They take away my pain. I'm no longer committing crimes anymore to get my next drug. I'm not addicted when I don't have it. I don't need it more. It's not like heroin and fentanyl were. It's very different. And like you said, I invite everybody to come try it because honestly, the people in these places are professionals. They're people like you. They are they work to, I don't know how to say that, but so it helps a lot of people that are in recovery, and we don't view it as a drug. Kratom is not a drug. It's something that helps people, and it's a part of recovery. Please understand that, because if you ban Kratom, there's going to be a lot more crime and stuff because people are going to go back to other drugs like heroin and fentanyl.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, would you introduce yourself? You'll have to kind of lean into that microphone so we can hear what you say. Okay. But introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
My name is Amanda Fugit. I'm here in opposition to Kratom being on the SB 1868 bill. I'm a 33-year-old, born and raised, native to Texas. I pride myself on being a God-fearing woman, and I am also a homeschooling mother of 3, a wife, a youth soccer coach, a business owner, an herbalist, and advocate for natural occurring modalities and plant remedies. A little back history on me. I endured several injuries and broken bones as an adolescent, and some resulted in surgeries that required me to have pins drilled into my bones, resulting in obviously some pain, you know? In addition to those things, I also endured an extremely traumatic childhood that involved a lot of sexual abuse, which ended me having severe PTSD, anxiety, depression, a laundry list of things that I've had to deal with and cope with. Those left me with zero coping skills. I wound up, because of the injuries, I was taking prescription pain medication, and then I was like, oh, suddenly my PTSD is not plaguing my mind. You know what I mean? So at a very early age, my mom had me going to a psychiatrist in 1st grade, so I learned very early what pills were capable of doing. So I knew, you know what I mean? Before I knew it, I snowballed into a full-blown opiate addiction, which led me to being a IV heroin and meth user. On a good day, I would just try to get through the day. On a bad day, I was quite literally trying to commit suicide because so how my PTSD works is I literally have a movie playing in my mind all the time, right? If I go to any sort of medical physician, I've been to treatment 13 times with zero avail. Nothing has worked for me. I've had injections. Every single modality that is on the market, nothing would work for me. If I go see a doctor, I'm leaving with at least, at the minimum, 6 medications. At least. I cannot do those things anymore. Every single one of them left me with a ridiculous amount of side effects that were way worse than the things before. So it's like, okay, you kind of feel okay, but now you have this other laundry list of issues, right? So, and this is not, I'm not the only person that's affected by this. And so another example I would like to share with you guys, in my family, a lot of the women, and not just the women, they're opiates, they're allergic to them. So my grandmother, who's 85 years old, who has never been able to have any sort of pain relief, and she has one leg that is longer than the other. So she quite literally hobbles around, not able to have any relief. She's had multiple hip replacements, multiple surgeries, and has been bedridden up until last year when she tried Kratom for the first time. My grandmother now is able to get up and take care of herself. She's not bedridden. She can cook food again. She has started growing tomatoes in her backyard. Like, this is something that has allowed her to have her life back. And I think that it is kind of really ridiculous to completely strip that from people who have worked so hard to get back control of their health, to be able to just do basic human functions like taking care of themselves. This is really going to lead people back to going to the streets. And we already know, we can all agree that there is a massive fentanyl issue. There's a massive issue with that. Everything is laced these days. And I fear personally that removing a natural modality such as Kratom and unadulterated, I completely agree with you guys. 7-OH is not normal. You cannot go and grow that from the ground. It's not going to happen. 7-OH is synthetic. It's extracted. It is not normal. Kratom leaf tea, literal tea, that is something completely different. I really, really would appreciate it if we could differentiate the Kratom unadulterated leaf from these synthetic forms, because that is what's plaguing. And if we remove Kratom, we're going to have a surplus of people going back to the streets and getting pills and getting things that are laced. And not only that, we all can agree that people that are in active addiction are crazy. They are literal menaces to society. I can say that because I was one of them. I really was. We will steal, we will kill, we will destroy anything in our path to get our next fix, to make sure that we feel okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for telling your story, for waiting and sharing this with us. Members, are there any questions for the panel? All right. Thank you so much for being here. You're excused. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. All right. The chair calls Melanie Klein, Kemal White, Nick I can do this. Mortillaro. Was I close? Okay. Pulling out my school teacher skills there on the first day of school. Zakiri Henson. Okay. Melanie Klein, Kemal White. I'll just call you Nick. Zakiri Henson. All right. So we've got 2 of the 4. If anyone else is here to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2024, if you would make your way down. That's all we have registered. Yes, what's your name? Okay. And sir, what's your name? You haven't registered? Okay. Can y'all just, why don't you go in and have a seat, and then we'll get y'all registered after. Go in and have a seat. Yes, that's great. All right. Thank you. All right. So if you'll state your name clearly, and then if I did not call your name, we need to be sure that we get you on a card over here when you finish your testimony, okay? All right, so we have 2 minutes. The yellow light means 1 minute to go, and then we still have several other bills, so appreciate y'all staying in the time. Sir, would you give us your name and your testimony?
Hi, I'm Payam Pembeki, and I wasn't intending to speak, but I would feel remiss if I wasn't able to share some of the things that haven't been spoke about that I think are very important. Coming from a commerce kind of standpoint, being a manufacturer in the Kratom space for 15 years, my company is one of the original U.S.-based manufacturing companies, and we've seen the whole thing happen. And one thing I can tell you is that the kind of companies that have been thriving under the kind of guidance that the KCPA has provided in Texas and in other states has allowed us to be the kind of companies that, for me personally, I have, employees that all have health insurance and have 401ks and have all the things that we're able to provide and be like a Texas-based company. I'm a native Texan, and so I'm really proud to be able to have the opportunity to create the opportunities for others. And one thing that we're going to be not talking about here is the amount of revenue that Texas is going to lose if companies like mine have to go across the border to Oklahoma, for example, or the amount of jobs that will be lost, like companies like mine, in putting people out. And I just think that if we're, looking at things and, being, Texan and having, our sense of sovereignty and, our liberties, that we're able to make the kind of informed decisions that the consumers are able to make and have made, and are very much differentiated from the 7-ohm type of companies that are going to give you that stereotypical kind of, unscrupulous type of fly-by-night thing. And some of the, you've seen them here, and, we all work together, and it's something that I want you guys to know that I know that there is a material amount of money brought in that's getting, that's going to our taxes that we should be also considering will have an effect on our commercial.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Please state your name and then give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Zachary Hinson, and I oppose the addition of Kratom to Senate Bill 1868. I'm here to speak on behalf of Rebel X Brands and Austin Vape and Smoke, a local business in Austin, Texas, for 13 years now. I'm speaking on behalf of thousands who have found healing where modern medicine failed. We're not drug seekers, we're pain survivors. You've seen it. There are veterans, parents, siblings, lovers, business owners who are trying to just live, and Kratom is the reason they can. For some, it's the only thing that's ever worked. For others, it's the only thing that's kept them from falling back into worse options. Some testimonies. We have a customer, James Hears, veteran and former law enforcement, hasn't touched opiates since 2009, since finding Kratom. Sergio Gomez regained his family after 7 years of sobriety because of Kratom. Venus Usher walked again after 17 years of misdiagnosis and agony because of Kratom. Cheyenne, a former heroin user, says it saved her life. These are not outliers, these are our people. They've tried the pills, the surgery, the rehab clinics. Kratom worked like nothing else did. So let's be clear, banning Kratom doesn't protect lives, it ruins them. It criminalizes the sober, it punishes the responsible, and it hands desperate people back to the streets, the pills, the needles. We're not asking for a handout. We're demanding the freedom to choose a plant, a natural plant that has helped millions throughout centuries. If lawmakers truly care, we would appreciate responsible regulation, education to the public about the product, and protection to the access of the product, but do not take away our lifeline. Just this month, I've had 1,000 customers come in my stores that would turn into felons if this bill was passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Appreciate it. Would you introduce yourself, state your name real clearly, and then give us your testimony?
Hi, my name is Zachary Blevins. I work at one of the shops that sells Kratom. I myself I'm not a important person. I don't stand to lose much either way. I just want to give my honest opinion. I see daily the people that use Kratom. I have personally watched the process of people picking their life back up after fixing serious addictions. In my opinion, Kratom is not a drug, it is a harm reduction tactic. So if you do take it away, like many have said already, many people will be pushed to go back to other harder, more dangerous drugs. Now, in the case of 7-OH, I don't believe it should be as readily available as it currently is, although I do think that it should be viewed in the same light as, say, Xanax, Oxycontin, and hydrocodone, where it is not something you can simply buy over the counter, but perhaps it does have some benefit medically, but not something that should be readily available to the public because it does have serious addiction problems. I have watched people become addicted to it who have not touched Kratom. They tried some of the 7-OH, and then a week later, they're coming in every single day buying one. But I do completely support Kratom as the plant itself. I have seen people benefit greatly from it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, would you state your name and give us your testimony, please?
My name is Terry Watson, and I am here because I want to keep Kratom around. This is Kratom. It doesn't taste good. It tastes like crap. This is just plain leaf. I fill it up to here in the morning, and I just take sips off of it all day long. And that's what I do during the day. At 12 years old, I was diagnosed with bad periods. And then at 14, I was diagnosed with migraines, and that's when I got my first hydrocodone. And then I got more and more and more. And I'm 46 years old, so this was before the migraine pills and stuff. And whenever you were in pain, they threw narcotics at you. And next thing I knew, in my 20s, I was taking 25 narcotic pills a day, literally, of Oxycontin, oxycodone, and methadone every single day. And I could get that readily from a pain management doctor. And I tried to get off of that, and I got on Suboxone, got very highly addicted to Suboxone. And so I tried to get off of that, and I got on Tramadol, because that was supposed to be non-addictive. Well, that's addictive. So I got back on Tramadol. I got back on Suboxone, and then I got back off of that and got back on Tramadol again. Everything's just highly addictive, 20 plus years of my life. And I finally found Kratom, and I haven't been back to any opiates since 2016. My life, I'm clear-headed, I can move around. When I was on opiates and Suboxone, I was literally angry and overweight and craving junk food and just a miserable, miserable person. And now I can do the things that I never was able to do before. And I don't know what I'm gonna do if you guys would ban it, nobody's going to give a person with stage 4 endometriosis with adenomyosis, fibroid cysts, my cervix was adhered to my bladder. I had to get a hysterectomy because of it, and the endometriosis came back, as a matter of fact, after less than 6 months. I don't know what I'm going to do because they give birth control for endometriosis, no pain relief. And if you guys get rid of my Kratom, what am I going to take?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and telling your story. Sir, would you introduce yourself and give us your testimony?
Yeah, Nicholas Mortellaro. I'll go by Nick. My background is in chemical engineering. I started my career in traditional biotech, pharma in Boston, Massachusetts. I know what's in these products. I've extracted them. I can review COAs. I understand the differences between them. The statements of that initial panel stand on their own. Out of respect for their expertise and your time, I'm going to skip a majority of my testimony. It's only doubled by what they've already said. Instead, I'm going to ask you guys a really simple question, perhaps naive, but how can you guys get out of the middle of this? How can you leave the differentiation and assessment and evaluation of which compounds to ban, which have benefit, to subject matter experts, to scientists, to chemists, so you guys aren't here listening to testimony from your constituents who are upset? I know that your time is valuable, finite. The pharmacokinetics, the chemistry, the mechanisms of action, the indications of all these compounds, of all these different indications and diseases are complex. I'm still learning them myself. I use Wikipedia all the time to keep things straight. New products are coming out all the time. How can you guys delegate that authority to some state agency, right, or some body within Texas that has your credence to study the latest data, the latest science, the latest developments in federal health policy, look toward the studies that are coming out and make these determinations on what should be allowed in more real time as they happen so it can be more responsive? If a study did come out definitively proving safety and efficacy of one of these fungi or alkaloids or cannabinoids, would it take till the next legislative session for you guys to reconvene, do this all over again, to unban it, right, and allow access for customers and patients? I'm not sure, but there must be another way that you guys can delegate that power to a state agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mortillaro. Was that better? Thank you. Now I feel like I have some closure. Thank you so much for your testimony. The substance that we've talked about that is dangerous, 70H, sir, in the middle, does the store you work at, do they sell 70H?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you. Members, are there any other questions for this panel? All right, thank you. We really appreciate you being here. If I did not call your name, if you'll just make sure and step over here to the desk so we can be sure we get your name and get you registered. You would know who you are, so right over here at this desk. Thank you, you're dismissed. All right, that is all of the testimony that we have registered. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2024? Hearing, seeing none, public testimony is now closed, and the bill is left pending.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members will consider pending business, and the chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 779. Senate Bill 779, Senator Middleton's bill about common law public nuisance claims. Senator Middleton sends up a committee substitute, and this has been circulated to our staffs, and recognize Senator Middleton to explain the committee substitute on Senate Bill 779.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 779 takes out our Attorney General from the bill, so Attorney General Paxton can still bring public nuisance claims on behalf of all citizens of the state, but it leaves in local government and private individuals cannot bring public nuisance claim. Also, the bill applies to a rural statute ordinance of the federal government or this state. The old version had a scrivener's error that said a state, so now it says a statute of this state. That corrects that scrivener's error.
Members, any questions for the author on the committee substitute? Senator Middleton moves adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection? Substitute's adopted. And Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 779 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 6 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 779 as substituted will be reported favorably to the full Senate. As a matter of pending business, the chair now lays out Senate Bill 1378. That's Senator Parker's bill about the powers of certain non-resident sellers, permit holders. Senate Bill 1378. Senator Birdwell moves that Senate Bill 1378 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1378 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Paxton moves that Senate Bill 1378 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. As a matter of pending business, the chair now lays out Senate Bill 1386. 1386, that was Senator Huffman's bill about testimony or production of evidence before the legislature or a legislative committee. We have a committee substitute that Senator Huffman explained to us previously. We're on Senate Bill 1386. And Senator Parker moves that we adopt the committee substitute. Is there objection? So ordered. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 1386 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1386 as substitute will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 1386. Did I say it again? I just having fun. He's here somewhere. You vote so much alike. We all do. That's right. If Senator Betancourt were here, he would. Since he's not, Senator Birdwell moves that Senate Bill 1386 be recommended for local and uncontested. Is there objection? I think I do. Thank you. Thank you. Without objection, that the bill will be certified and recommended for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. As a matter of pending business, the chair lays out Senate Bill 287. That's Senator Miles' bill about the possession or consumption of alcoholic beverages on certain sexually oriented businesses. on the premises of certain sexually oriented businesses, Senate Bill 287. Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 287 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, bill will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Well, they're kind of difficult. Senator Paxton moves Senate Bill 287 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. It is so ordered. As a matter of pending business, the chair lays out Senate Bill 291. That was Senator Schwertner's bill regarding the disclosure of certain appraisal reports by an eminent entity with eminent domain authority in connection with an offer. Senator Schwertner had previously explained to us the committee substitute, which is before us. Senator Hall moves that the committee substitute be adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 291 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 291 will be recommended for the local and uncontested, will be reported favorably to the full Senate. And now, is there a motion to send that to local, or does that need to go to the floor? Senator Hinojosa moves that Senate Bill 291 be recommended and certified for the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 292, Senator Schwertner's bill on requirements in connection with the acquisition of real property for public use by an entity with eminent domain authority. Senate Bill 292. Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 292 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 292 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Paxton moves that Senate Bill 292 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. As a matter of pending business, the chair now lays out Senate Bill 508. 508, Senator Bettencourt's bill about preparing and delivering precinct election returns. Senate Bill 508. Senator Hall moves that Senate Bill 508 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 508 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. That's a good motion. So, does someone wish to move that this bill be certified for local and uncontested? Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 508 be certified and recommended for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. The chair now lays out, as a matter of pending business, Senate Bill 618. 618, that's Senator Sparks' bill about the unlawful altering of election procedures. Senator Sparks previously explained to us the committee substitute, which has been laid out and is before us. Senate Bill 618. And Senator Parker moves that we adopt the committee substitute. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. The substitute is before us. Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 618 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, the committee substitute Senate Bill 618 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Hinojosa moves that Senate Bill 618 as substituted be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 901, Senator Colcourse bill about filing an application for a place on the ballot with more than one political party. Senate Bill 901. This committee substitute was sent up, which Senator Colcourse explained to us. It is before us. And Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 90, that we adopt the committee substitute, Senate Bill 901. Is there objection? Hearing none, the substitute's adopted. Senator Middleton moves that the committee substitute, Senate Bill 901, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 618 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Hinojosa moves that committee substitute Senate Bill 618 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. That was 901, right? As a matter of pending business, the chair lays out Senate Bill 1436. That's Senator Betancourt's bill about accepting an early voting ballot voted by mail. Senate Bill 1436. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 1436 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1436 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Hinojosa moves that Senate Bill 1436 be recommended and certified for the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. As a matter of pending business, the chair lays out Senate Bill 1494. Senate Bill 1494, you'll recall, is Senator Johnson's bill allowing the certain jurisdictions to move the election from May to November. Senate Bill 1494. Senator Parker moves that Senate Bill 1494 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 1494 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Parker moves that the Senate Bill 1494 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. And Madam Chair, would you conduct on a few more bills?
All right, members, the chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 29 by Senator Hughes. And there is a committee sub. Senator Hall sends up the committee sub. Okay, we're going to back that up. Hold on there, Senator Hall. All right, Senator Hughes, you're going to explain to us the difference between the original bill and the committee sub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 29, you may recall, is the bill to make Texas more attractive for business and corporations. We brought this bill before committee on March the 10th. It had key provisions like codifying the business judgment rule, empowering companies to set minimum ownership thresholds for derivative lawsuits, and establishing a process to pre-assess director independence before transactions take place. Since then, we've heard from a lot of stakeholders, business leaders, legal experts, others who've shaped the version before us. So this substitute that we're about to have will reflect those discussions. We had previously adopted a committee substitute, so I'll be asking, we previously explained a substitute, I'll be asking that we withdraw the earlier version so that we can adopt this new substitute.
Members, are there any questions for Senator Hughes? All right, if not, Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? If not, the substitute is adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 29 favorably to the whole Senate. The clerk will call the roll.
Bencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 7 ayes and 0 nays, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 29 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Senator Hinojosa moves that the bill be reported and recommended certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Okay. Chair lays out Senate Bill 964 by Senator Hughes. There is a committee sub, and the chair recognizes Senator Hughes to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you'll recall this is that bill that has to do with the appearance of a driver license issued to someone who is not a citizen but is here legally. The original version of the bill said that one who is here legally but not a citizen, that their driver license would say non-citizen. And Senator Hall pointed out maybe we should put something on the other licenses that say citizen, something more positive. We believe we have a Goldilocks solution to that. The committee substitute before you would do this. It says, for the driver license issued to people who are here legally but not citizens, their driver license will say not eligible to vote. Doesn't speak to their citizenship status, just says they're not eligible to vote. And, of course, if those folks become citizens, they'll be incentivized to come down and get their driver license changed to get that off of there. But for folks who are here legally and have a driver license, they're not citizens, they can't register to vote, they can't vote, their license will say not eligible to vote. That's what the substitute does.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Hughes about the committee sub? Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Do I remember correctly that it would also be like vertical and some of those other things? Is that this committee sub take any of that away or just adds the?
That's a great question, Senator. Everything in the original version is there except instead of non-citizen, it'll say not eligible. All the orientation, those other matters are still there as well. And thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? All right. Thank you. Then the chair brings up Senate Bill 964, and Senator Hughes moves that we, nope, we have to do the committee sub, right? So Senator Hughes sends up the committee sub to Senate Bill 964 and moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Chair brings up the committee substitute. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 964 favorably to the whole Senate. The clerk will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton,
Aye.
Hughes.
There being 7 ayes and no nays, committee substitute to Senate Bill 964 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Okay. Senator Hughes moves that Senate Bill 964 be recommended and certified for the placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there committee substitute? Let me back that up. I'll make somebody else do it because you're working really hard here. So Senator Hall moves that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 964 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. All right. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2312 by Senator Hughes. This is the bill relating to the establishment and powers and duties of the Texas Advisory Committee on Geopolitical Conflict, 2312. And there is a committee substitute. Senator Hughes, you are recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll recall this is that geopolitical stress test so that in the event of instability or worse than instability around the world, how would that affect our supply chains? What would that do to Texas, to our critical infrastructure, to our readiness? The committee substitute takes into account input from energy stakeholders and adds that the geolocation of energy deposits related to our critical infrastructure provided or developed by the advisory committee under the section is confidential and not subject to disclosure. So we're asking this committee to look at a lot of things critical to our defense. Some of that stuff should not be released because it's privileged. That's the idea. That's all the committee substitute does.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions about the substitute for the author? All right. So, Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? If not, the substitute is adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2312 favorably to the whole Senate. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
There being 7 ayes and 0 nays, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 2312 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Leave it there. Okay. All right. Senator Parker, would you like to see that one go to local? Would you like to see that bill go to local? Senator Parker moves that the committee substitute to 2312 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1790 by Chairman Hughes. There is a committee substitute that is before us. 1719. Okay, that has already been explained to us, so that's what's before us, relating to the rulemaking power of the Texas Supreme Court. Everybody good? Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? If not, substitute is adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1719 favorably to the whole Senate. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Yes.
There being 7 ayes and 0 nays, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1719 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1719 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. All right, chair lays out, brings up Senate Bill 1333 by Chairman Hughes. And we do have a committee substitute back. And Chairman Hughes, you are recognized to explain the substitute for Senate Bill 1333.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 1333, you'll recall, was one of the bills we heard dealing with squatters. And this is a bill that uses that term to describe people who move into a property, to a home without permission, or move onto property without permission. These are not folks who've overstayed their lease, but they had never had a legal right to be there. The committee substitute makes two changes. The final version of the bill made the sheriff the sole officer who could carry out the bill's provisions. The committee substitute expands this to include constables, allowing them to perform the same functions. Those are the two officers that are currently allowed in Texas law to serve similar functions. Also, many people shared that situations involving squatters also involve multiple recurring offenses: trespassing, theft, forgery, and the use of fictitious documents. So the section's amended here to give district attorneys greater flexibility in pursuing the most serious offenders. That was a suggestion we got from a prosecutor, which was discussed. And that's what the committee substitute does.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, any questions for the author on the committee substitute? If not, Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? If not, the substitute is adopted. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1333 favorably to the whole Senate. The clerk will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Hall, Hinojosa, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Saffarini, Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 7 ayes and 0 nays, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1333 will be reported favorably to the whole Senate. Okay. Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1333 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. I sure will.
Senator Hall, thank you. On 1999, I was mistaken. We have a substitute coming on that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Please keep that up. Thank you. Please.
The chair lays out Senate Bill 2309 by Chairman Hughes and recognizes the author to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 2309, a bill set for our agenda today and now this evening. Ballot box, election security, transparency, and accountability. The election code describes the duties of poll watchers and also camera systems that monitor our voted ballots. Those go back to Senate Bill 1. Many of us will recall from 2021. These protections give valuable peace of mind to the public that their elections are being run honestly and transparently, a recurring theme in Texas. We've seen that sometimes our rules create conflicts between election officials and the public where there are disagreements as to what poll watchers can observe, what cameras must capture. This bill seeks to clarify poll watcher roles to minimize those conflicts. Makes clarifications increasing watcher oversight in Section 1.02 that amends Chapter 33. Also, video surveillance of voted ballots, that's Section 1.03. It amends 127.1232 of the code, and candidate and watcher access to partial counts. Again, the idea of this bill is to effectuate what has been the legislative intent, but there's been some confusion at the point of application that we've heard about. So this is to clarify that so everybody knows what the rules are. And so we're erring on the side of access and openness and transparency and sunshine and accountability. And so that's what the bill does. And I'm happy to yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions for Senator Hughes on this? All right, thank you. The chair will open, we have one invited witness. Chair calls Dr. Laura Presley. Thank you for being here, Dr. Presley. For the record, go on and state your name and give us your testimony, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Paxton. I'm Dr. Laura Presley, and I'm testifying on behalf of True Texas Elections in support of Senate Bill 2309. Bless you, Senator Hughes, for bringing this critical bill. We really are grateful for this. It's going to preserve the secrecy and the security of the ballot box. It's going to prevent fraud, and it authorizes increasing penalties, criminal penalties for recurring violations. I've handed out to you, we've had some concerns about the security of the ballot boxes over years. And very recently, in a recount in Laredo, in Webb County, there was an image that was taken by the Secretary of State's observer. And the issue is there's a ballot box in these two pictures that you have. The ballot box has flaps that meet in the center. And typically on election day, those boxes are locked on two corners. On election day, election judges are advised to just put one seal on the open slot on one end. What we saw at the recount is that it was very easy to get your hand in between the two flaps. This is really, we knew this could happen, and we actually asked the SOS to take a picture of it. And so this is really what happens on election day. And we think this violates Texas Election Code 127.066A. This image was obtained by a Secretary of State's open records request that I had done to get that image. So this bill, what this does, it secures the ballot box so that watchers have their eyes on the ballot box from the moment it leaves the poll all the way to final storage. This got addressed in Senate Bill 1 in 2021, but there has been some violations where counties are not allowing watchers to go all the way in and follow the ballot box, which was the intent of Senate Bill 1 in when it changed section 30, or added 33.0605. So the terminology that was there originally says a watcher can go and monitor at any other location designated to process materials. And we believe any other location means just that, but that's not how it was interpreted over the last 3 years. And so apparently it was interpreted by the Secretary of State's division, Elections Division, that the early voting clerk's office where the stuff is delivered or the warehouse is not included in any other location. We disagree. But I think what we've proposed is let's go ahead and add those terms explicitly into the language of the code, and that's what this bill does. Second, in Senate Bill 1, it was intended that video surveillance would be available and monitored and live streamed from the moment the ballot box hit the scene at the location where it's being delivered from the election judge once it's being taken over. And that's not what was interpreted. What has been interpreted was that it says that the existing code says that video surveillance system would be implemented from the time the voted ballots are delivered to the central counting station. There's been some concern and some issues with the interpretation that the central counting station does not mean early vote, doesn't mean the early vote clerk's office. Well, my gosh, 70% of people vote early. Ballot boxes the first day of early vote can be delivered to the elections department, and they're not covered under surveillance. And that's what we see all over the state. You can have 70% of ballots being cast, those boxes being delivered to the early vote clerk's office, and somehow they're not covered under surveillance. That didn't make sense. So what's being added is the specific explicit language that the early vote the early vote clerk's location is included, hallways, doors, offices, warehouses, and that we want to add a large analog clock. What we've seen in some open records requests is that in the video, and if there's a clock in the area of the video, sometimes the clocks don't match. The video is turned off, and then you skip 2 hours. We've seen it, I've seen it. So we want to add that, and also if for repeat offenders of this video surveillance issue that's not being, that the cameras go off or they're not having it on, that it's initially a Class A misdemeanor, but you keep doing it over and over and over, it moves up to a third-degree felony. We have counties, Dallas County, Bexar County, that will not turn the video on at all. We have Bexar County doing that. We've got reports from watchers. I've seen in Williamson County, the cameras aren't on, they go off, and we just can't be having this. We got to have eyes on these boxes. And then the last piece is we're adding watchers to the partial manual counts, which has never been there before. And I think that's a big improvement. So, and I'm here if there's any questions.
Thank you. I have a question.
Yes.
So you said an analog clock.
Analog,
as opposed to a digital clock.
Yes.
Does it matter?
You can see, yes, so you can watch the hand.
Okay, so because it's video.
Yeah, it's video. Okay. Yeah, it would be in the video view. The analog clock would be.
So it needs to be an analog clock with a second hand.
Well, that would be great. Well, second hand doesn't need to be there, but the minute I think is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking, I mean,
I've seen it where it skips hours.
Yeah.
So.
No, that makes sense to me. I was curious if it really matters if it's a digital.
You might not be able to
clock
see the
analog
second hand center Paxton, maybe not. So that would be a little bit.
That may be.
I like it.
A lot of detail, right? So, Senator Hughes. Okay. Do you have a question? Members, any other questions for our witness, Dr. Presley? All right. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
you
you
being here.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, we will open public testimony, and the chair calls Liz Case, Jack Finger, and Ken Moore. Liz Case, Jack Finger, and Ken Moore. All right. Well, Mr. Finger, if you want to get started, you can just start by introducing your name, put your name on there for the record, and then let's hear your testimony.
Very good, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and other members of the committee. My name is Jack Finger. I'm from San Antonio. I'm speaking in support of number 2309. I've testified here earlier this afternoon, and as you can see, there are not too many things I get passionate about in life, but when I do, I go all the way. I mentioned how I even went for the cause. I even went to jail a couple of times when trying to prevent babies from getting killed by just simply crossing over the line at an abortion facility, handing out literature. I was actually arrested as a poll watcher a couple of times, yes, years ago, and I was acquitted. Yeah, I was not guilty when I saw various violations taking place. Now, this is important because both you and I know, even if we aren't conscious of it at times, that ballot box is raw power. Power. It determines who is going to rule over all of us, or some of us, or wherever the case may be. And that's why I always appreciate it when we can improve the system, especially for poll watchers. Supposedly, it tightens up the loopholes. Loopholes that the Secretary of State Elections Division has allowed any bad guys to get away with when it comes to the poll watchers watchdogging them. And we're talking about early voting ballot storage. We're talking about the partial recounts that they should be allowed to be at, and also the needed camera surveillance that has been derelict at times. Yeah, and I'm not an expert on things, but you would do well to acknowledge Ms. Laura Presley's expertise on these things. Thank you.
Ms. Finger, thanks for your testimony. Mr. Moore, welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Ken Moore. I am for this bill. I'm representing myself. I have a couple of stories to tell, one from Harris County, don't worry, it's a short one, and then one from Missouri County. And it involves poll watchers. And so when I was in Harris County, part of my job on ballot security was recruiting election judges, and that included alternate judges. And I called this lady one time to go to a place that she worked before, and she didn't want to do it. She said, the judge treats me awful. I really don't want to do that again. I said, okay, if you'll agree to do it one more time, I'll see if I can find a poll watcher. And she did, and about that time, they had some training at the HCRP headquarters. And I recruited this guy who was 80-something years old, but he was ex-infantry, not easily intimidated. And so I sent him out there. And she called me back afterwards and said, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's exactly what we needed. You know, that solved the problem right there. The second story, Missouri County, we had a candidate running as an independent, and he had a tent set up at a polling place, a library. And apparently he had an overzealous a campaign worker that took some of his push cards into the library and started laying them out on the tables. Poll watcher called me. I had to place the poll watchers there, and poll watcher called me. And so I went out there, got the literature, walked up to the guy, and had a conversation with him, and that put an end to it. So these are just two small examples. Poll watchers, if they're properly trained and well-placed, they can be a wall against a lot of mischief. And anything you do that clarifies their job and their rights is a good thing. And so I move passage of this bill.
And thanks, Mr. Moore, for your testimony. Is there any questions for either of our witnesses? Thank you both. Thank you both for being here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2309? Bless you. Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bill's left pending at this time. The chair lays out Senate Joint Resolution 40, SJR 40, and recognizes its author, Senator Birdwell, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, let me begin by letting you know this is a refile from last session, SJR 58, which passed the chamber 30-0. It is also a refile from the 21 session, where it passed the chamber 30-1. The events of the past several years have brought to light a number of structural inadequacies related to our state's statutorily prescribed disaster and emergency response. The Texas Legislature was the very last legislative body in the country to convene once COVID-19 reached our nation. This virus impacted all 254 counties of our state, and while the pandemic claimed the lives of thousands of Texans and destroyed countless small businesses, our state legislature remained sidelined month after month, unable to be heard to speak on behalf of our apportioned district and constituents. In Federalist 51, James Madison stated, and I quote, "In Republican government, the legislative authority necessarily predominates." Our founding fathers understood that this idea to be axiomatic to Republican government because the legislative branch by design is the most representative proxy for the will of the people. If the events of the COVID-19 pandemic and other emergency disasters that we've had are viewed in this light of this principle, it follows that the people's will was generally silenced during some of the most turbulent trials our state has endured in recent histories. Members, I want to say this again as plainly as possible. This legislation is a reaction to shortcomings in our laws in the respective chapters as written and amended since 1975. By all accounts and by my own analysis, Governor Abbott acted clearly within the letter of the law. Further, the governor demonstrated a sincere desire to protect his fellow Texans while coordinating a well-organized response to a largely unprecedented disaster and unfamiliar operating environment. I, for one, appreciate his leadership during that trying time, and I have no criticism of his performance. I am concerned with structure and the concerns of the legislative function. Having said that, and while the chief executive is just as elected as the other branches, I believe it is imperative that the legislature assert itself as the most sovereign will of the consent of the governed, and to that end, we must not allow the 19-month legislative interim to be leveraged against our branch of government as it currently is in law. I believe SJR 40 prevents this type of leveraging without abrogating our commitment to the virtues of a part-time legislature. The most glaring problem with our state's disaster and emergency laws could be distilled to this. The floor and the ceiling are one and the same when it comes to the executive authorities invoked by a disaster or an emergency declaration. Put another way, Chapter 418 of the Disaster Act recognizes no distinction in gubernatorial authority between a tornado in a single county and a Category 5 hurricane in the Gulf impacting an enormous number of counties and citizens. Prudence dictates that our laws correlate to the rigor of the response and the severity of the catastrophe. SJR 40 seeks to realign the legislative and executive purviews during disasters and emergencies. This legislation strikes a balance of still affording the governor to oversee a near unilateral and unencumbered response to most disasters and emergencies while affording the legislature an opportunity to be heard and weigh in on those disasters and emergencies if they impact a substantial number of Texans. SJR 40 requires the governor call a special session if a disaster or emergency declaration is to exceed 30 days, or in the case of a nuclear or a radiological event, 90 days, if that declaration crosses any one of three well-defined thresholds. 1, either half of the state's population from the previous decennial census, or 2/5 of the state's counties, meaning 102 or more counties are in the disaster declaration, and this, members, is all for a single declaration, not 50 counties for this problem, 60 counties for that problem, a single disaster declaration. Every county in the state could be in a disaster area, but if it's not for the same one crossing these thresholds, it does not apply. Finally, the third criteria is 2/3 of the counties in 3 or more of the trauma service regions, and I've included this in each iteration of my SJR because this criteria comes from the beginning of my pursuit of these reforms due to the medical nature of COVID. And the best measure of our medical emergencies are emergencies that occur in our trauma regions regionally across the state. During this special session, the legislature would be able to respond to a disaster or emergency declaration in the manner that it deems best. This may entail complete concurrence with the governor's assessments and actions and give him unfettered ability until we return for the next regular session, or we could flatly terminate the declaration, or anything in between those two options with such exceptions and limitations as the legislature may make. SJR 40 also creates a very limited cause of action available only to a sitting member of the legislature to directly file suit at the Texas Supreme Court, which shall have original jurisdiction. Members, the purpose of that is so that it doesn't have to work its way from a district to appellate, but go straight to the Supreme Court if there's disagreement in the measures and the effect, the thresholds I've placed. A member of the legislature can go to the Supreme Court and seek their direction for the governor to call a special session to ensure that a special session is called when such a course of action is appropriate and any one of the 3 thresholds has been crossed. The legislature is the sovereign embodiment of the people, and it cannot nor should it delegate this representative duty at any time. Members, I do have a committee substitute I'd like to send up at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Betancourt sends up a committee substitute and is recognized to explain the substitute.
You did it again. You said Senator Betancourt.
Did I say Betancourt again? I can't tell if I'm doing it now just to be fun or if I'm, wow, well,
Long day, Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
sure Senator Betancourt would send it up if he were here, but since he's not, Senator Birdwell sends up a committee substitute and is recognized to explain the substitute. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the substitute simply delays the implementation of this constitutional amendment to the beginning of the next gubernatorial term in January 2027. So it, if approved, goes to the voters in November of 25, and they support it. It goes into effect at the completion of this current gubernatorial term. If I may, Mr. Chairman, may I lay out the enabling language? There are some similarities, but then that way I can take questions on the two of them simultaneously.
So while Senate Joint Resolution 40 remains before us, the chair lays out Senate Bill 871 and recognizes its author, Senator Birdwell, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, again, this bill is a refile, the same voting thresholds in the previous sessions of support from the Senate. Over the past decade, Texas has endured certainly a number of natural disasters that reveal our state's emergency and disaster laws are unable to further their original intended purposes as it relates to the legislature's function. The Texas Disaster Act is nearly 50 years old, and its language is almost entirely taken from a piece of model legislation from NCSL that was designed for a full-time legislature and a cabinet-appointed executive branch. It's little wonder that our disaster laws fit so awkwardly in the midst of the balance of power outlined in the Texas Constitution. After all, ours is a part-time legislature, and our executive branch is composed of numerous elected officials at work 24/7, 365. Further issues arise when attempting to distinguish between a disaster and an emergency in statute. Although Chapter 418 of the Government Code speaks to disasters and Chapter 433 of the same code deals specifically with emergencies, the two terms are used interchangeably and they are functionally synonymous among the chapters. Senate Bill 871 codifies the call for session as specified in Joint Resolution 40. And these thresholds are designed to trigger a special session if ever a significant number of Texans are affected by disaster and its recovery efforts. However, these thresholds are set high enough to ensure that the Texas legislature does not become a de facto full-time legislature and gives an immense amount of freedom of maneuver to the governor to act on behalf of the people. SB 871 provides a meaningful distinction between disasters and emergencies and the powers implicated under the two types of declarations. Under this measure, disasters will be limited to acts of God or man-made catastrophes unassociated with acts of violence or force. Think about the explosion of the fertilizer plant in my town of West back in 2013. Not an act of violence or force, but certainly a catastrophe. On the other hand, emergency powers are designated as the appropriate response for acts of terror, warfare, or situations where citizen conduct has deteriorated to unrest, riot, or revolt. SB 871 localizes emergency declarations under Chapter 433 to ensure that an incident in Orange County does not change the laws, liberties, or day-to-day lives of people in Amarillo. Additionally, SB 871 stipulates that only the legislature may impair the operation or occupancy of a class of business during an emergency or disaster. To increase transparency vis-a-vis suspensions and disasters, SB 871 requires the governor's office and any relevant agency to publish a list of actively suspended statutes on the respective internet website. Members, this is one of the unique features, I brought this about because one of the unique circumstances of our of current law. Article 1 of the state constitution says only the legislature may suspend law. But in the chapters related, Chapter 433, the chapters relating to disasters, we give the governor the ability to suspend regulatory statute. Problem is, there's no definition of regulatory statute, so unless we went back into every element of state statute, we've really left it to the governor's discretion. So I wish to leave it there. That'd be like trying to count the sand on Galveston Beach. It is a finite amount of sand, but it'll take us several centuries to count it. So I want the governor to keep that ability to do so. But by having those actively posted, the legislature can know what the governor's done, express any concerns we have, and certainly the people living under those suspensions will know as well across all branches or all state agencies, not just the governor's office. SB 871 also provides limitations for the governor's suspension powers during disasters, and this legislation leaves nearly all of the governor's suspension powers intact, with the exception that the governor may not suspend the Disaster Act or the Emergency Act, the very acts that we are amending. If we amended this without including that, the governor could declare the disaster declaration and suspend what we are doing here, rendering us impotent with everything I'm changing or attempting to change. It also adds that the provisions related to sunset of an agency of this state. Remember, sunset is a legislative function, and that way the purpose of what I've described to you here is that if it's an act of the legislature like sunset, or something in the Disaster Act or Emergency Act that deals with our authority and the structure that I'm putting in place, you may not suspend those things. The bill also specifies that the governor may not at any point suspend provisions of the election code relating to the qualifications or procedures for accepting a voter. However, this does not prohibit the governor from suspending a section of the election code to allow a registered voter whose address is in a disaster area to deliver a marked ballot to the early voting clerk's office on or before Election Day. This bill also does not prohibit the governor from suspending a section of the election code in order to extend the voting period for early voting by mail in order to address the declared disaster. SB 871 allows for the suspension of provisions within the penal, criminal procedure and election codes for the first 30 days of a disaster declaration, but after that, leaving to the legislature with the exclusive authority to suspend those provisions in the codes beyond 30 days. I believe that the checks and balances offered by this legislation will fortify the constitutional provisions needed to preserve our state in the years to come. And as the Senate has already done so twice in 2021 and 2023, by its overwhelming support of what I've put together here, I think it's the best solution so that in future years, regardless of who may be in the center office and who may be in the legislature can be heard in the 19 months that we currently can't. Current statute says that the legislature may end any disaster declaration. But members, that is non-functional if it doesn't happen in the 3 months after the 60-day rule up to sine die. So out of a 24-month, 2-year biennium, we can only act for 3 months out of that 24. Members also have a committee substitute. If I may send that up, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Birdwell, since subcommittee substitute, and is recognized to explain the substitute.
Members, same change in the base bill. This legislation would begin its operation, again, should it be approved by both the Senate and the House, in the beginning of the next gubernatorial term in January of 2027.
Thank you,
Subject
Senator.
to your questions, members.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. Thank you. Members, any questions for the author on SJR 40 or SB 871?
If Senator Middleton just said something I think I ought to address and add as I appreciate, Mr. Chairman. Each time I've sent this to the House, 21, we tried to go to conference, couldn't get to conference. They'd passed their version, was profoundly different. I put mine in theirs and tried to go to conference on various items, and we couldn't get there. Last session, the bill got to the floor. I'm sure it got calendared, but it was so far deep into that days. It was scheduled for the last day for second reading. So the last day before, not sine die, but the last day before you could hear any bills whatsoever, were the last day for third reading. It was scheduled so deep into that day, it didn't make it to the midnight clock. My hope, members, is exactly what you said, Senator Middleton, that I'm giving the House another opportunity to reconsider and see if we can get it done for the people of the state of Texas, because we may not always have somebody like Governor Abbott sitting in the center office.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for our colleague on the bill and the joint resolution? Very well. We'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 871 and on Senate Joint Resolution 40. Both are before us. And the chair calls Honorable Mitch Fuller. Good evening. Welcome.
A long day, Mr. Chairman, Senators, but I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I've got fond memories, like we talked about Senator Birdwell, from 4 years ago. 2 Army officers at a whiteboard in his office talking about this very subject. And I'm a political scientist. Before the 9/11 hit, I was on track to be a professor of political science. So this fascinates me. And as the chairman, legislative chairman for the Texas VFW, I want to remind everybody of the impact of what happened there. So we got into a debate about what's an essential business. Remember all that? So the Texas VFW has about 285 posts. About 190 or so of those have a TABC license. So we were treated like bars. We don't even use that term in the VFW. Our posts have canteens that have a TABC license. We are not a bar. We're not a bar on 6th Street. We're not a bar somewhere in Dallas or Houston. You know, we are not bars. We are not bars. But the problem was the governor had absolute power, to your point, Senator, to determine what businesses could stay open, what was essential and what was non-essential. And as a voter, members, we're all voters as well, we had no recourse with our elected officials. You know, you can contact your state senator, contact your state representative, but if they're not in session, they're powerless. They're powerless to act. So we're grateful to 2 Donnas to this day, State Senator Donna Campbell and State Representative Donna Howard on the House side, who helped us ping the governor's office and go, what's going on? It's July of 2020, and we can't get into our posts. If a post has a TABC license, you can't get in there. So my post in Leander sits on 22 acres. That license applies to all of the property, not just what's inside where the alcohol is sold. And they said, well, just convert to a restaurant. So that cost my post $3,000. And now you're dealing with, now a VFW post is dealing with 3 levels of government: the state government, city and county, because you've got to get that permit for the health permit and all that. So my post, that's just one post, costs $3,000. That had an impact on our community too, about isolation, coming together, veterans' mental health and all that, and that affected all of society as well, not just the VFW. But we never should have to go through that again. And this matches what the federal government does. The legislature has checks and balances. We all learn that in American government. So the legislature has to have a voice, which gives the voters and the citizens and the constituents of this state a voice. That was the frustrating part, is we couldn't get access to the governor. Everybody can't call the governor. He can't get a call from 30 million Texans. That's what you all are for as members of the legislative body. So the VFW fully supports this. None of us, regardless if you're a veteran or not, or a member of the VFW, ever want to go through that disaster again. But God forbid if it happens, this body needs to be convened immediately so there can be collaboration within Texas government.
And even though we know, and you may have said it, go ahead and say your name again so it's on the video.
I'm sorry, Mitch Fuller, legislative chairman for the Texas VFW, and we are here to support House Bill 871 and the constitutional amendment as well.
Thank you very much. And you may have said that. I just want to make sure. Thanks for any questions.
Thanks, Mitch.
Fuller.
You bet.
Thank you for being here.
You bet. Thank you. You bet.
Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 871? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Joint Resolution 40? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time.
Yes, sir.
The chair now lays out Senate Joint Resolution 39 and recognizes its author, our colleague, Senator Birdwell, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to lay out this constitutional amendment. Members, in the 2021-2022 interim, I did my own analysis of the places where the legislature has the authority to act, but when we're not present, similar to what we just discussed with emergency and disaster powers, where are those places structurally that by being a part-time legislature, we cannot exercise authorities that we are given, but because of sine die, we cannot execute. I filed this legislation last session, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the hearing that you're giving me this go-round. Anybody that would, I want to say that in This is not a response to Governor Abbott's vetoes this past session, because I filed this in 23 at the beginning of session because of my analysis in 21-22. So let me preface my layout with I'm looking at this again from an operations research systems analyst perspective, functionality systems. So members, currently under the Texas Constitution, every bill enacted by the legislature must be presented to the governor for his approval as prescribed by Article 4, Section 14. The governor then has three choices once the legislature enacts the bill. One, he may sign the bill, turning it into law. Two, decline to sign the bill, but by choosing not to act, turn the bill into law 10 days after it's presented without his overt approval. Or three, veto the bill. If the governor vetoes a bill, the governor is constitutionally required to state his or her objections to the bill and return the bill to its originating chamber. The legislature can override a governor's veto of a bill with a 2/3 majority in each chamber. However, because of our structural circumstance, Mr. Chairman, do you need me to hold up? Okay, I thought you, okay. However, because vetoes typically occur after sine die, the legislature usually does not have an opportunity to reconsider the bill. This is my 8th legislative session. In Governor Perry's 2013, I think it was in 2013, Governor Perry vetoed a bill that came back to the legislature with enough time for us to consider vetoing that or overriding that veto. Otherwise, in my memory of my 8 legislative sessions, or the previous 7, we've never had that opportunity to do so. If the legislature has adjourned, the governor has 20 days to veto legislation, at which time the governor may submit his or her objections to the legislation to the Secretary of State. The only recourse the legislature has to override a veto after the veto period is to address the vetoed legislation either in a special session, but only if the governor calls the special session and places that legislation on the call. The governor did that in 2021 when there was a dog tethering bill that the governor had vetoed. He called us into special session for other items, didn't give us the opportunity to override the veto, but instead put it on the call for us to consider, had to have committee hearings, both bodies, go to conference, both bodies in that 30-day special session. But without that special session and without his putting that on the special session call, we would not have been able to address that issue unless we come back in 18, 19 months later and start all over again. During the 87th session, the governor utilized his line item veto power to strike the legislative branch budget, which included funding for House and Senate staff, office operating budgets, as well as other support agency staff that are relied on by the legislature. That is certainly the governor's jurisdiction to do so. We actually came back in, I think, in another special after that. That was the, no disrespect to my Democrat colleagues, but that was the session where some of our colleagues went off to Washington, D.C., Republicans remained here. The governor vetoed the funding for the legislative branch, but eventually was restored later on in a second special session. But we didn't have the ability to override that veto. Just last session, 76 bills were vetoed without time for the legislature to consider those vetoes on the merits of the vetoed legislation. Of those 70, I want you to listen to this fact. Of those 76 bills, members, only one bill did not receive 2/3 vote in either chamber. Furthermore, 72 of the 76 bills vetoed by the governor received 2/3 majority in both chambers. The governor can veto a bill that has been passed by both bodies by 2/3. But if that veto occurs after sine die, the legislature has no ability to review that veto. Members, my intent here is to restore the checks and balances of Texas government and legislation that was passed by an overwhelming majority, such as 2/3, reflects the importance of that issue to the constituents of the state. One other thing about what I believe this bill will do, Mr. Chairman and members, is because the governor has to tell us why he vetoed something. There will be things, I can give you an example right now. Senator Alvarado had a bill that came through Natural Resources last session, passed it out strongly, passed it out of the Senate strongly, passed out of the House strongly. Governor vetoed it. It's one of those 76 bills that was vetoed that had 2/3 in both bodies. And in the governor's statement, in reviewing that veto, I would not have voted to overturn that veto because I now know why the governor's vetoed it, what his concern was, and because a veto override session, you can only consider the override of the veto. You cannot amend the bill in a veto override session. So I want to hear the governor's reasonings for each bill. And as strongly as I supported school choice, as strongly as I supported property tax reductions, the bill will also intuitively compel the governor to tell us why he's vetoing a piece of legislation. So while the governor may have good reason to veto a bill, the legislature should have the ability to consider his statement, and if we don't concur, we're able to check that power as intended and override that veto. Or, as I just gave in my example, consider his statement and go, yeah, we need to reconsider this. Let's fix it in the next legislative session. Right now, we don't have the ability to do that. SGR 39 would propose a constitutional amendment establishing an automatic veto session if the governor vetoes legislation that received at least 2/3 of vote in each chamber. Members, we would not be able to consider any item vetoed that was only supported by a simple majority or less than 2/3 in each body. So that one bill I told you that was the one out of the 76, we would not be able to consider that. Committee members, I have a committee substitute for the bill. If I may send that up, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Birdwell sends up committee substitute and is recognized to explain the substitute.
The substitute makes one change that would require the veto session to convene 22 days after sine die instead of the original filed 30 days. Members, when we began our session this go-round, on the second Tuesday of January, we began on the last possible day, January 14th. In my original version, that 30 days, if this constitutional amendment were actually in place now, then our veto override session would occur during the July 4th timeframe. So by moving it from 30 to 22 days, it ensures that the veto override session will occur somewhere in the last 10 days of June without taking us into the July 4th time period. This veto override period would allow the legislature to consider vetoed legislation that received 2/3 affirmative vote, and the veto session would last no longer than 5 days. The vetoed legislation would first be considered in the chamber that passed the bill by a 2/3 vote, regardless of if that bill originated in that chamber. Members, that would save time for the non-2/3 body if the 2/3 body refuses to override the veto. That's why it goes to the body first that did the 2/3 vote. If it's a House bill that came out less than 2/3, Senate passed it by 2/3. Even though it's a House bill, comes to the Senate first. Because in reading the governor's override veto statement, if we choose not to override that veto, it doesn't make the House consider it. Same thing applies if we send it out of here less than 2/3, but the House votes theirs 2/3, it'll go to the House first, even if it's a Senate bill. That way, the body that did the 2/3, by considering it first, will save us some amount of time so that both bodies don't have to consider it sequentially if the body that did it by 2/3 refuses to override it. Members, I want to be clear. We have taken on a duty to represent our constituents, and SGR 39 is intended to restore the balance to our Texas government by bringing that check back that the legislature constitutionally has, but is impotent after sine die. I recognize that, members, the unpleasantries of last session, where we spent nearly the entire year here, I recognize those unpleasantries mean that we don't always like having to come back after sine die. But it is our constitutional and functional duty to do so. I would ask you to consider this very seriously, and I don't want this to sound like an emotional appeal. It has been my duty to be sent to foreign countries in my 20-year military career to go serve, protect, and defend the people of the United States and not worry about the convenience of where I was located. And the duties we've taken on here, none of us have taken that oath, that we've taken the oath, to support and defend our constitutions, but not against all enemies, foreign or domestic. I want you to consider this very seriously, to give us the opportunity to consider the legislation that we've passed, the amount of work and effort and time that goes into that legislation. And if the governor gives us a good reason that says, just like I did with Senator Alvarado's bill's example, that we ought to rethink, nope, we don't want to override that. But if we disagree, we ought to have that ability to do so. Because right now, there are 76 bills that have been filed again because they were vetoed last session that we're having to work on again. Some maybe for good reason, like Senator Alvarado's bill. Others because they were vetoed and we're having to do the work again. I want us to have that ability, to have that check and balance, even if it means coming in for 5 days in late June, so that we can fulfill our constitutional duty, and 2, not have to pay for the same ground twice. Subject to your questions, Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bardwell. Members, any questions for the author?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bardwell.
I don't know if Mitch is going to testify.
We'll open public testimony on Senate General Resolution 39, and the chair calls Honorable Mitch Fuller.
Promise to be brief, Mr. Chairman.
Introduce yourself, give us your testimony. Welcome back.
VFW here in support of House Senate SJR 39. One of the 76 bills that was vetoed was House Bill 558 from the last session that passed 144-0 and 28-2 in this body. That's 172 votes, well above the 2/3 threshold. And that's the bill that would, speaking of my previous testimony, that bill exempted congressionally chartered veteran service organizations from being shuttered in an emergency. VFW posts are part of our communities. They are places to go for our veterans and other parts of our communities. We're going to get another shot at it. So again, one of the 76 that was reintroduced. So we enthusiastically support this, again, based on what I said in the previous testimony. But if a legislative body nearly unanimously votes for something, 144-0 and 28-2, that's good math. And I applaud your sense of duty, because I have the same sense of duty, Senator Birdwell, to our community, our fellow veterans. And I don't like paying for the same ground twice either.
Yeah.
For sure. Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mayor Fuller? Thanks for being here. Thanks for your testimony.
Thanks, Mitch.
Anyone else wishing to testify on or against Senate Joint Resolution 39?
Yeah, I didn't even ask him to testify. But
Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. The chair lays out, Senate Bill 2166 and recognizes its author, Senator Barker, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, appreciate the opportunity to lay out before you Senate Bill 2166. The integrity of elections is foundational to the democratic process, ensuring public confidence in electoral outcomes. As voting systems evolve to incorporate advanced technology, rigorous testing and verification procedures are essential to safeguarding against errors, malfunctions, or security vulnerabilities. This issue came to a head during the 2024 election, when there were several serious machine malfunctions and testing failures in Dallas County. Senate Bill 2166 enhances the testing protocols for voting tabulation equipment in Texas elections. Current law mandates logic and accuracy testing, but this bill strengthens those requirements by refining the procedures for public testing, standardizing testing timelines, and implementing additional verification measures, including hash validation of voting system software. The bill, I'll focus on some of the key items that are contained within this piece of legislation. One, it will harmonize the testing requirements in chapters 127 and 129. It will add requirements to test electronic poll books. It will combine all of the required notices and ensures that they are posted online so that public can be aware and can participate in the public testing. It also adds requirements that the LNA test include every type of voting equipment used in an election, every type of ballot used in the election, for example, mail ballot, stock, ballot marking device ballots, etc. Marking ballots used in the test as test ballots also will be included. It also requires the Secretary of State to be notified within 24 hours if a test cannot be completed by the deadline. In the event of an unsuccessful LNA test, the general custodian is required to prepare a written explanation of the error, publish the written explanation online for the public, retain the unsuccessful test materials, and conduct a new public test. It also specifies that hash validation must be done for each type of equipment used in the election, and it requires the Secretary of State to prescribe procedures and training materials. And lastly, it opens logic and accuracy test materials to public inspection starting the first day after the final canvass of the election, rather than making the public wait until the end of the 22-month retention period. These provisions will help prevent unauthorized modifications to voting systems and reinforce the transparency and security of the electoral process. The bill also clarifies the responsibilities of election officials in conducting and documenting testing procedures. By aligning testing protocols with best practices and increasing public accessibility to election integrity measures, Senate Bill 2166 seeks to bolster voter trust in the accuracy and security of our Texas elections. We have a wonderful resource witness here from the Secretary of State's office. And Mr. Chairman and members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out the bill for you here this evening.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for this bill. And you and I both know, because we were there, we saw what happened. My concern I have is the length of time that's between when the test is done and the equipment is actually used. To change the programming is a very short activity. It doesn't take long at all. And so what I got from what was said down there, that this is days, weeks before they're actually used that the testing is done. And I know we could put seals on the machines, but it still leaves a concern that we're kind of fooling ourselves thinking we've got machines out there that were just tested and with no chance of somebody having messed with them. And I don't know what the solution to that is. It's a concern I have that some of these things we do that we kind of think gives us security when we leave a gap like that.
Yeah. No, Senator, look, I appreciate your comment. You and I both share the concern. We were there together in Central County.
No, we talked about this very thing down there.
Absolutely. I mean, we experienced it firsthand and saw what was happening. So, look, I share the same concern. You know, I think if there's a way to address it, let's have that conversation. I'd like to do that with our resource witness here momentarily, Senator, and see if there's something that we can do above and beyond what we've already got contained here in this comprehensive package. Right. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, because again, great bill, but are there any penalty provisions on this for not following that? I didn't see it on there. I might have just missed it.
We need to go back and look. I need to go and study and see if there's any specific penalties. We just kind of laid out all these different requirements. You know, a lot of course, you're dealing with existing statute that it would be applicable to, but we'll take a look at that and give you a comprehensive answer here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senator Parker? Very well, we'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 2166. Anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2166?
We've got the Secretary of State's office here. Maybe
do we need a resource witness?
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll call Christina Adkins. Thank you, resource witness. Adkins, welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent. Well, sounds like we have some questions for you.
Yes, my name is Christina Adkins. I'm the Director of Elections for the Texas Secretary of State's office, available to testify on the bill.
Thanks for being here. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christina, thank you for waiting all day and being here. We're very
Pleasure.
grateful to you. Thank you for your dedication to all you do in ensuring our elections. Look, we obviously have worked together closely on all these items. Senator Hall, all of us here have been very concerned about these issues. What we've got here, I think, is addressing a lot of the issues that we experienced, obviously. Senator Hall, as you heard from the conversation a moment ago, had a very specific concern that we've expressed and discussed in the past. Beyond what we have here in this new piece of legislation that would address that item, are there other thoughts and ideas you might have in that topic? I'd love to get your feedback on that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think with respect to what Senator Hall was asking, there's some really interesting provisions in this bill that I think address some of those issues.
Yes.
When we're talking about logic and accuracy testing, I think everybody thinks about the big public test that occurs, and a lot of the provisions in here speak to that. But there's also some provisions that talk about the additional testing that happens in the election process. Right before the tabulation of votes, there has to be another test that's run. Right after you complete the tabulation of votes, another test is run to ensure that nothing's changed between those two time periods. So we're repeating that test at multiple points. That's what the law previously said, is you did it at the beginning and at the end. And one of the, I think, the changes in this bill that addresses some of those concerns is that it now requires that any time they're convening to count ballots, you have to run those two tests at the beginning and ending of those convening times. So that means that any time ballots are counted, we're going to run a test before the ballots are counted and run that same test again after to ensure that there haven't been any modifications or changes to the database or to the equipment.
Okay.
Senator Hall.
Is there anything on the time frame? How late before you start a tabulation and how soon after it's over does the test have to be run?
So the public test occurs, what this bill also does is establishes a set time frame for the public test so that we can be sure that they're happening before mail ballots are sent out, so that we can make sure that we don't have any issues with the ballots in the system itself. But then with respect to these other tests, it's happening, I mean, anytime tabulation and counting is taking place. And I think in the interim between those times, the equipment and the tabulation system itself and the computers where we're accumulating results, we have other laws in place that require that that equipment is locked and sealed, that the computers that are used for accumulating results, that those are kept in a way that's secure and has limited access to them. So I think there's some other complementary provisions in the code that try to ensure that that equipment is kept in a way that's safe and secure and free from unauthorized access.
Okay.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So appreciate the dialogue during the exchange. So is there, given that, your response to Senator Hall, is there anything else that you think you would recommend at this point?
I think that we have some other provisions, like I've mentioned, that we rely on, and I think procedures that our office has prescribed that make it very clear that this equipment, when it's not in use, needs to be locked and sealed. You should have locks. You should be tracking your seals on there. So anytime a seal is broken, we're documenting that so that we know anytime there's been any access to that equipment. And again, we have other provisions that we rely on for that, but we could always add some additional languages or some references to make sure that folks understand that this is a requirement under the law.
So so maybe just for purposes really of better communication to the public at large, maybe that we would, maybe let's look at maybe a substitute that I could add some of that language potentially here.
Absolutely. Happy to work with you to try to nail that down a little bit more.
I'll follow up with you in your office on that. And
Absolutely.
Talk about it further. And then I guess the other question really is, this is obviously a very comprehensive members cleanup, as you can see, looking at all the different things that we're touching. Obviously we have to look back and cross-reference all the different elements that we're touching here with regard to whether or not we have sufficient teeth in terms of a violation and an according appropriately placed penalty. Would you look at additional penalties for some of these things? What would your recommendation be in that regard? I mean, we want to be as tough as we possibly can, obviously, in any kind of offense or fraud in this regard. So
Absolutely.
let's maybe talk about how we can, in this next beef up our penalties as well.
Absolutely happy to work with you on that, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. Any other questions for our resource witness? Thank you for being here. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2166? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. The chair lays out Senate Bill 510 by Senator Betancourt and recognizes our colleague Senator Hall to explain the bill on behalf of the author. Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The National Voting Rights Act requires states to maintain accurate and current voter rolls to ensure that all eligible voters are properly registered. Texas law requires voter registrars to remove voters from the voter rolls who are ineligible to vote. In 2021, the legislature passed SB 1113, which meant if you don't do the work, you don't get paid for not removing ineligible voters from the voting roll once they receive notice of the voter's ineligibility. This penalty applies to voter registrars who fail to properly clean up their voter rolls. SB 510 would extend the penalty of the withholding of Chapter 19 or 31 funds if the voter registration fails to timely perform their duty under the entire election code that requires a voter registrar to approve, change, or cancel a voter's registration, schedule a hearing on challenge, or make a determination on a challenge. Secretary of State's office is available for a resource witness for this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Senator Hall. Members, any questions for Senator Hall on 510, Senate Bill 510? Very well, we'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 510, and the chair calls Ken Moore, Bonnie Seelig, Ed Johnson. Those are the three witnesses we have who expressed a desire to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 510. Mr. Moore, welcome back.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ken Moore, representing myself, and I am for this bill. 2018, Harris County. A situation developed where we had several people apply for voter registration cards, and at the top of the application, there's one line that says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" It has a little box for you to check, yes, no. And after that, it has a line that says, "Will you be 18 years old on election day?" Yes, no. And then there's a line under that that says, if you didn't check yes on both of these, don't finish filling out the form. And so we had some people who didn't check yes on the citizenship question. And we even had some that checked no on the citizenship question that were still registered. And there was a lawsuit. Now, if it's called Public Interest Legal Foundation, sued the voter registrar in Harris County. So, and eventually they got them off the rolls. But why do we need this bill? Because citizens shouldn't have to sue the voter registrar to do something that's their job. And so, yes, I think this is something that's very necessary, and I urge you to pass it.
And thank you for your testimony. Senator Hall, you have questions for Mr. Moore? Anybody got questions for the witness? Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 510? Hearing none and seeing none, public testimony is closed. Senate Bill 510 be left pending at this time. Any other business to take up before the Committee on State Affairs at this time? All right. We thank each member of the committee and their staffs. We thank the committee staff for all this work and every witness, regardless of position on, for, or against the bills, and for the folks that keep things running and keep everybody safe and that keep things set up and working as they should, with thanks to everyone involved. The Committee on State Affairs will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. Good evening.